Chapter 19 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 19. Italy Under War Conditions by E.M. Newman. January 15, 1919. Serial number 171 by E.M. Newman, Lecturer and Traveler. Department of Travel, Volume 6, Number 23. To Italy. You had to choose twixt liberty and guilt. There is no halfway house for humankind. If humankind is still to breathe God's air, and so you placed your lips upon the hilt of freedom's sword, devoted soul with mind, to this great task which frees sad Europe from despair. Hence, we who loved and love you, Italy, send winged words of greeting. You are free. Sun-smitten the cloud that hid the soaring dome of liberty, your palace and your home. We who are free greet you from sea to sea. Mazzini, Garibaldi, great Cavour, watch now and greet you from their timeless place, whence they behold the growth of your great race, which so they knit that long it should endure. Spectators of eternity, whose pure, untarnished brows recall their ancient grace, behold them once again, and in them trace the soul of freedom, splendid, patient, sure. J.E.G. de Montmorency, in the Contemporary Review. Italy under war conditions. The business of war. 1. None of the Allied nations has had more or greater problems confronting it than Italy has. Manpower has not been lacking, but the want of raw materials for the making of munitions has been a serious handicap, and one that has been most difficult to overcome. Italy has been absolutely dependent upon her allies for steel and coal. After her declaration of war against Germany, she was left helpless. Badly as France and England needed these raw materials, they had to come to the assistance of their ally. For a long time the quantities received were insufficient, and a sustained offensive against Austria was impossible for want of ammunition. This condition was greatly improved when the United States entered the war, and Italy received from us vast quantities of steel, and sufficient coal came from England to supply her needs. It must be borne in mind that when war was declared, August 1st, 1914, practically all the industrial and commercial organizations in Italy were controlled by Germany. The largest banks and financial houses were German-owned. One of the most prolific sources of income, the electric and other plants operated by water power, were in German hands. Germany had a firm grip on the resources of the country. Her agents carried on a propaganda which required the utmost courage of the Italians to overcome, and let it be said, to the credit of the Italian people, they risked financial ruin when they decided to enter the war on the sides of the Allies. The first result of their entry into the World War was to demoralize their securities and almost to destroy the value of their money. The lira, a coin which before the war was worth about 19 cents, decreased in buying power to about 11 cents. Bonds dropped alarmingly. With the United States as an ally, loans have been made to Italy. Her credit has been re-established. The lira has gradually increased in value, and with steel and coal in sufficient quantities for all purposes, prosperity is returning. It was the shrewd Bismarck who arranged the Signor Crispi, twice premier, to come to the assistance of Italy. A loan was made, and the best Italian securities were obtained for a song. Ever since, the German grip has tightened. As a result of the war, Italy will be restored to commercial freedom, and she will have a new and much-needed opportunity to expand. The Ansaldo Company, a new and gigantic corporation, is now one of the largest munition plants in the world. Italy has tremendous resources in her water power, which is now being developed. Like her allies, she will be able to manufacture many of the things she needs. Her airplanes are among the best that are made. Her engines are wonders of mechanical perfection. Her motorcars are unexcelled. Italy, prepared as she never was, is ready for the future. The food problem and how it is met. 2. How to keep the soldiers supplied with sufficient nourishing food was one of the first and most serious matters the Italian government had to consider. As everyone knows, the principal articles of food consumption among Italians of every station, rich or poor, are macaroni and spaghetti. The staff of life of the Italian people, they are made almost entirely of flour. Italy never has grown enough wheat to supply her needs. Under war conditions, her imports fell to such an extent that little or no wheat could be obtained. Hence, the country faced a critical situation. The first step was conservation. It was ruled that macaroni and spaghetti should be served only on certain days. Manufacturers were restricted in the amount they could make. Then, flours or mixed cereals were used. Italians are great lovers of bread. To meet a shortage, every available acre of ground where wheat could grow was cultivated. If the men on the farm had to go to war, the women took their places. The government encouraged and aided the farmers in every possible way, and then when aid came from the United States, in addition to sacrifices and restrictions in Italy, the situation improved. Fruits and vegetables are plentiful, and for these times reasonably cheap. Italians are not great meat eaters. They have sufficient meat for their needs, and by adhering rigidly to the regulations, they have been able to keep the army fully supplied. The Adriatic and Mediterranean abound with fish of almost every variety. Fishermen are therefore able to meet the country's needs. Next to macaroni and spaghetti, the Italians like fish, and it is far cheaper than meat. For the poorer classes, it forms a food which they can afford to buy. Olive oil, formerly used in great quantities, many of the people even drinking it, is now on the restricted list, and can be obtained only in limited quantities. Bread, as in America, is mixed with other cereals, and for civilians, practically no white bread can be obtained. In the army, there are no restrictions. The best of food is given to the soldiers. They obtain meat, butter, milk, sugar, and other edibles denied wholly or in part to civilians. As in France, wine is a part of the regular rations. Various welfare organizations see that the people do not suffer for want of food. Irrigation and intensive farming, in which representatives of all classes are now helping, is aiding in the solution of the food problem. Educational conditions. 3. War did not seriously interfere with the grammar and high schools throughout Italy. It is in the higher schools, such as the universities, the medical colleges, and in the technical schools, that a changed condition is seen. Women came to the aid of the country in the crisis which called so many men to the colors. Many of the teachers in the elementary schools are women and girls, who are ably taking the places of men whose positions were made vacant. For the schools where higher education is taught, it is quite a different and more complex problem. To teach in a university or in a medical college, certain qualifications are absolutely essential. Years of study and preparation are needed, and for this work but a limited number of women were available. On the other hand, the necessities of war called to action thousands of young men who otherwise would have attended the various schools for higher education. As a result, the number of students in practically all of these schools had fallen off materially, and there has not been the need for so many professors. The government is anxious not to discourage higher education. In fact, it is doing all it can to maintain it, as was evident in the establishment of the camp universities. It was inevitable that the attendance at the higher schools could not be maintained as in peacetime, and the reduction in the number of pupils fortunately made possible a corresponding diminution of teachers. By a system which permitted the return of professors in service at the front, although only for a limited period, the efficiency of the various universities and colleges was continued through the war. Students cooperated with the government, some even giving up their furloughs to attend school. Education for the youth of the land is still compulsory. The standard of wages among teachers remains very low and out of proportion to the increased cost of living, but the recipients seem willing to sacrifice comfort for the general good. Old men who in their youth taught school volunteered to return to a labor of love. It was this spirit which made possible the maintenance of education. Italy is a poor country, but her sons and daughters are eager to learn, and poor as they are willing to make sacrifices rather than give up attending school. Many of the art students are gone, and some of the schools are closed. Beppo, the model, is no longer to be found on the steps of the Piazza España. But the love of art has sufficed to keep some of the art schools going, no matter how rigorous the conditions. Music is in the soul of the Italian, and the conservatories will continue in session as long as there is a pupil left. On the whole, educational conditions are as good as present-day circumstances will permit. Protection of artwork. 4. When Italy entered the war, a commission was immediately appointed by the government to consider measures for the protection of the country's art treasuries. Under the direction of the curators of galleries and museums, a civil engineer or architect was placed in charge of each principal building in all the art centers of northern Italy. The persons so appointed set about devising individual means adapted to the shielding of walls, towers, statues, and pictures from attack by air and water, from shell and fire. In Venice, the chief works and structures selected for protection were the Doge's Palace, with its rich arcades, sculpted facade, and splendid halls, the superb Church of St. Mark, the medieval Loggia or vestibule on the east side of the Campanile, the Church of St. John and St. Paul, the San Rocco School, the noble equestrian statue known as the Colleoni Monument, and the Academy of Fine Arts with its canvases by Bellini, Carpaccio, Palma Vecchio, Tintoretto, and Titian. At Padua, Donatello's equestrian monument of Gattamelata, erected in 1453, and the sepulchral church of St. Anthony of Padua, received special care. Likewise, the Gate of Scaligeri, Verona, the early Renaissance Colleoni Chapel, and some precious frescoes at Bergamo. Leonardo da Vinci's immortal canvas, The Last Supper, in the refectory of the Abbey Church of Santa Maria delle Grazie at Milan, the Fountain of Neptune in the Church of San Petroni at Bologna, the first Christian edifice of San Vitale, the mausoleum of Galla Placidia, the queen of the 5th century, and the tomb of Dante in the deserted old city of Ravenna, and at Cremona in the Church of Sant Agostino, the famously beautiful altarpiece of the Madonna and two saints by Perugino. The most renowned works of art in Rome, including the statue of Caesar in the Capitolina Museum, were padded and boarded up, and from Firenze and Naples, rare examples of Italian craftsmanship guarded through the centuries, manuscripts, statuary, paintings, tapestries, metalware, mosaics, glass, were carried away to safety, some of them to the vaults of the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. Titian's masterpiece, The Assumption of the Virgin, was laboriously removed from the Academy of Fine Arts at Venice and transported by boat and wagon to a place of security against attack by the Vandals. Tintoretto's Paradise, the largest oil painting in the world, 72 feet by 23 feet, was unframed and removed from the wall of the Hall of the Great Council in the Palace of the Doges. Ceiling paintings were taken down, rolled around great sticks 30 inches in diameter, hermetically sealed in copper cylinders, and stored in crypts to rest until the joyous days of their unrolling. Altogether, 7,000 square yards of canvas were thus protected from attack and pillage. Statues were wrapped in mattresses and covered by brick flooring. The beloved horses above the doorway of St. Mark's were lowered and taken away. Domes were roofed at an angle of 60 degrees so that aerial bombs would glance harmlessly off. In the defense of Venetian art treasures alone, 60 men worked for 3 months to wall in everything delicate and beautiful. Even Rheims and Louvain could not offer such tempting morsels to the Vandal wrecker as Venice and Rome, writes Herbert Vivian in Italy at War. Venice, mistress of medieval art as well as queen of the sea, girded her armor on, like the army, donned a vesture of gray-green. Just as in Holy Week the more signal emblems veil themselves in respectful mourning for the Passion, so in wartime the monuments of Venice hide in their hoods as though to proclaim sympathy with the nation's anxiety. At St. Mark's, the venerated mosaics on the lunettes are blotted out by modern masonry. The golden cupolas are shapeless bags. The pillars and arches have become a brick fortress that goes on to engulf all that fairy portico of the Doge's palace hard by. Where are the 4 famous horses of golden bronze brought from Constantinople to defy the world through 7 centuries of the portals of St. Mark's? It was a sad scene when on May 27, 1915, a silent crowd watched their descent for conveyance to a safer stable. In the interior of the Holy House, heaps and heaps of heavy sandbags huddle against the porphyries and malachites and alabasters, throttle the carved columns, scale walls, bury pulpit, choir, altars, and baptistery. Such are the bulwarks which Italian foresight provided against probable forays of the Hun. Venice in wartime. 5. In time of peace, all the world flocked to Venice. In wartime, many changes were necessary. Many of the people who make up the inhabitants of the earth were barred from the city, not only by regulations, but by cannon and walls of steel. It required influence, even for an Italian to get into Venice. For an American to enter the city, it was necessary to get special permission from the Minister of Marine, and he had to present the best of reasons before that permission was granted. Several times the city was menaced by the Austrians, and once it was near capture. Time and again, fleets of airplanes dropped bombs, destroying churches, hospitals, and other property, as well as killing non-combatants. The strain was more than many of the inhabitants could bear, and they sought safety in flight. The result was almost to drain the city of its normal population, which was evident in its almost deserted canals and streets. The soft musical voices of the gondoliers were occasionally heard. A few gondolas were left, but very few, and there was no longer any singing. The beautiful hotels where so many of us had lived in comfort and luxury were either closed or converted into hospitals. Many of the shops around St. Mark's Square closed. The famous glass and lace factories shut their doors. Picture postcards and photographs were taboo. The government did not permit them to be mailed. No damage has been done to the Basilica of St. Mark. A bomb dropped in front of it but did not hit it. During the war, this famous temple was, however, but a shadow of its former glory. It no longer glistened with Byzantine mosaic. Its golden covering was removed or covered with sandbags. Besides, the Doge's palace was a thing of brick supports, destroying its beauty. The ugliness of boarding in sandbags saddened the visitor, who recalled the Venice of former days. Motor and passenger boats, plying along the Grand Canal, were discontinued. There were no passengers. A few ferries remained for those who still lived in the city. Venice has not been seriously marred. Much damage has been done to churches and hospitals, but most of this can be repaired. Only a careful search of the city would reveal the damage done by bombardment. Within a few churches and buildings, art objects have been destroyed that can never be replaced. It should comfort the lovers of Venice to know that the city gives no outward evidence of destruction. The inhabitants will soon return, the hotels will reopen, St. Mark's and the Doge's Palace will be restored to their former appearance, and Venice will once again reign in splendor as the Queen of the Adriatic. Rome in wartime. 6. Rome still sits proudly on her 7 hills, undismayed, undisturbed by the ravages of war. There is little real difference to be seen in the Italian capital as it is and as it was before the war. In the evening hours, when all Rome goes for a promenade or a drive, the Corso is as crowded as ever. One sees more uniforms, but otherwise the scene is similar to that of peace times. Romans still love to dine on the sidewalks, partake of their ices, and sip their wine and coffee at little tables placed where pedestrians are supposed to pass. They attend the theater, the opera, and various other places of amusement of which they are so fond. The main difference in the city's aspect is in the dress of the people. Officers are seen only in field uniform, privates in the gray of the battlefield. Women no longer attempt display, only the simplest effects are seen. All ostentation in the wearing of gowns and jewelry is frowned upon. None has suffered more than the nobility. Most of them being of moderate means, the war brought many sacrifices, endangering slender purses and curtailing most needed comforts. A number have had to sell their prized art treasures to keep from actual want. The beautiful palace on the Quirinal is now a hospital. Many of its nurses are the noble women of Italy. The city is filled with welfare organizations. Buried in the heart of Rome, its ruins telling us the story of the birth of civilization, lies the Forum, unchanged, unaffected by the world's struggle. It speaks of days that were, of other wars, of Caesar, who, like the Kaiser, was ambitious, of Mark Antony, who sacrificed everything for the love of a woman, of Cicero and others whose deeds and words have made history. Above the ruins of the Forum is the Palatina. Here once lived the Caesars. Their palaces once covered the hill from which they looked down upon Rome. The Golden Palace of Nero has been obliterated by time, just as the chateaux and beautiful structures of northern France have been leveled by the invading Germans. Fortunate is the world that the treasures of Rome are intact. St. Peter's and all the wonderful churches still stand unharmed. The Vatican, with its storehouse of treasures, remains as it was. Art galleries containing the world's masterpieces are preserved for posterity. Rome is still the Rome familiar to travelers. Its hotels are filled not with tourists, but with officers and their families. Its streets are still throbbing with life. It remains one of the most interesting cities on this spinning globe. Italy Under War Conditions by E.M. Newman, Traveler and Lecturer. Italy has played a far more important part in the World War than is apparent to one who has not given the subject special consideration. The neutral nations have directed most of their thoughts to England and France. To do Italy full justice, the fact must be emphasized that she came into the war at a time when the Allies were in great need of her. The outlook for England and France was most serious when the Italian people, roused by love of liberty and democracy, demanded that their government cast its lot with the Allies and declare war. As a result, Austria was compelled to mobilize and mass her forces on the Italian frontier, and she was no longer able to give aid and support to Germans on the Western Front. The entire course of the war was then materially changed. What happened in the fall of 1917 will always be more or less of a mystery. After 2 years of the hardest kind of fighting, during which time the Austrians were being gradually pushed back until Vienna itself was threatened, there came a retreat, one of the most disastrous in the annals of war. The Italians lost in 2 weeks all that they had gained in 2 years. Worse still, Italy was invaded and a considerable area occupied by the Austrian army. Consternation ensued. The Italian people were dazed. Something had gone wrong. No one could understand it. But one thing every Italian knew, and that was that no braver soldiers were to be found in any country, and that when Italy had time to recover from her surprise, Austria would pay the price. How the Italian army came back. The retreat of the Italian army was followed by a wave of patriotism that swept from one end of Italy to the other. If there were some that were lukewarm before, they were roused to the highest pitch of enthusiasm for the prosecution of the war. Italy had been invaded. That was sufficient to stir the blood of every Italian. When in the spring of 1918 Austria launched her great offensive, she faced an army wholly changed. Indifference had vanished. Every man thirsted for revenge. No Italian would breathe freely until the stain of the retreat was wiped out. Not an Austrian must remain on Italian soil. The Austrians were bewildered when, instead of encountering a demoralized and beaten army, they found themselves face to face with a new and rejuvenated force. Instead of advancing, the Austrians were swept off their feet. Instead of a crumbling line, they met a wall of steel against which their onslaughts were of no avail. On came the infuriated Italians, crushing the Austrian offensive and forcing them to beat a hasty retreat. Austria will never forget the punishment she received on the Piave, along the Asiago Plateau, and in the vicinity of Montegrappa. Fields were strewn with Austrian dead. So precipitate had been their flight that they had to abandon guns, ammunition, supplies, in fact, everything they possessed. When a few days later I crossed the delta of the Piave, I saw thousands of Austrian helmets, overcoats, and supplies of every description covering the ground that extended for many miles to the little Piave, across which the Austrian army had been driven. It had been impossible in their retreat to bury their dead. Heaps of bodies still lay where they fell. Every ditch was filled with slain Austrians. The roadways were lined with them. It was a gruesome sight. But it told the story of a changed Italy, of a new army that meant to retrieve the honor of the country and bring to the Italian arms the glory to which they were entitled. Italy needed coal. She wanted steel for ammunition, and these deficiencies threatened her effort. Her allies came to her assistance and equipped and replenished her for the prosecution of the war to a successful conclusion. His voice was never for war. In relief work, the Italians are particularly efficient. The central organization of the Italian Red Cross has naturally assumed the responsibility and direction of all relief work, both for soldiers and civilians. Numerous other organizations have sprung into existence. Chief among them is Les Samaritains, which is under the presidency of Her Majesty Queen Helena of Italy. In this organization are thousands of women who are members of the best Italian society, and they have rendered effective and generous assistance in many ways, relieving distress where they find it. A hospital for wounded soldiers has been established at the Royal Palace of the Quirinal, which is under the direct supervision of the Queen. The Duchess of Aosta, wife of the King's cousin, is General Inspector of the Red Cross nurses, and both of these noble ladies give actual, effective, and intelligent service to the various relief organizations to which their names are attached. Italian women have proved themselves worthy mates and daughters of the heroic sons and soldiers of Italy. To them is due the initiative and forming of several patriotic organizations, such as the White Cross for the protection of little children, the Sowers of Courage, and the Smile to the Strong, formed for helping and encouraging the fighting sons of Italy. Soldiers' huts have been erected and put in charge of the members of an association known as Soldiers' Mamas. The members are women that have sons at the front and may therefore be expected to give affectionate and maternal care to the young soldiers. There are other organizations, such as the Mothers of Fallen Soldiers and the Widows of the War, whose object is mutual help among the women that have suffered the loss of son or husband. Men who, because of advanced age, have been compelled to remain at home, have not failed to take up the burden of assistance and relief. Local communities have everywhere been formed under the name of Assistenza Civile. There is also the Segretariato del Popolo, besides many others. All these societies are banded together to assist their families of soldiers, to care for the mutilated, and to aid wherever help is needed. The Italian government has enacted special laws for the benefit of those stricken by the war. For instance, the government furnishes shoes, below cost, to government employees earning less than 4,000 lire per year, about $800. Education. School life continues practically as in normal times, with the exception that in the elementary schools and in the grades of the grammar and high schools there is a larger proportion of women teachers. Many instructors who had been retired have asked to re-enter service, thus relieving the young men called to the colors. In the universities, a few distinguished professors of military age have been permitted to retain their chairs, but a considerable number have gone to the front. Naturally, the number of students has been greatly reduced. Special dispensations have been made for the schools of medicine so that the services of the more advanced students may be utilized while at the same time they are enabled to continue their studies. This has been made possible by the establishment of the so-called Università Castrense, or Camp University, situated in the war zone, where distinguished physicians who are also university professors teach the young students, while teachers and pupils alternate the hours of class with those of service in the camp hospitals. The change caused by the war in the condition of women has probably been more profound and more keenly felt in Italy than in other countries such as England and France, where women have for many years been engaged in various useful pursuits. In Italy, the women of the middle class, with rare exceptions, remained at home. Those of the lower class, when they worked at all, generally chose some occupation such as teaching. Most women had no economic independence. Unmarried girls usually lived with their parents or some married brother or sister. An ardent group of Italian women prepared the ground and labored for years to convince their sisters that they were wrong in the belief that under all conditions a woman's place is in her home. This belief was almost a religion in the southern provinces of Italy. The prejudice there was so strong that it required the utmost courage of the women to combat it. Intelligent, progressive, and cultured Italian girls are now to be found in almost every occupation in which their English, French, and American sisters are engaged. This revolution in the attitude of Italian women is accepted not as a temporary war necessity, but as a permanent change that cannot fail to have a deep and, on the whole, beneficent effect upon social conditions in Italy. Food regulations. Conditions in civil life are comparatively good. Of course, there are many restrictions, above all in food conservation and supply. Prices have increased, but so have salaries. There are no unemployed, and the working classes generally are prosperous. War conditions required 3 meatless days per week, as in the other countries of the Allies. Cards were given for bread, sugar, coal, olive oil, macaroni, and rice. That the quantity allowed to each individual was sufficient was proved by the fact that the authorities often received offers to diminish the rations of some families who found that they had more than they needed. The use of gas was limited to meal hours for heating and for illumination until 10 o'clock at night. No restrictions were placed on the use of electricity in most city homes, although street illumination was diminished, and in certain cities in the advanced zone was abolished entirely as a defensive measure. The abundance of electricity is explained by the fact that it is very often generated by water power, as for instance in Rome. Restaurants must send to the authorities a list of food furnished, with prices charged for each portion, or for the whole meal, or for the week. They must indicate also any extra charges and the reason for such charges. The authorities will approve the menu only if it corresponds with normal or prescribed prices, and a copy, stamped and signed by an authorized person, must be exposed to the public where it can be easily seen. No food can be served unless it is on the approved list. In large cities, there is a committee of control composed of 5 citizens appointed by the mayor, whose duty it is to see that the restrictions are rigidly observed. If the police authorities do not approve of a certain menu, it is submitted to the committee, and unless they put their okay upon it, the restaurant is not permitted to use it. 2 factors combine to keep prices of necessities and even luxuries down to a reasonable level. One is the so-called calmiera, or government regulation that certain products may not be sold at a higher price than that fixed by the regular constituted authorities. The other factor is the prevalence of cooperative societies that sell to their members at cost or almost at cost. Retailers have to compete with these societies, and there is a consequent curb on profiteering. Nearly every trade or profession has its own cooperative stores. The entrance fee, which must be paid to join a cooperative society, is very moderate, in some instances as low as 5 lire, about $1. Amusements and sports. Theaters, cinematograph theaters, and other places of amusement had to close at midnight. Restaurants and cafes closed an hour earlier. This did not apply to the war zone, where the military authorities made their own regulations and imposed all kinds of restrictions for defensive purposes. In general, theaters and motion picture shows in Italy are well patronized. Opera is still popular, and performances are given in various cities. Society does not consider it good form to wear evening dress. It would not be in taste for women to be elaborately gowned, or attempt to give dances or house parties. Officers do not wear their dress uniforms, no matter what may be the function they attend. Ladies avoid the use of jewels, and there is, generally speaking, a soberness in the dressing of both men and women. Italy, however, is not gloomy nor depressed. On the contrary, the Italians are vivacious, and their sunny dispositions are manifested throughout the troublous times. Sports generally have been abolished. There is no horse racing, but for the purpose of breeding fine animals, horses are still being trained. Travel is freely permitted, though of course the war zone has been carefully guarded. In the restricted area, a pass was necessary, and vital reasons had to be given for permission to travel. On account of the shortage of coal, the number of trains have been reduced, as well as the number of cars in each train. Travel is therefore lacking in comfort, and it is not uncommon to see people standing, even in first-class compartments, throughout journeys lasting 6 or 7 hours. The discomforts are accepted good-naturedly, and there is far less grumbling than one would expect. Conditions in Venice. The morale of the Italians has never been better. Caporetto has been avenged. The Austrians were thrown back across the little Piave and brought to their knees. Venice has been saved. The city by the sea has had its trials. Severe indeed have been some of the air raids, and 3/4 of the population fled. About 50,000 of the inhabitants remained, but this represents but 1/4 of the people that lived along the canals of Venice before the war. Many hotels are closed. Tourists come no more. No Italian city has suffered from the effects of war so much as Venice. Industries have been ruined, its commerce depleted, its churches and hospitals have again and again been bombed from the air, frescoes have been obliterated that can never be replaced, though much of the damage done will soon be repaired. All about the populous square of St. Mark, heaps of sandbags were piled to protect the arcades. The beautiful facade of St. Mark's Cathedral has been, for some time, hidden from view. The famous horses were taken down, the wonderful Byzantine mosaics were removed, and the entire front of the building covered with sandbags and protected by huge timbers. The Doge's ducal palace was supported by columns of bricks. Everywhere evidence could be seen of the attempt of the Italians to save the most remarkable city in the world. Inside the sumptuous Cathedral of St. Mark's, the effect was startling. All the works of art gone, the altar covered beyond recognition, mounds upon mounds of sandbags heaped around the columns. It was more like a cave than the interior of one of the most beautiful of churches. Along the Grand Canal, the large hotels have been converted into hospitals. Vast palaces have been closed and deserted. Life on the canal is so quiet that it is almost painful. It is not the same Venice so many travelers recall. Only one good-class hotel is open. There are a few boarding houses, but all the magnificent hotels are either closed or filled with wounded men. It was difficult in war times to get into Venice, and more difficult to get out. Everyone was looked upon as a spy until he proved that he was not. Officials inquired into your life history, traced your every movement, watched every step you took, and if finally you passed muster and got away without a long delay, you knew that there was not a suspicion of your ever having even dreamed of being a spy. It was, of course, more difficult in the war zone. Once inside the restricted area, one became a suspect, and it sometimes took weeks to obtain police and military permission to leave Italy. The Italians were in earnest. They have had a severe lesson, and they did not intend to be caught napping. An Allied victory was the one subject, and Italy was ready to pay her share of the price. No braver men ever faced an enemy than the Arditi, and no enemy army ever forgot an encounter with these shock troops of the Italian army. These men were born and brought up in an atmosphere that has taught them how to fight. They are as hard as nails, as fearless as lions, the pick of Italy's best troops. Italy, though needing food, is not starving, nor is she depressed. She has recovered from the shock of 1917, and there is no disaffection among her people. All are united. Socialists cannot overturn the conditions of the nation. As for their military stamina, Austrians can testify to the fact that the Italian army is a foe worthy to engage itself at any time against any hostile power. The spirit of Italy. We cannot close more fittingly than by quoting Mr. Sidney Lowe's highly informing comments on the spirit of Italy. Quote, "Of all the belligerent nations I have seen, Italy seems to me the most tranquil, contented, and serenely confident. She has endured heavy losses and is called upon to make great sacrifices, but her people have counted the cost and they pay it resolutely, cheerfully, almost, one would say, gaily. They have no love for war, and on this one they entered with hesitating and doubtful steps, but now I think they feel not only that it was necessary and right, but that it will give them some things which were wanting in the years of peace. War is a monstrous evil, but from its furnace of pain and suffering, Italy, with other nations, may emerge hardened and tempered. She will gain a large unity in that not merely by annexing the unredeemed territory. The war has gone far to obliterate that division of classes and localities which was the inheritance of her troubled past. The common effort and the common burden have crowned the edifice which the markers of Italy built up in the 19th century. At the Italian front behind the war zone, what Italy needs is security, sufficient to develop to the full her economic resources and her national individuality, and that she intends to obtain. She is resolved to be independent of external patronage, protection, and supervision of any kind, and to enjoy all the rights, privileges, ambitions which belong to the greater nations of the earth. She believes herself capable of excelling not merely in art, science, letters, philosophy, laws, but in production, manufacturing, commerce, the exploitation of waste and backward lands. She is not content that her people, so intelligent, so industrious, so capable, should be packed off year by year in shoals to form the ill-paid labor helots of wealthier communities. She prefers that they should be kept at home to develop the riches and intensified vitality of their own land. She has watched the rise of Germany from poverty and weakness to strength and industrial magnificence, and she believes that the Latin capacity for organization, invention, scientific adaptation, and enterprise is not inferior to the Teutonic. She thinks she can do many of the things that Germany has done, and some things which Germany will never do, and she means to try. It is for the great free nations, with which she is now associated, to survey her effort with sympathetic eyes and extend to it all the aid and encouragement in their power." Unquote. The Open Letter. In the coming months of construction and restoration in Europe, Italy will have special problems of her own to solve. Victory in the World War means for Italy 5 million additional mouths to feed in her redeemed territory. Close rationing will therefore be necessary for a long time, and a liberal food allotment from outside relief sources must be made. Italy cannot be accused of having neglected her land. The total area of the country comprises 70,820,197 acres, only a little over 7% of which is unproductive land. In her agricultural production, however, cereals do not play an important part. Her wheat product did not meet her domestic demands even before the war, and annual importations of grain were always necessary. The situation, therefore, today, after the terrible toll that war has taken, is acute and distressing as far as the main staff of life is concerned. Italy produces fruits in quantity, but a starving nation cannot live by fruit alone. The traveler in Italy today may feast his eyes on 12 million acres of vine-covered slopes, but the children of the land are crying for milk and bread. The wines of Italy are famous for their flavor and quality, and her olives and lemons are known throughout the world, but the people cannot survive on wine and olives. They need more substantial food, and under the present strict rationing, each person receives only 17 pounds of bread a month. Italy's exports have been chiefly olives, lemons, and cheese, Gorgonzola and Parmesan being among the famous brands. These fine Italian cheeses are made from goat's milk, and as there is little enough of that now to feed wounded soldiers and children, the exportation of cheese has been stopped. Before the war, olives and olive oil were shipped in huge quantities. There are miles and miles of olive trees to be seen from train windows when traveling through Italy. Today, just as many olives are grown, and as much olive oil is obtained, but it is needed at home and is carefully guarded there. The Italian government practically controls the output, and very little is permitted for export. Lemons are grown in great quantities and are still exported to some extent. The difficulty in obtaining boats, however, has made it impossible to ship any considerable quantity of lemons, and so this source of income has been virtually eliminated. Italy has found it necessary, therefore, to cultivate her products exclusively for home consumption, and in this cultivation, thought is given only to the supply of things necessary for the maintenance of the Italian people. Things that are most needed, that give most sustenance, are being cultivated to the exclusion of things that brought income from outside, but did not fill the hungry mouths of the people. Also, food products that formerly had to be imported are now being homegrown. Fortunately, this is made easy by the fact that Italy is a clime where every season smiles. It is favored by climatic conditions to a degree comparable to those of Southern California, and accordingly a great range of crops, both of temperate zone and of tropical kind, can be grown readily. In the southern part of Italy, the climate is semi-tropical, the soil is fertile, and garden truck grows in abundance, and many kinds of fruits, including oranges, lemons, grapes, apples, plums, and pears. In the fertile plains of the north are fields where cereals are growing, and these are being extended and prepared for intensified cultivation. The delta of the Piave, captured and held for a short time by the Austrians, is again in possession of Italy. Comprising some of the richest soil in the world, it will soon be flourishing with growing crops, and its fields will contribute substantially to the solution of Italy's food problem. We may be sure, then, that Italy, plucky and staunch, will carry on through hardship to renewed prosperity. With the sympathetic assistance that is due her from the United States, there can be no question of the future. Italy's firmly booted leg will continue to kick its sturdy way down into the warm waters that Germany so desired. Her fair domains will continue to enjoy that place in the sun that Prussia so imperiously demanded. With all her advantages of land and sea, Italy must come through and find plenty in the wake of peace. End of section 19.
Chapter 20 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 20. May 15, 1918. Serial number 155. The Mentor. Benjamin Franklin, by Albert Bushnell Hart, Professor of Government, Harvard University, Department of Biography, Volume 6, Number 7. The Whistle, a bit of Ben Franklin wisdom. When I was a child, 7 years old, my friends, on a holiday, filled my pocket with coppers. I went directly to a shop where they sold toys for children, and, being charmed with the sound of a whistle that I met by the way in the hands of another boy, I voluntarily offered and gave all my money for one. I then came home and went whistling all over the house, much pleased with my whistle, but disturbing all the family. My brothers and sisters and cousins, understanding the bargain I had made, told me I had given 4 times as much for it as it was worth, put me in mind of what good things I might have bought with the rest of the money, and laughed at me so much for my folly that I cried with vexation, and the reflection gave me more chagrin than the whistle gave me pleasure. This, however, was afterward of use to me, the impression continuing on my mind, so that often, when I was tempted to buy some unnecessary thing, I said to myself, "Don't give too much for the whistle," and I saved my money. As I grew up, came into the world, and observed the actions of men, I thought I met with many, very many, who gave too much for the whistle. When I saw one too ambitious of court favor, sacrificing his time and attendance on levees, his repose, his liberty, his virtue, and perhaps his friends to attain it, I have said to myself, "This man gives too much for his whistle." When I saw another, fond of popularity, constantly employing himself in political bustles, neglecting his own affairs, and ruining them by that neglect, "He pays, indeed," said I, "too much for his whistle." If I knew a miser who gave up every kind of comfortable living, all the pleasure of doing good to others, all the esteem of his fellow citizens, and the joys of benevolent friendship, for the sake of accumulating wealth, "Poor man," said I, "you pay too much for your whistle." When I met with a man of pleasure, sacrificing every laudable improvement of the mind or of his fortune to mere corporeal sensations, and ruining his health in their pursuit, "Mistaken man," said I, "you are providing pain for yourself instead of pleasure. You give too much for your whistle." If I see one fond of appearance or fine clothes, fine houses, fine furniture, fine equipages, all above his fortune, for which he contracts debts and ends his days in prison, alas, say I, he is paid dear, very dear, for his whistle. When I see a beautiful, sweet-tempered girl married to an ill-natured brute of a husband, what a pity, say I, that she should pay so much for a whistle. In short, I can conceive that great part of the miseries of mankind are brought upon them by the false estimates they have made of the value of things, and by their giving too much for their whistle. Benjamin Franklin, His Life, 1. Benjamin Franklin, born in Boston, Massachusetts, January 17, 1706, January 6, Old Style, of humble parents, was one of the heroes of the War of Independence, one of the cleverest of American diplomats, and one of the greatest American politicians and statesmen. But this was not all. He possessed so many talents that he can only be described properly as a universal genius. Franklin's life is one huge catalogue of performances, hard indeed to tabulate, for he went from one thing to another with remarkable rapidity, and excelled in everything that he undertook. A recital of his accomplishments sounds like a round of the old counting game, doctor, lawyer, merchant, chief. He was, in fact, all the list but the thief, even the beggar-man. Franklin's father, Josiah Franklin, a candle-maker, intended that his son should enter the ministry of the Puritan Church, and with this idea sent him, when 8 years old, to the Boston Grammar School. A year of this was too much for the slender means of the father, so Benjamin was sent to George Brownell for instruction. A year of this, and Franklin's school days were ended. He worked in his father's shop for a time, and then apprenticed himself to his brother James, a printer. While engaged in the printing business, and this did not merely consist of setting type and printing books, but in writing articles for his paper, and also many political pamphlets that prepared the way for his future career. He was clerk of the General Assembly in 1736, holding this office until 1751, postmaster in Philadelphia in 1737, and after he gave up the post of clerk of the General Assembly, a member of that body for 13 years, 1751 to 1764. His activity in public affairs was enormous. He organized the first police and fire company in Philadelphia, established an academy which became the University of Pennsylvania, organized an important debating club, the Junto, 1727, took the lead in improving the paving of the city, developed the lighting of the streets, organized a militia force, founded a city hospital, and in every way concerned himself with the bettering of conditions, both civic and political. He undertook to provide Braddock with horses and wagons for the march against Fort Duquesne, and in 1756 he had charge of the northwest frontier for a month, during which he erected blockhouses and watched the wily Indians. In 1757 he was sent to London as agent for the people to petition the crown. He returned home in 1762, expecting to settle down and devote the remainder of his life to scientific investigation and the pleasures of the pen. He brought with him many degrees and honors, and he thought that his public life was over. In 2 years' time, however, he was again sent to England as agent to settle questions in relation to taxation, and represented not only Pennsylvania, but New Jersey, Georgia, and Massachusetts. He remained until 1775, and was therefore in England during all the stormy days of the Stamp Act. On the day after his return, he was elected to the Continental Congress, and was one of the Committee of Five to draw up the Declaration of Independence. On September 26, 1776, he was chosen Commissioner to France with Arthur Lee and Silas Deane, and arrived in Paris on December 22, 1776, after a perilous passage, to be welcomed like a hero. On October 28, 1776, he was appointed sole plenipotentiary to the court of France. In 1781, he was appointed one of a commission to make peace with Great Britain. He returned to Philadelphia in 1785, having made commercial treaties with Sweden 1783 and Prussia 1785. Even then, Franklin's work was not finished. He was elected a member of the Municipal Council of Philadelphia, and was made a delegate to the convention that drew up the federal Constitution. It is interesting also to note that he signed a petition to Congress in 1790 to abolish slavery. He died in Philadelphia on April 17, 1790, aged 84. These extraordinary activities, including those of a politician, diplomat, philanthropist, civic reformer, philosopher, scientist, printer, and author, covered a period of 60 years. And in between all these separate careers, as we might call them, we find stray hours filled with delightful pursuits and such pleasant diversions as studies in the realm of music, improving the musical glasses, and buying Bow, Worcester, and Chelsea china of the newest fashion. Moreover, Franklin always found time to write beautifully and to enjoy social pleasures. The man, too. Benjamin Franklin was the first distinguished American self-made man. He took himself in hand at an early age, and with only 2 years' schooling, educated himself, so that he became a man of science, a man of letters, a philosopher, a statesman, and a diplomat, and acquired a fortune besides. And not only was he all of these things, more than creditably, but he took rank among the greatest minds of the highly educated and scientific 18th century. This was a period of original investigation. Much new thought of all kinds was coming into the world, and Franklin's mind was exactly the type of mind that was characteristic of this age, particularly in France. Apart from his genial personality, and his talent for always doing the right thing and the popular thing socially, his scientific and philosophical tastes were precisely those in fashion in France. How did this man attain to such power and eminence? At 23 he was half-educated and crude. At 40 he was known as one of the most famous scientists of the day and a brilliant writer, and before he was 50 he had received the Copley Medal from the Royal Society, the Freedom of the City of Edinburgh, LL.D. from the University of St. Andrews, degrees from Harvard, Yale, and William and Mary, and, in 1762, D.C.L. from Oxford. What were the characteristics and the tastes, and what was the disposition and the appearance of the extraordinary personage who accomplished all these things? These are questions that are naturally asked. We never think of Franklin in his youth. We picture him according to the Duplessis portrait painted in Paris when he was 72, or according to the old prints that show him wearing the familiar old fur cap and the heavy-rimmed spectacles. Franklin was rather tall, about 5 feet 10 inches, corpulent and heavy with rounded shoulders. He was a good swimmer. He was muscular and strong, and he was a believer in vegetarianism and air baths. In later years he suffered from gout in his foot, and wrote in Paris a humorous dialogue from which we get a very good idea of the old gentleman's habits and tastes. On his appeal to gout to spare him, his persecutor exclaims, "Not a jot. Your rhetoric and your politeness are thrown away. Your apology avails nothing. If your situation in life is a sedentary one, your amusements, your recreations at least, should be active. You ought to walk or ride, or if the weather prevents that, play at billiards. But let us examine your course of life. While the mornings are long, and you have leisure to go abroad, what do? Why, instead of gaining an appetite for breakfast by salutary exercise, you amuse yourself with books, pamphlets, or newspapers, which commonly are not worth the reading. Yet you eat an inordinate breakfast, 4 dishes of tea with cream, and 1 or 2 buttered toasts, with slices of hung beef, which I fancy are not things the most easily digested. Immediately afterwards you sit down to write at your desk, or converse with persons who apply to you on business. Thus the time passes till 1 without any kind of bodily exercise. But all this I could pardon, in regard, as you say, to your sedentary condition. But what is your practice after dinner? Walking in the beautiful garden of those friends with whom you have dined would be the choice of men of sense. Yours is to be fixed down to chess, where you are found engaged for 2 or 3 hours. But notwithstanding his sedentary life, and his gout and his other maladies, Franklin lived to be 84, preserving his extraordinary brightness and gaiety to the last. His mental faculties were unimpaired, his face was fresh and serene, and his spirits were buoyant. This charming vivacity and this play and sparkle of mind greatly contributed towards making Franklin so beloved of the French. His life in Paris was the happiest of his whole career. He was very social, and he therefore enjoyed the Parisian garden parties and dinners, the attractive women, and the literary, scientific, and philosophical men. He left France with reluctance, saying he could never forget the years of happiness that he had spent in the sweet society of a people whose conversation is instructive, whose manners are highly pleasing, and who, above all the nations in the world, have in the greatest perfection the art of making themselves beloved by strangers. Franklin had a great talent for making friends, and one of the greatest pleasures of his life was the enjoyment of his children and grandchildren. He was always ready with a witty retort, and he loved a joke and a hearty laugh. In fact, nothing seemed too large or too small for Benjamin Franklin. Regarding religion, he early revolted against New England Puritanism, and went through various stages of belief, but in his old age he had faith in the immortality of the soul. His tolerance led John Adams to say, "The Catholics thought him a Catholic. The Church of England claimed him. The Presbyterians thought him half a Presbyterian, and the Friends believed him a wet Quaker." Of his morals he has himself written, and he prepared a moral code with comments. Intellectual, practical, industrious, capable, and genial, combining so many qualities in one mind, and with a vast amount of public work achieved, Franklin remains a puzzle, for he seems to have had abundant time to enjoy those social talents which amounted to genius. As a politician and diplomat. 3. Franklin prepared himself unconsciously for political life, even in his boyhood, when he wrote articles for his brother's newspaper attacking the established religious and political system of Massachusetts. In the paper that he established when he was but 23, the Pennsylvania Gazette, he handled the questions of the day in masterly fashion. About this time he published a pamphlet in favor of paper money, which shows how early his mind was directed towards large questions concerning the government. When he joined the Pennsylvania Assembly, he became a leader of the Quaker majority, and, to represent the interests of the colony, he was sent as commissioner or agent to England. He remained there for 5 years, returning to Philadelphia in 1762, only to stay at home until 1764, when he was sent on his second mission to England. This time he remained for 10 years. The period covered the exciting agitations regarding the Stamp Act, its passage, its repeal, and all the tumultuous proceedings that finally led to the Revolution. Franklin's composure during the ordeal of parliamentary investigation, his witty replies, and his brilliant evasions to embarrassing questions greatly enhanced his reputation. His clever satirical essays, published in separate pamphlets, were widely circulated. During this period of activity, Franklin lived in Craven Street, London, pursued his scientific studies, was appointed on committees to put lightning rods on St. Paul's Cathedral and the government's powder magazines, attended meetings of various scientific and learned societies and clubs of which he was a member, was entertained by the nobility, and knew everybody of distinction in the political, scientific, artistic, and literary worlds. Returning home, he was made one of the deputies to the Continental Congress, which met in Philadelphia, and was also a member of the Pennsylvania legislature and a member of the Committee of Safety to prepare the defenses of the province. His most important work was yet to come. In September 1776, he was appointed, by vote of Congress, the agent to represent in France the United Colonies, which had just declared their independence of Great Britain. Accordingly, he left Philadelphia and arrived in France in December. In our infancy of diplomatic service, the old gentleman of 70 was banker, merchant, judge of admiralty, consul, director of the navy, ambassador to France, and negotiator with England for the exchange of prisoners and for peace. He accomplished his mission with such success that he was the idol of the French nation. Franklin was liked by the French for his social qualities, his scientific accomplishments, his philosophical mind, and his humorous and satirical writings. Moreover, he was worshipped as the personification of liberty. His mission in France ended in 1785. The last important work of his life was helping to frame the national document that took the place of the Articles of Confederation, and his plan regarding representation in Congress was the one adopted. The most active period of his life, as he himself has told us, was between his 70th and 80th years. If any statesman ever deserved the name of grand old man, it certainly was Benjamin Franklin. As scientist, 4. One of the stories that has always charmed schoolchildren is that of Dr. Franklin and his kite, and the quaint little illustration that appeared in Franklin's lifetime, and that was printed by him hundreds of times over, is still reproduced in the accounts of this experiment. It was not until 1746 or 1747, after Franklin had been making original researches in science for about 5 years, that he took up the subject of electricity. Franklin was then 41 years old. The subject was literally in the air. Peter Collinson of London had presented to the Philadelphia Library one of the new glass tubes that was rubbed with silk or skin to produce electricity. Franklin began at once to experiment with this tube, and people came in crowds to see his performances. Thomas Hopkinson and Philip Syng, who experimented with him, discovered electrical fire and invented an electrical machine for producing the electrical spark. Franklin discovered what is now known as positive and negative electricity. He also attempted to explain, in his letters to Collinson, thunder and lightning as phenomena of electricity, and in 1759 sent him a paper announcing his invention of the lightning rod and an explanation of its purpose and action. He also suggested an experiment that would prove that lightning was a form of electricity, and, to show that lightning was attracted by points, he proposed that a man should stand on a tall steeple or tower with a pointed rod and draw electricity from the thunderclouds. The experiment was tried in France and England, and Franklin was proclaimed the discoverer of the identity of lightning with electricity. Some of the scientists used a tall metal rod. Franklin now thought of the kite experiment because there were no steeples in Philadelphia tall enough. To an ordinary kite covered with silk, he fixed a sharp, pointed wire rising about a foot above the frame of the kite. To the end of the twine next the hand, a silk ribbon was tied, and where the silk and twine joined, a key was fastened. When the thunderclouds passed over the kite, the pointed wire drew the electric fire from them and down the string to the key, from which electric fire was obtained. This experiment was made in 1752, and the news, as contained in Franklin's simple letter to Mr. Collinson, spread over the world, and with various theatrical embellishments in the telling. Franklin, writes one of his biographers, cannot be ranked among the great men of science, the Newtons, the Keplers, or the Humboldts, Huxleys, or Darwins. He belongs, rather, in the second class, among the minor discoverers. But his discovery of the nature of lightning was so striking, and so capable of arousing the wonder of the masses of mankind, and his invention of the lightning rod was regarded as so valuable, that he has received more popular applause than men whose achievements were greater and more important. His command of language had seldom been put to better use than in explaining the rather subtle ideas and conceptions in the early development of electricity. Even now, after the lapse of 150 years, we seem to gain a fresher understanding of that subject by reading his homely and beautiful explanations, and modern students would have an easier time if Franklin were still here to write their textbooks. Public business and long years of diplomatic service interrupted the original study of science to a great extent, but even so, in England, in France, and in the closing years of his life in Philadelphia, Franklin found time now and then to devote to that loving investigation of nature which, after his 30th year, became the great passion of his life. Everything in the way of scientific research fascinated him. He investigated earthquakes, eclipses, storms, winds, the science of sound, the laws of hot air and its movements, ventilation, waterspouts, phosphorescence, light in seawater, he called it, the cause of saltiness in the sea, the Gulf Stream, rainfall, evaporation, the aurora borealis, light, heat, the daily motion of the earth, and many other subjects. He studied music as a science and invented a new kind of musical glasses, fashionable at that time, called harmonica. He studied political economy in a scientific way and was so interested in agriculture that he tried experiments on his New Jersey farm. He also invented the Pennsylvania fireplace and the Franklin stove. Though his scientific writings are numerous, they are in the form of essays and letters. His investigations and experiments were thus made known to the world in letters to friends in France and England, for, as there were no scientific periodicals in those days, men of learning kept up a lively correspondence and occasionally issued a pamphlet. As man of letters. 5. Franklin was a master of style. He had what critics call a light touch, and he had the rare faculty of making any subject interesting. He even wrote charmingly about stoves. How did he acquire this wonderful skill, this clear and beautiful language which dropped so easily from his pen, however dry the theme? No matter what essay, what letter, what political pamphlet, or what year of Poor Richard we may pick up, we are always held by Franklin's magic personality. His autobiography is considered one of the greatest works of its kind ever written. A careful study of the third volume of Addison's Spectator, and experimenting with it in various ways, seems to have been the beginning of Franklin's literary education. It was a queer task for a young boy, particularly one of an uncultured family, to impose upon himself, but he tells us that he was encouraged, for I thought I might possibly in time come to be a tolerable English writer, of which I was extremely ambitious. Moreover, he fed himself on the best literature, and this, too, was extraordinary for a boy in his position. Some of his early essays, published in pamphlet form, have very dry titles. A Dissertation on Liberty, Necessity, and Pain, and A Modest Inquiry into the Nature and Necessity of Paper Currency, are hardly alluring, but these papers are full of shrewd reasoning and common sense, qualities that are conspicuous in all his future writings. Franklin's newspaper articles were a splendid preparation for his political work. Franklin was very fond of paraphrasing the Bible in a humorous way, and fond of hoaxes like the Edict of the King of Prussia, in which he made Frederick the Great claim a right to the Kingdom of Great Britain, because the British Isles were originally Anglo-Saxon colonies, and, having reached a flourishing condition, deserved to be levied upon. Franklin greatly enjoyed seeing the English take this seriously. It was copied widely. So was another satire of 1773, called Rules for Reducing a Great Empire to a Small One, descriptive of the British government. While in France, his pen was always busy. Many of his letters were practically essays. For Madame Brillon, the Ephemera, the Morals of Chess, Dialogue between Franklin and the Gout, Story of the Whistle, and Petition of the Left Hand were written. Franklin's letters, so numerous and so witty, cover all periods of his life. His electrical experiments and theories were all announced in this form. His letters written home from England before the Revolution are delightful reading. Poor Richard was a real creation. The character made Franklin known in England and France before he lived in those countries. It was quite common 100 years ago, writes a biographer, to charge Franklin with being a plagiarist. It is true that the sayings of Poor Richard, and a great deal that went to make up the almanac, were taken from Rabelais, Bacon, Rochefoucauld, Roy Palmer, and others. But Poor Richard changed and rewrote them to suit his purpose, and gave most of them a far wider circulation than they had before. There is no little enemy. Keep your eyes wide open before marriage, half shut afterwards. Lend money to an enemy, and thou'lt gain him. To a friend, and thou'lt lose him. Necessity never made a good bargain. A word to the wise is enough. God helps those that help themselves. The sleeping fox catches no poultry. Drive thy business, let that not drive thee. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Experience keeps a dear school, but fools will learn in no other, are some of Poor Richard's proverbs that have passed into our everyday speech. As printer. 6. Benjamin Franklin, printer, was Franklin's favorite way of describing himself. He was, indeed, a printer all his life. When only 12, he became apprentice to his half-brother James, but quarreled with him and ran away, finally reaching Philadelphia. Here he obtained employment and the patronage of Sir William Keith, governor of Pennsylvania and Delaware, who gave him the public printing to do. Persuaded to try his fortune in London with Keith's patronage, Franklin set sail with high hopes, but, on arriving, he found that Keith had played him false, and that no letter of credit, as promised, awaited him. After a year and a half of struggle and adventure, he was back in Philadelphia working at his trade. Franklin was now 21. In a short time he started in business with a partner, and the firm of Franklin and Meredith limped along slowly but surely until Franklin became possessed of the leading newspaper in Philadelphia, to which he gave a new title, the Pennsylvania Gazette. This he improved in every way, making it the best and most widely read newspaper in the colonies. By this time, 1729, Franklin had a very well-trained pen, and his journalistic writings and published pamphlets had attracted much attention. He now dropped his partner, and, to help out his small income, he opened a shop where he sold stationery, goose feathers, soap, liquors, and groceries. About this time he printed the Laws of Delaware. The Pennsylvania Gazette grew better and better all the time, for it contained anecdotes, extracts from English newspapers, and articles which Franklin had written for and read to his club, the Junto. In colonial days, every printer issued an almanac. Franklin followed the rule, but the annual he published differed in no way from any of the others until 1733, when Franklin, having nobody to prepare his almanac, had to write it himself. He published it as the work of a Richard Saunders, called in Franklin's genial way Poor Richard. In a note to courteous reader, Poor Richard introduced himself, little anticipating the success he was to have. Poor Richard's almanac appeared every year thereafter for 25 years, the annual sale averaging 10,000 copies a year, far in excess of any other colonial publication. Poor Richard is now a classic. Even those that have not read it have heard of it. Moreover, many people quote the homely proverbs without knowing it, for Poor Richard's wisdom became part and parcel of our English speech long ago. Sometimes it has been published as Father Abraham's Speech and The Way to Wealth, and it has been translated into every modern language. Besides his newspaper and almanac printing, Franklin printed books. He brought out the first novel ever published in America, Richardson's Pamela, 1744. Franklin's tremendous industry and his general thrift made him successful enough to retire at the age of 42. Then came a brief interval before his political career began in earnest, during which he lived more like a man of taste and a scholar accustomed to cultured surroundings than a self-made man who had battled for years with the material world. The year 1748, though marking the end of Franklin's career as active printer, did not terminate his interest in the setting of type and issuing his writings from his own press. Even in Passy, when in the midst of his busy diplomatic duties, he had a printing press of his own from which he issued those bagatelles that so charmed the French ladies of his acquaintance. Cleverly the printer speaks in the famous epitaph, "The body of Benjamin Franklin, printer. Like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out and stripped of its lettering and gilding, lies here food for worms, but the work shall not be lost, for it will, as he believed, appear once more in a new and more elegant edition, revised and corrected by the author." Franklin's grandson, William Temple Franklin, who claimed to have the original manuscript, said the date upon it was 1728. This disposes of the theory that Franklin took the idea from the Latin epitaph of an Eton schoolboy, published in the Gentleman's Magazine for February 1736. But as writing comic epitaphs was a fashion in those days, there is no reason why both should not have been original. The Mentor, Department of Biography, May 15, 1918. Benjamin Franklin, by Albert Bushnell Hart, Professor of Government, Harvard University. Think of an American Revolution without Benjamin Franklin. As well think of English literature without Shakespeare, a Civil War without Lincoln. Franklin was the Revolution itself. That is, he prepared the way for it, represented it, infused it with his lively spirit. He was indispensable. If the British had carried out their cheerful project of hanging Sam Adams, Patrick Henry would have continued to breathe out the flame of liberty. Washington and Franklin, however, were unique figures. Without the courage, faith, and personal leadership of Washington, the Army would have gone to pieces at Valley Forge, and the United States of America would have been postponed. On the other hand, it was Franklin's cool sagacity that first convinced the French and then the British that there was an America, that several million people were determined to cling together as a nation. Washington was the standing proof of the willingness of Americans to fight for self-government. Franklin was the man who went far to convince the world that Americans were capable of carrying on their government after they got it. Besides his reputation as the greatest American writer of his time and the most renowned scientific man, he gained and deserved the repute of being a main supporting pillar of the new United States of America. Franklin in Massachusetts. In a time when most Americans passed their lives within the borders of their own colony, Franklin was a citizen of 2 colonies and an official of 4. He honored Massachusetts by being born in Boston in 1706, the son of an immigrant, like millions after him, his father being of English birth. Benjamin was a human kind of boy, eager to run away to sea. Went to the kind of school kept by a schoolmaster only 2 years of his life. Educated himself on a mixed diet of John Bunyan, Plutarch's Lives, and The Spectator. Became a kind of printer's devil to his brother James, and early got into trouble through incautious writing for the newspapers. At 17, the graceless youth ran away from home. Yet he came back 4 times to visit Boston, and toward the end of his life wrote, "I long much to see again my native place and to lay my bones there. My best wishes attend my dear country." Franklin as a Pennsylvanian. On his arrival in Philadelphia in 1723, Benjamin Franklin began to make himself a commonwealth builder, and for more than 30 years he was one of the motive forces in that colony. From the first, he found himself more at home in Philadelphia than in Boston. A man never over-disposed to self-denial, he enjoyed the comfort, the good dinners, the pleasant associations, the building up of social forces. Still, at that time, Franklin had a much greater interest in Benjamin Franklin than the community around him. He even showed the unusual enterprise of going abroad in 1725, a practice commonly reserved for wealthy colonials who wanted to spend their money like gentlemen. Returning in 1727, he first of all laid the foundations of a printing business large and profitable for the time. In 1729, then only 23 years old, he started a newspaper for himself, which speedily made him a force in the community. Once launched as a publisher, Franklin extended his ventures more and more widely, and in 1740 he founded a general magazine, and was one of the first Americans to discover how much money can be sunk in a literary periodical and in how short a time. In 1732, he began the most popular and the most effective of all his publications, Poor Richard's Almanac, an annual which sold the incredible number of 10,000 a year, and which applied the sagacity and humor of the writer to setting forth a standard of morals, which, however utilitarian and self-seeking, had a powerful influence upon a crude and growing people. Indeed, it is almost the only bit of American literature that circulated throughout the colonies and infused a national spirit into the half-century preceding the Revolution. Once established as a man of property and influence, Franklin bent his energies to setting up a new standard of education. In 1743, he issued proposals for an Academy of Learning, and in 1744 founded the American Philosophical Society. In 1749, he raised the great sum of £5,000 for the new school and secured an excellent building for it. This far-reaching plan also included a free school for the instruction of poor children in reading, writing, and arithmetic, apparently the first suggestion of a free school in his commonwealth. In 1755, his school developed into a college, which subsequently became the University of Pennsylvania. No man in America had such solid and thoroughgoing views as to the value of education. As has been the case with many journalists, his calling speedily brought him into political relations, for he was chosen to be the official printer of the colonial legislature, and thereafter, for 59 years, was seldom out of some form of public employment. Thus established as a kind of public character, Franklin set himself to improve both city and colonial governments. In 1737, he was made postmaster of Philadelphia and caused great surprise by his prompt and accurate financial accounts. Benjamin Franklin also organized himself into the first Good Government Club on record. Backed by at least half the press of the city, for he owned one of the two newspapers, and unanimously supported by the postmaster, he demanded a regeneration of the city. Eventually, he succeeded in dispossessing the old constables who served in rotation, and in securing a police force, paid for that special service. He organized a fire company which not only operated its hand engine when necessary, but carried materials for covering and protecting goods. He was also the first of many exasperated persons to criticize the Philadelphia pavements. When later elected member of the Common Council, and then an alderman and also a local justice of peace, Franklin, like some other good Philadelphia citizens, became rather apathetic. Nevertheless, these honors were not unwelcome, for he said of himself, "I shall never ask, never refuse, nor ever resign an office." By this time, Franklin was involved in the public life of the colony. In 1736, he obtained the office of Clerk to the General Assembly, which he continued to hold for many years. Colonial affairs became especially important when war broke out with France and Spain in 1744. The Quakers were then the great problem in the Pennsylvania government. Since their principles forbade them to fight or even to vote money for military purposes. Franklin relates that by a judicious application of Madeira wine to the gullet of Governor Clinton of New York, he borrowed 18 cannon for the defense of Philadelphia. He did more. He so aroused the Quakers that, although they refused to authorize the purchase of powder for the army because that was an ingredient of war, they voted an aid to New England of £3,000 to be put into the hands of the governor, and appropriated it for the purchase of bread, flour, wheat, or other grain. The governor accepted with the remark, "I shall take the money, for I understand very well their meaning. Other grain is gunpowder." Franklin himself suggested that the Quakers be importuned to permit the purchase of a fire engine, and then, said he, "we will buy a great gun, which is certainly a fire engine." From his position of political and intellectual influence in Pennsylvania, Franklin easily passed into the larger field of general colonial policies and public service. In 1754, he was made one of the commissioners to a joint congress of 7 colonies which met at Albany. From beginning to end of that meeting, he was the leading spirit, and he prepared what is practically the first plan for a federal constitution. This was to include a Grand Council, which is the earliest suggestion of a national legislature. The Congress of Albany liked the plan and approved it, but the home government frowned upon it, and Franklin records that the assemblies did not adopt it, as they all thought there was too much prerogative in it, and in England it was judged to have too much of the democratic. Franklin called to mind the Confederation of the Iroquois, and marveled that the 6 nations of ignorant slaves should be capable of forming a scheme for such a union, and be able to execute it in such a manner, so that it has subsisted for ages and appears indissoluble, and yet that a like union should be impracticable for 10 or a dozen English colonies. In the war that followed, Franklin showed himself almost the only vigorous administrator. He was the man who found the wagons necessary for Braddock's expedition. He was even chosen colonel of a militia regiment. Then, in 1757, he was sent by the Pennsylvania Assembly to be the agent of the colony in England, and thus entered on a new and important career. Many Englishmen found their way to the American colonies and made reputations there. Franklin was one of the few Americans that became renowned in England. For years, he stood for the thought that Englishmen in Great Britain and the colonies were alike citizens of a common Anglo-Saxon empire which might look forward to a glorious future. He even ventured to assert that the foundations of the future grandeur and stability of the British Empire lie in America. The English government bestowed upon him the important post of Deputy Postmaster General for the colonies. He so impressed the men of learning that he received doctorates of law from the universities of St. Andrews, Oxford, and Edinburgh. Yet his public functions were the lesser part of his influence. He found friends everywhere, and by his personal relations with ministers and private persons affected the minds of the British. The colonies of Georgia, New Jersey, and Massachusetts also designated him as their agent, and his various public offices brought him the large income for that time of £1,500 a year. When the question of the Stamp Act arose in 1766, Franklin appeared before the House of Commons to protest, and in his examination occurred the famous passage, "Question: Can anything less than a military force carry the Stamp Act into execution? Answer: I do not see how a military force could be applied to that purpose. Question: Why may it not? Answer: Suppose a military force be sent into America. They will find nobody in arms. What are they then to do? They cannot force a man to take stamps who chooses to do without them. They will not find a rebellion. They will indeed make one." Franklin's position had great weight in bringing about the repeal of the Stamp Act, and thereafter he strove with all his might to prevent the breaking up of the empire. When the storm broke in 1775, Franklin needed to make no choice. An American through and through, he never thought of anything but casting his lot with that of his countrymen, and on March 21st, 1775, he left England and became an original son of the American Revolution. The conditions have never been better set forth than in his own words, and now the affair is nearly in the situation of Friar Bacon's project of making a brazen wall round England for its eternal security. His servant, Friar Bungay, slept while the brazen head, which was to dictate how it may be done, said, "Time is and time was." He only waked to hear it say, "Time is past." Franklin in the Revolution. When Franklin arrived at Philadelphia, May 5th, he found himself at once a member and a leader in a body of men who, without any legal mandate, were called upon to create, to organize, and to defend the United States. The day after Franklin's arrival in America, he was designated by Pennsylvania as a member of the Continental Congress, which was to meet shortly. A few days later, he was elected a member of the Pennsylvania Colonial Assembly. The next year, he was chosen member and president of the State Constitutional Convention, and in 1776 he was appointed envoy of the United States to France. Besides these dignities, in that year and a half, he was one of the half-dozen men who designated the framework of the future state and national governments of America. July 21st, 1775, Franklin formally presented to Congress a skillful plan for a federal government, which was the foundation stone of the present federal Constitution. It contains some things out of the Albany Plan of 1754, and had it been adopted as it stood, would have been a better instrument of government than was later drawn up by Congress. Franklin proposed and urged a strong, vigorous, and well-knit union. He was also a member of the committee to draw up the Declaration of Independence in 1776. His principal contribution to the discussion was his famous retort when somebody said, "We must all hang together." Yes, we must all hang together, or we shall all hang separately. Franklin took an honorable part in the Pennsylvania Constitutional Convention of 1776, and to him was due the fine phrase in the Pennsylvania Bill of Rights, that all men have a natural and inalienable right to worship Almighty God according to the dictates of their own consciences and understanding. Franklin as a diplomat. Benjamin Franklin was now 70 years old, and said of himself to a fellow member of Congress, "I am old and good for nothing, but as the storekeepers say of their remnants of cloth, I am but a fag end, and you may have me for whatever you please to give." Yet he accepted the most important post of his life when, in September 1776, he was elected Commissioner to France. There, for 9 years, he served his country as the most popular, most sagacious, and most successful foreign minister ever appointed by the United States. He was not merely a diplomatic representative. He was a commercial and financial agent, fitted out vessels, issued commissions, borrowed money. Well did Horace Walpole say of him that Franklin was furnishing materials for writing the history of the decline of the British Empire. Without Franklin, the two treaties of 1778 with France could not have been obtained. By his personal relations with Englishmen of note, he was the natural starting point for overtures of concord, and in the negotiations of the peace of 1782, he stood alongside the eager, impetuous, and hotly national John Adams and the courteous, high-bred, and determined John Jay as chief of that remarkable triumvirate of negotiators. After all, Franklin's chief service abroad was not so much the obtaining of favorable terms as the maintaining of American character. Who could deny the right to be a nation to a people whose best aspirations were typified by this shrewd, hard-headed, kindly man, a gallant among the fashionables, a philosopher among scientists, a statesman among ministers, a man among men? Franklin in the Federal Convention. At 79 years of age, most men expect retirement, and it was very grateful to Franklin that on his return to America in 1785, he should almost immediately be chosen by Pennsylvania to be President of the Commonwealth. His universal popularity was shown by the people of western North Carolina, now East Tennessee, who in 1784 set up a short-lived frontier commonwealth, to which, by way of compliment, they gave the name of Franklin. In 1787, Franklin readily accepted membership in the Federal Convention as one of the Pennsylvania delegation. He was somewhat out of touch with the real difficulties of the time, and most of his suggestions were overruled. But his influence throughout was in favor of a well-organized, strong central government, and he was almost the only member to introduce an element of humanity and good humor. On the last day of the convention, he rose to urge a spirit of compromise, a willingness to yield something of one's own opinion, to avoid the spirit of a certain French lady who, in a dispute with her sister, said, "I don't know how it happens, sister, but I meet with nobody but myself that is always in the right." When at the end signatures of the members were appended, numerous enough to make it likely that the Constitution would be accepted by the people, Franklin looked at the sun painted behind the president's chair and made a comment which is as applicable to his own reputation as it was to the new federal Constitution. "I have often and often in the course of the session, and the vicissitudes of my hopes and fears as to its issue, looked at that sun behind the president without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know that it is a rising and not a setting sun." This was the end of Franklin's public life. 3 years later he died, full of years and honor, with the established reputation of a man of learning, power, and statesmanship. Possessed of a calm dignity that impressed even the frivolous court of France, he added a love of fun such as no other great American public man has shown except Abraham Lincoln. His autobiography abounds in delightful pictures of the gawky youth and the serene statesman. His vast powers belong to his country. His great endeavors went into federal government, which he helped to found, to protect, and to restate in the immortal Constitution of 1787. That is his best monument. Daylight saving. Franklin's Idea. There was nothing of any significance in the affairs of mankind that escaped Benjamin Franklin's attention. Not only political, social, commercial, literary, and artistic matters concerned him, but likewise the many problems, great and small, that had to be met in the course of the day's work. He was the first to conceive the idea of daylight saving, which means that he was, in practical wisdom, 130 odd years ahead of his time. On an early morning walk along the streets of London in 1784, the thought first came to Franklin, and in passing it on to the world at large he said, "In a walk through the Strand and Fleet Street one morning at 7 o'clock, I observed there was not one shop open, although it had been daylight and the sun up above 3 hours, the inhabitants of London choosing voluntarily to live by candlelight and sleep by sunshine, and yet often complaining a little absurdly of the duty on candles and the high price of tallow." Soon thereafter, in the Journal de Paris, he published an article, later appearing among his essays, under the title An Economical Project, which further elaborated the advantages of daylight saving, namely, of turning the clock forward an hour so that everybody would live 1 hour longer by daylight and 1 hour less by artificial light. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Chapter 21 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 2. The Mentor, 1916-0201. Number 100. The Ring of the Nibelung by Henry T. Finck, Department of Fine Arts, Volume 3. Do you stand for Richard Wagner, or do you not? That question was enough to sever friendships 50 years ago. It created a riot at the Paris Opera in 1861. Wagner's art admitted of no compromise. It was either gospel or apocrypha, and it had to be accepted as one or the other. It commanded enthusiastic administration or provoked strident resentment. Many came to rail and remained to worship. Some came in curiosity and left in dismay. For half a century, Richard Wagner was the center of bitter conflict, but the people listened to him and seemed to appreciate and understand. In the blackest hours, the messages of Franz Liszt, Wagner's best friend, sustained him. Be of good cheer, the people are with you. So through half a century, the music drama withstood the assaults of criticism and ridicule, and the burden of proof now rests with the opposition. The secret of Wagner's success with the people, and of his influence on dramatic art, lies in his naturalness of expression. His dramas are epic poems of primitive elemental life, and they breathe the fresh, vigorous spirit of the morning of time. His music commands our interest, even before we fully understand. It makes an irresistible appeal to our feelings. His art is the art that conceals art. His music seems to us so natural. As the dramatic situation rises in intensity, so his music seems to lift us on an ever-swelling flood until we are moved to our depths, though we may not know why. We are simply conscious of having assisted at something which has swept us momentarily out of ourselves into a world of throbbing emotion, and the proportions of the drama before us are so well determined that it is hard to say which of all the various scenes has touched us most. It is as though we had walked in a great forest, where the rich variety and completeness of nature's handiwork had been so absorbing that the memory could not recall vividly the outlines of single objects. We get a certain intellectual satisfaction from following the details of Wagner's art, but the supreme enjoyment is in the effect of mass. The Music Drama. Monograph number 1 in the Mentor Reading Course. Music drama, as Mr. Finck says, is quite different from opera. In Wagner's early years, opera, for the most part, was a weak, vapid thing dramatically. The plot foolish and flat. The music a string of songs, duets, quartets, and choruses connected by dull recitative. The music was showy, and of a kind to display the skill of the singer rather than the composer, and prima donnas at the time in their vanity would embellish this most florid music with additional vocal flourishes. Richard Wagner composed operas before he perfected his music drama, but in several of these operas, The Flying Dutchman, Tannhäuser, and Lohengrin, he gave plain imitations of the principles which he developed later, in what he called the art work of the future. Instinctively he reached out toward his ultimate object in art before he had fully formulated his ideas, and the composers whom he admired were those who had made music a means of true dramatic expression: Gluck, Mozart, and Weber in opera, and Schubert in song. All of them made music the expression of the composer's intentions as against the vanity of the singer. Mozart defeated the despotic methods of prima donnas in some cases by making his arias so difficult technically that the singers could not add any embellishments of their own. But while insisting on the claims of the composer, none of these great musicians thought of allowing the drama to determine the form and style of the music. That is an essential principle in the music drama. The music does not simply accompany the drama, it is itself the very expression of the drama. The Rhine music, 135 bars, opening Rheingold, is not simply an appropriate accompaniment to the flow of the river. It is the river translated into musical form, so much so that if played in a concert room, apart from the scene of the murky Rhine depths in which the Rhine maidens are circling, it would have no meaning. And while a great deal of Wagner's music lends itself readily to concert production, and is popular as such, the interest in it is a combined music and dramatic one. The music drama is not a single art, it is a manifold art, combining the arts of poetry, painting, sculpture, and music. Wagner contended that the arts strayed away and fell backward after the days of the glory of Greek drama, because each art tried to develop and perfect itself separately in its own way. Wagner asserted that the way to the true, full, perfected artwork was to reunite these arts in the music drama. This theory he set forth in many writings and finally expressed in his compositions. His music drama, therefore, gives full expression for the poet in the text of the play, for the painter in the scenic effects, for the sculptor in the statuesque groups on the stage, and for the composer in the musical expression which completes the combination. And none of these contributors, not even the composer, dominates or controls the others, not even accompanies them. The elements of the music drama are more closely interwoven than that. The contributing arts are amalgamated in one single complete art, and this is what Wagner called the art work of the future. The Festival House at Bayreuth, monograph number 2 in the Mentor reading course. It was in 1870 that Wagner's dream of a theater of his own gave promise of full realization. In 1864, King Ludwig of Bavaria, at the age of 19, gave Wagner his patronage and backed him financially. By this means, in the year 1865 through 1870, Tristan, Meistersinger, Rheingold, and Valkyrie were performed in Munich. The king wanted the festival house there, but the court and the populace regarded this plan with jealous resentment. Moreover, Wagner preferred a more remote place, better suited to fostering a new art undertaking. So the little town of Bayreuth was chosen. Wagner obtained from the municipality a free grant of land for a festival theater and his own house. The architect, Gottfried Semper, was commissioned to prepare definite plans. Everything was settled but the money, and the estimated cost was 1,125,000 francs. Wagnerian societies were formed all over Europe and in the United States, and the interest of financial men in Germany was secured. The foundation stone of the Festival Theater was laid with great ceremony by Wagner himself on May 22, 1872, the 59th anniversary of his birth. The work of construction proceeded rapidly, although the subscriptions were short of the total sum required. Ludwig made up the amount lacking. Thus, after 40 years of struggle, Wagner saw his colossal project realized in 1876, when the Festival Theater was opened for the production of The Ring of the Nibelung. 3 representations of The Ring took place during the summer of that year. Then for 6 years it was impossible to open the theater for want of money. In 1882 Parsifal was produced there, and since then festival performances have taken place there about every 2 years. Wagner, however, died in 1883, so he saw only 2 of his own great music festivals. The theater was a model in its way, which means in Wagner's way. It was planned entirely with the thought of the performance, and not at all for the display of the audience. It contains 1,344 seats arranged in a fan-shaped amphitheater. There are 30 rows of seats, and at the very back of the hall there are 9 boxes, reserved for the royalty and for Wagner's invited guests. Above the boxes there is a large gallery containing 200 seats. The orchestra is sunk and invisible. Musicians descend on steps a long way under the stage into a kind of cave, which has received the name in Bayreuth of the Mystic Abyss. The space reserved for the stage is even larger than the hall. The curtain divides the building almost into 2 equal parts. There is no foyer for the public. The audience steps out readily from any of the rows in the auditorium directly into the outer air, and can find refuge and refreshment in one of the many cafe restaurants in the vicinity. On the same floor with the royal boxes, an annex was built in 1882 which affords entertainment rooms for privileged guests. The spirit that permeates the Festival Theater is one of unselfish devotion. The characteristic of everyone who takes part there is a complete surrender of personal interests. Each one comes to Bayreuth with a sole purpose of contributing the utmost to the festival play. Therefore, no one, singer or members of the orchestra or chorus, instructors or conductors, scene shifters or aides, receive any salary or reward. Their travel expenses are paid, and they are lodged in Bayreuth at the expense of the administration. that is all, and in return they are treated not as paid artists, but as honored guests. Das Rheingold, monograph number 3 in the Mentor reading course. In the beginning, gold, the symbol of human desire, laid in the bed of the Rhine. It was worshipped and attended by the daughters of the Rhine. Then it was stolen from them. In the end, it was restored to them, but between the beginning and the end it carried its curse through many tragic chapters. This treasure was called the Rheingold, and when wrought into a ring, it gave its owner universal power. One condition only went with the Rheingold. He who owned it must renounce love forever. 3 beautiful maidens of the Rhine guarded the gold, and Alberich, the ugly king of the Nibelungs, the dwarves who lived underground, tried to make love to them. They rejected him scornfully, and so the dwarf, seeing the gold in the river and knowing its power, forswore love forever, and seizing the treasure, bore it off to his underground home. Just at this time, Wotan and the other gods were building a marvelous castle. They did not have the strength to build this palace by themselves, so they had called the giants to their aid. For their pay, Wotan promised them the goddess of youth, Freya. As her loss would bring old age and decay upon the gods, he never meant to keep his promise, a habit of Wotan's, by the way. He trusted to the cunning of Loge, the fire god, to get him out of the predicament. When appealed to, however, Loge declared that after searching all heaven and earth he could find no way out of the difficulty. But he also reported that he had heard of the stealing of the Rheingold, and suggested that perhaps the giants would take the ring of the Nibelung in place of Freya, if the gods could get it away from Alberich. The giants, between whom and the Nibelungs a feud had existed for a long time, knew that if Alberich kept the ring, he would have dominion over them. So they agreed that if the gods would get them the Rhine treasure, they would give up their claim to Freya. Therefore, Wotan and Loge descended to Nibelheim. There they found Alberich gathering together a great hoard of treasure by the aid of the magic ring. Furthermore, Mime, one of his lieutenants, had made him a helmet by which he could change his shape or become invisible. Loge suggested that to prove the power of the helmet, Alberich changed himself into a toad. The dwarf did this, and the gods promptly seized and bound him. Then they forced him to give up the helmet and the ring. Alberich had to agree, but he uttered a curse on the ring that brought death and destruction to everyone who owned it. When the giants came for their reward, they placed their tall spears upright in the ground before Freya and demanded a pile of gold high enough to conceal her. However, when all the gold was heaped together, and even the magic helmet added to the pile, there was still a chink through which the eye of the goddess could be seen. To fill this, the giants demanded the ring. Wotan did not want to part with this, but the goddess Erda appeared and warned him against the curse, so he added it to the heap. The curse immediately began its work. Fafnir, one of the giants, claimed the greater part of the hoard of gold for himself. When Fasold, the other giant, resented this, he slew him. This was but the first of the many tragedies that followed the ring. A beautiful rainbow bridge now appeared, spanning the valley, and over this the gods passed, and entered their new palace of Valhall. Die Valkyrie, monograph number 4 in the Mentor reading course. Wotan and the rest of the gods were in a serious dilemma. They must not get back the cursed ring, for its possession would bring ruin, and yet, if they left it with the giant Fafnir, Alberich might recover it and make the gods his slaves. there was only one way out of the dilemma. The ring must go to someone whom the gods need not fear. As long as no enemy had the ring, the gods were safe enough in their new citadel. This was guarded by the Valkyr maidens, all daughters of Wotan and Erda. Their mission was to follow mortals in combat and to carry the fallen heroes on their horses to Valhall to form its guard. Having provided for present safety, Wotan looked to the future. He went to the earth, and uniting himself with a mortal woman under the name of Valse, meaning wolf, he founded the formidable race of the Valsungs, Siegmund and Sieglinde, on whom he had set his hopes. Sieglinde grew to maturity, was carried off and married against her will to the rough hunter Hunding. One night, to the hut where Hunding and Sieglinde were living, came Siegmund, a fugitive, wearied with conflict and battered by the storm. He had been fighting with Hunding, and had entered the very home of his enemy. Sieglinde came in and found him lying exhausted by the hearth. She gave him a refreshing draught. Then came Hunding, to whom Siegmund told his story, thereby revealing himself as his host's foe. Hunding would not fight him in his own home, but challenged him to combat the next day. That night, Siegmund and Sieglinde discovered their identity and decided to fly together. At the wedding feast of Hunding and Sieglinde, a mysterious stranger, who was none other than the god Wotan himself, had thrust up to its hilt in the trunk of the tree which supported their dwelling a sword, which, he said, could only be withdrawn by the bravest of men. Siegmund proved his right to the sword by drawing it forth with ease. Then the two Volsungs fled out into the night. Wotan knew of the inevitable conflict between Hunding and Siegmund, and he summoned Brünnhilde, the Valkyr, and ordered her to give Siegmund aid. But Fricka, the wife of Wotan, the ever-jealous guardian of the properties, demanded that Siegmund be killed. Against his will, Wotan yielded and commanded Brünnhilde to see that Siegmund lost the combat. Wotan also told Brünnhilde of the ring and of the fatal spell. The giant Fafnir, in the form of a dragon, guarded this ring. It could only be won by a hero unaided by the gods. Wotan thought that he had such a hero in Siegmund, but Siegmund was not a free agent, since Wotan had been the moving spirit in all his actions. Brünnhilde then appeared to Siegmund and told him of his fate, but her heart melted at the despair of the lovers, and when the fight began she protected the hero. Wotan thereupon appeared and interposed his spear, causing Siegmund to be killed. The sword, Nothung, was shivered into many pieces. Brünnhilde fled with Sieglinde. For her disobedience, Wotan revoked the divinity of Brünnhilde. He condemned her to wed the mortal, who should rouse her from the slumber into which he was about to cast her. The Valkyr besought him that none but the bravest hero on earth should awaken her. Wotan granted her wish, and promised that she should be guarded by magic fire. Wotan then kissed Brünnhilde and cast her into slumber. He struck his staff on the rocks and summoned Loge, the fire god. In answer, flames sprang up and surrounded the sleeping Valkyr maiden. Siegfried, monograph number 5 in the Mentor reading course. In the depths of a mighty forest stood a hut, and there dwelt a brave, strong, handsome youth in company with a mean little dwarf. Every day the dwarf was busy forging a sword. The dwarf was Mime, brother of Alberich, the king of the Nibelungs, and the youth was Siegfried, the son of Siegmund and Sieglinde. After Brünnhilde had been cast into slumber by Wotan, Mime took upon himself the care of Sieglinde. When she died, he brought her son up to manhood. This was not kind-heartedness on the part of Mime, but crafty wisdom. He knew that Siegfried was destined to be a mighty hero, and he hoped that the youth might slay Fafner, the dragon, and recover the ring for the Nibelungs. Sieglinde had entrusted to Mime the pieces of the sword Nothung, and although the dwarf knew that no other weapon would serve for the slaying of Fafner, he also realized that he was unequal to the task of forging the pieces together again. Therefore, he kept trying to make other swords for Siegfried to use, but the youth broke them all. One day, Siegfried, angry at Mime's continued failure to make him a suitable sword, rushed out of the cabin in anger. Then a stranger, who was none other than Wotan himself, in the guise of a wanderer, appeared to Mime, and in a contest of riddles forced from Mime the confession of his failure, and then revealed to him that Nothung could only be forged anew by one to whom fear was unknown. When Siegfried returned, Mime admitted his inability to forge the sword, and told the youth to try it himself. As Siegfried knew no fear, he was successful. Then Mime told Siegfried that he would lead him to the dragon Fafner. Siegfried, led by Mime, came to the dragon's cave, and in a wood scene of great beauty sat listening to the song of birds, and replied to them joyously with his horn. Fafner, the dragon, was finally roused by Siegfried's horn, and came out of his cave breathing threats and fiery blasts. After a mighty battle, Siegfried slew him. Siegfried's hand was scorched by the fiery blood of the dragon, and he placed it to his lips to cool it. On tasting the blood, he was able to understand the song of a bird that told him to take possession of both the ring and the helmet, and to be on guard against Mime. Consequently, when the dwarf attempted to give him a poisoned drink, Siegfried killed him. Then the bird told Siegfried of Brunhilde, who could only be wakened from her slumber by one who knew no fear, and who could penetrate the ring of magic fire. Siegfried said that he had never known what fear was, and he followed the bird to where the Valkyr maiden slumbered. In the meantime, in his perplexity, Wotan summoned Erda and sought counsel with her. Could she tell him how to stop the rolling wheel of destruction? But Erda's wisdom could avail him nothing now, and Wotan resigned himself to the downfall of the gods. Then he confronted Siegfried on his way to Brunhilde and barred his way with a spear to test his courage and strength. Without hesitation, Siegfried cut the spear in two with his sword and made his way through the flames to the summit of the mountain, where he found Brunhilde sleeping on a rock under a fir tree. Siegfried gazed at the slumbering maiden in amazement. Then, removing Brunhilde's helmet, he woke her with a kiss. At first she shrank in terror from her fate. Then, recognizing Siegfried as the son of Siegmund, and as the bravest hero in the world, whose coming she had herself foretold, she confessed her love for him, and yielded in ecstasy to his embrace. Die Gotterdammerung, monograph number 6 in the Mentor reading course. While Siegfried and Brunhilde were happy together, Siegfried must needs go forth to seek further adventures. He gave Brunhilde the ring as a pledge of fidelity, and she presented him with her shield and her horse Grane. Siegfried journeyed along the Rhine to the palace of the Gibichungs, Gunther and his sister Gutrune. Hagen, their half-brother, the son of Alberich, lived there with them. Alberich had imposed upon Hagen the task of regaining the ring. Therefore, on seeing Siegfried, he began to plot. Gutrune, at his suggestion, gave the hero a magic drink which made him love her and forget Brünnhilde. So when Gunther expressed his desire for a wife, Siegfried promised him the Valkyr Brünnhilde, claiming as a reward the hand of Gutrune. In the meantime, Brünnhilde, awaiting the return of Siegfried, was visited by another Valkyr, Waltraute, who begged her to give up the fatal ring to the Rhine maidens and so save the gods from destruction. But this Brünnhilde refused to do, counting Siegfried's love a greater treasure than her lost divinity. Siegfried then appeared to her in the form of Gunther, which he had assumed by means of the magic helmet. He forced the ring from her and commanded her to accept Gunther as her husband. Brünnhilde was taken by her new husband to the palace of the Giebelungs. When she arrived there and saw Siegfried with Gutrune, she at once accused him of having betrayed both herself and Gunther. The crafty Hagen then promised Brünnhilde and Gunther to avenge them on Siegfried. A hunting party was arranged, and during it Siegfried, who had become separated from the others, was met by the 3 Rhine maidens, who entreated him to give back the ring. He refused, even when they told him that his refusal would mean that he should die that day. Then the others of the party came up, and during the meal Hagen gave Siegfried a magic potion, under the influence of which memory returned to him, and he told the story of Mima the dragon and the forest bird. As he was in the midst of his tale, 2 ravens flew out of the thicket behind him, and he turned to look at them. Hagen immediately speared him in the back, the only vulnerable spot in his body. Brünnhilde had made the hero invulnerable with this exception, for she knew that in battle he would never turn his back to the enemy. Siegfried fell dying, his last words a passionate greeting to Brünnhilde, whom now he recalled with rapture as his beloved wife. His body was placed on his shield, and slowly the funeral procession marched back to the castle. At the hall, Hagen claimed the ring, and when Gunther opposed him, Hagen killed him. But when he attempted to snatch the ring from Siegfried's finger, the hand of the dead hero rose in awful warning. Brünnhilde then appeared, knowing the truth at last, and proclaimed Siegfried the victim of tragic fate. A funeral pyre was raised, on which the body of Siegfried was laid. Brünnhilde tenderly drew the ring from his finger and cast it into the Rhine. She threw a torch under the funeral pyre, and as the flames rose, she grasped her faithful steed Grane by the mane and charged with him into the flames. The waters of the Rhine then rose and flooded the castle of Gunther. Hagen was dragged beneath the waters. All was submerged, and above the general catastrophe, Valhall was consumed. The twilight of the gods had come. The old order changeth, yielding place to the new. By Henry T. Finck, music editor of the New York Evening Post, author of Life of Richard Wagner and many other works. In the leading operatic centers, the 4 music dramas constituting Richard Wagner's Ring of the Nibelung are often performed separately, but once a year, sometimes twice. They are all given within a week or two, in proper order: Rheingold, Walküre, Siegfried, and Götterdämmerung, as a special Nibelung cycle. And such a cycle is looked on by the highest class of music lovers as a great festival, and is followed with concentrated attention in all its wonderful details. Wagner himself gave his Ring, as it is often called for short, the subtitle Bühnenfestspiel, or Stage Festival Play. It was in the summer of 1876 that he first gave it to the world in a specially constructed theater in Bayreuth, Bavaria. And he did this in accordance with a plan conceived by him as a necessity more than a quarter of a century before. To understand why he regarded such a festival as a necessity, we must know something about the operatic situation at the time when he composed this colossal and revolutionary work. The originators of Italian opera, who lived in Florence 3 centuries ago, held that the play, or libretto, in an opera was as important as the music. In their eagerness to make it possible for the hearer to understand every word of the text, they banished all flowing melody in favor of a dry recitative, halfway between speech and song, one of them actually boasting of their noble contempt for melody. This naturally led to a reaction, which went so far to the side of melody that finally nobody listened except when the prima donna or the tenor sang a brilliant aria, the play being entirely ignored. Efforts to curb the singers and restore the play to honor were made by several composers, the most important of them being Gluck, 1714 to 1787. So thoroughly was he imbued with the importance of the play in an opera that he once wrote, "Before I begin to work, I try to forget above all things that I am a musician." Yet in his operas, too, the arias remain the principal points of interest, as they do in the operas of his successors, Rossini, Bellini, Donizetti, Mozart, Weber. Moreover, and this is the most important point, in Gluck's operas, as Wagner himself pointed out in 1850, aria, recitative, and ballet, each complete in itself, stands as unconnected, side by side, as they did before him, and still do, almost always to the present day. It was this defect of the opera, this incoherence of its parts, that Wagner set himself the task of remedying. The result was the music drama, the artwork of the future, as exemplified in the Ring of the Nibelung, as well as in Tristan and Isolde, Die Meistersinger, and Parsifal. Different from ordinary operas. These 7 music dramas differ radically in their structure from what had been known for centuries as operas. Operas are made up of set numbers, that is, solo arias, duos, ensembles for 3 or 4 voices, besides choruses, instrumental pieces, and dances. Wagner also himself wrote some operas, the Fairies, Rienzi, the Flying Dutchman, Tannhäuser, and Lohengrin, in all of which there are set numbers which are played and sung once and do not recur. Beginning with the Flying Dutchman, however, we have, besides the set numbers, which do not recur, others which do recur, and these are the far-famed motives, in German Leitmotiv, usually called leading motives or guiding themes. A leading motive may be defined as a characteristic melody or succession of chords, like the majestic strains of the Walhall music, the heavy, clumsy musical tread of the giants, or the virile, heroic motives of Siegfried, which is sounded by the orchestra whenever in the course of a drama the personage or the dramatic idea with which it is associated comes forward or is referred to in the text. Today, Wagner's early operas seem simple to all, but the German audiences that first heard them more than 60 years ago found them hard nuts to crack. His Rienzi, being in the flashy Meyerbeer style, much admired at the time, won great favor, although it is the poorest of his works. His next work, The Flying Dutchman, was so novel in style that the audiences did not know what to make of it. Tannhäuser was still more Wagnerian, while his Lohengrin, seemed so far beyond the possibility of public approval that he could not get it accepted for performance, even in Dresden, where he was conductor. This was only one illustration of the hard-set conditions of the operatic situation. Wagner had so many reasons for dissatisfaction that he joined the revolutionary uprising in 1849. This uprising was soon crushed, and Wagner, with the aid of Liszt, escaped to Switzerland, the great asylum of political fugitives. 12 years elapsed before he was allowed to return to Germany. For 6 years he did not compose another opera, devoting his time instead to writing essays, in which he tried to explain the aim of his artwork of the future. Nobody paid any attention to these essays. The consequence was that, as he wrote to Liszt, "I lead here entirely a dream life. If I awake, it is to suffer." He suffered because, among other things, he heard from many sources that the performances of his operas given in German cities were so bad that it was hard to understand how anyone could possibly enjoy them. A musician's dream. If these comparatively simple operas were so badly sung and played, what would happen to the more advanced and ultra-Wagnerian work which now began to ripen in his brain, the 4 music dramas constituting the Ring? Their performance, he realized, would be impossible in the opera houses of Berlin, Dresden, Leipzig, and other cities, as managed and manned at that time. He had to fall back on his dream life, and he dreamt a wonderful dream, a dream of Bayreuth, of a specially built theater with singers and players selected by himself for their correct performance of his next work. This dream was not realized until 26 years later. The next work was at first intended to be a music drama complete in itself, to be called Siegfried's Death. On thinking the matter over, however, Wagner concluded that the poem was too full of matter for one play. Consequently, he wrote Young Siegfried to precede and prepare for Siegfried's Death, the name of which was changed to Götterdämmerung, or Dusk of the Gods. Then, for the same reason, he wrote Die Walküre to precede Siegfried, and finally Rheingold as a prelude to the other 3. While the poems were thus written in inverse order, the plot of the whole cycle had been in his mind and written down before he wrote any of the verses, and the music, of course, was composed in proper order beginning in 1853 with the Rheingold. Wagner not only wrote the poems of all his stage works, but he was a great dramatic poet. The full value of his poems, however, can be appreciated only in connection with the music. Just as the music makes its deepest appeal in connection with the poem and the action. And yet his music alone is compelling enough, for Wagner concerts at which the music is played without the words are among the most popular of concerts. What we should specially bear in mind is that the music in ordinary operas is simply associated with the dramatic poem or libretto, whereas in the Ring the two are identified, or, as Wagner once expressed it, in the music drama the poem and the music are like 2 pairs of lips in a kiss, each giving to and taking from the other. To practical persons, Wagner's life in Switzerland must seem deplorable. He spent 6 years writing theoretical essays, the sales of which hardly paid for his paper and ink. Then he began to write and compose his cycle of 4 Nibelung dramas, which he felt sure would never bring him in a penny, even if he succeeded, which he doubted, in ever getting them performed. But Wagner was not a practical man. He was a genius. He could no more help creating the Ring of the Nibelung than a volcano can help erupting when the time comes. He finished Rheingold. He finished Die Walküre. He began Siegfried and got as far as the middle of it when he was compelled to stop because of lack of funds. The royalties from his operas, which since his death have netted his heirs over $1 million, were at that time trifling. Liszt and his other friends helped him, but all his efforts to help himself failed. For rehearsing and conducting the London Philharmonic concerts during the season of 4 months, he got $1,000, or half what in recent times Jean Duresque used to earn in 4 hours by singing one of the Wagner roles. He finally concluded that in order to finish The Ring, he must write a separate opera that might be performed at once and bring him in some money. The result was Tristan and Isolde, but this was as far ahead of the times as The Ring, and no opera house attempted it till 6 years after its completion in 1859. King Ludwig to the rescue. In despair, he next composed Die Meistersinger. This, being a comic opera and full of pleasing melody, would, he felt sure, turn the tide. It did so. But before this occurred, important things happened. Encouraged by the success of a series of concerts he had given in Russia, he spent his money recklessly in Vienna and borrowed more at usurious rates because he had been invited for another tour in Russia. Through no fault of his own, this came to naught, and he had to fly from Vienna to escape a debtor's prison. First he went to Switzerland, then to Stuttgart. In a moment of despair he had bought a pistol to end his life, but better counsel prevailed, and he decided to hide in the Swabian Alps, there to complete the score of his comic opera. The wagon had already been ordered, and he was packing his trunk when a card was brought up with the name of Baron Fistenmeister, court secretary of the King of Bavaria. Ludwig II had but recently ascended the throne of Bavaria. He was very young and very enthusiastic over Wagner's operas. He knew that the great composer needed help, and one of his first actions was to send his secretary to find him. He was promptly brought to Munich, where he was enabled to live in luxury at the king's expense. Not only were his operas staged at once, but also 2 of his music dramas, Tristan and Isolde and Die Meistersinger. He now returned to his Siegfried, which, with tears in his eyes, he had abandoned in the middle of the second act. His plan was to complete this and Götterdämmerung, and then have the whole Ring staged in a new theater to be specially constructed in Munich. The king cordially approved this plan, but the courtiers and the populace, jealous of the great composer because of the influence he had on the king, made such a row over it that Wagner left the city to complete his work elsewhere. Bayreuth and the First Festival. The inhabitants of Munich have had reason to regret their action in opposing the plans of their king and Wagner. Since Wagner's death in 1883, a score or more of festivals have been held at Bayreuth, bringing millions of profit to that Bavarian town, all of which the Munichers might have had. Bayreuth was chosen partly because it was within the realm of Wagner's royal friend, partly because of its picturesque surroundings, and partly because of its seclusion. Special inducements had been offered him to build the Nibelung theater at the famous summer resort Baden-Baden, but he did not wish to produce his great and revolutionary work before audiences of mere pleasure seekers. He had spent a quarter of a century in creating an entirely new German artwork, free from all foreign elements and operatic fripperies, and he wanted to submit it to serious music lovers who would be sufficiently interested to take a trip to remote Bayreuth. Edison, the wizard inventor, who never spared himself in work, said not long ago that genius was 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Wagner's Ring is certainly a miracle of inspiration. Yet when one reads of how much hard work he bestowed on its production, after the infinite pains he had taken in creating it, one feels tempted to say that Edison did not exaggerate. Monumental proof of Wagner's indefatigable industry is afforded by 2 volumes, one containing his business letters, the other his letters to the artists during the preparations for the Bayreuth festivals of 1876 and 1882, over both of which he presided personally. He spent a whole summer visiting all the German opera houses and picking out the artists most suitable for each of the 49 solo parts in the Ring. With most of these he corresponded personally, and also went over their parts with them before the rehearsals on the stage. The orchestra was made up with the same attention to individual merit, while the scenic features were genuine works of art. The Nibelung Festival of 1876 was a most important event in the history of music. Among those who attended it were 2 emperors, William I of Germany and Dom Pedro of Brazil, King Ludwig II, the Grand Dukes of Weimar, Baden, and Mecklenburg, together with many other representatives of the European aristocracy, while among those who represented the musical nobility were Liszt, Krieg, and Saint-Saëns. On all these, as on the ordinary mortals assembled, the Ring made an indelible impression. Conquest of Europe and America. That there were shortcomings, it is needless to say, for everything was so new and difficult to the artists. Nor were the funds sufficient to enable Wagner to realize all his intentions. The cost of seats, $75 for the 4 performances, which were thrice repeated, kept many enthusiasts from attending, and the result was a deficit of $37,500. This deficit, while it was a cruel blow to Wagner, was for the world a blessing in disguise, for it made it impossible for him to carry out his plan of reserving the future performances of the Nibelung's Ring for Bayreuth alone. There were no available funds, so King Ludwig, who had contributed $50,000 toward the expenses of the Nibelung scenery, got the privilege of producing the whole Ring in Munich. Other cities soon followed, and so great was the success that Wagner permitted Angelo Neumann, manager of the Leipzig Opera, to organize a traveling Wagner theater for producing the Ring throughout the cities of Germany, as well as in Italy and other countries. These performances were fortunately given under the conductorship of Anton Seidl, who had been Wagner's secretary for several years, and concerning whom Wagner wrote, "No other conductor knows as he does the proper tempi, or changes of pace, of my music, or how the action on the stage must be suited to the music. Seidl learned these things from me. He will conduct the Nibelungen better for you than anyone else." American performances. Fortunately, also, it was this same Anton Seidl who conducted the first performance of the Ring in America, beginning with Siegfried in 1887. Die Walküre had previously been produced under Leopold Damrosch. The success in these cases was immediate, for the Metropolitan Opera House had imported the leading Wagnerian singers from Germany. The ground had been well prepared. Theodor Thomas had labored many years to educate the public up to Wagner, his activity culminating in the great Wagner Festival of 1884, for which he imported 3 of the leading Bayreuth singers, Materna, Winkelmann, and Scaria. That same season, Wagner's operas and music dramas began to lead the others at the Metropolitan, and among the singers who helped to popularize his works were Lily Lehmann, Marion Brent, Milka Ternina, Albert Newman, Heinrich Vogel, Max Alvary, Theodor Reichmann, Emil Fischer, most of whom had studied with Wagner, besides somewhat later Jean and Edward Duretska, Olive Fremstadt, Johanna Gadsky, and the Americans Lillian Nordica, Emma Eames, Louise Homer, and Geraldine Farrar. The first of the Nibelung operas heard in New York was Die Walküre. It was sung at the Academy of Music 8 months after the Festival of Bayreuth, but the performance was in every way inadequate. In a way, it was fortunate for the Wagner cause that Abbey and Grau lost $250,000 giving operas in Italian and French during the first season of 1883 through 84, the Metropolitan Opera House, just built at a cost of $1,732,978. That failure induced the directors to try German opera, and for 7 years it ruled supreme. But the German singers, great as they were in their own sphere, could not, with a few exceptions, notably Lily Lehmann, do justice to Italian and French works. The eager desire to hear those again under more favorable conditions led to a temporary cessation of German opera. But it so happened that one of the famous singers engaged for French and Italian opera was the great tenor Jean de Reszke, who gradually became an ardent Wagnerite, eager to appear in the Nibelung operas. He induced the management to re-engage Seidel and some of the best German singers, and once more Wagner flourished side by side with Verdi and Meyerbeer, Gounod, and Bizet. Wagner now leads in the number of performances, followed by Puccini and Verdi. Singers of every nationality now seek to appear in the Wagner operas, and an ambition of the great conductors, including the Italian Toscanini, is to interpret the Nibelung's Ring, of which Liszt wrote, "It overtops and commands our whole art epic as Mont Blanc does our mountains." End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 2 by Various. The Wife in Art by Gustav Kobbe. The Mentor, number 28, The Wife in Art, by Gustav Kobbe. It may be that he who rides alone rides fastest, and that the man encumbered with wife and family feels his pace slacken, and the goal is far away as ever. Andrea del Sarto, in the closing lines of Browning's poem, utters the same thought. He is addressing his wife, Lucretia Fedi, whose extravagant and wayward tastes, many think, ruined his career and prevented his ranking with Leonardo, Raphael, and Angelo. In heaven, perhaps, new chances, one more chance, 4 great walls in the New Jerusalem, meted on each side by the angels' reed, for Leonard, Raphael, Angelo, and me, to cover the 3 first without a wife, while I have mine, so still they overcome, because they're still Lucretia, as I choose. And so, in that supreme painting contest with his 3 rivals, he is still distanced, because they're still Lucretia, But note that he adds, as I choose. He had rather fail with her than triumph without her. Indeed, my point in mentioning Andrea and Lucretia is to assert that he rode faster for not riding alone, that he was not the equal of the three artists he aspired to rival, and that, if it is sometimes thought he might have rivalled them, this is due to the works he painted under the inspiration of his love for Lucretia. She kept him in a constant state of impecuniosity and jealousy, but it was as I choose, and well it might have been. His art seems to rise to a higher plane from the moment her dark, imperious beauty, a new note in religious painting, looks out at us from works like the Madonna of the Harpies and the youthful St. John, for from her face he painted the faces not only of women, but also of boys and youths, and always it is her beauty that dominates the picture. Influence of the wife. If she, in character the worst kind of wife a man can have, so inspired her husband, how rare and exquisite must have been the influence of Lucretia Beauty over Fra Filippo Lippi, of Helena Ferment over Rubens, of Maria Ruthven over Van Dyck, of Saskia over Rembrandt, of Elizabeth Siddal over Rossetti, for these women were devoted to their artist husbands, and were in turn adored by them. Doubtful indeed if any of these men would have subscribed to the doctrine that he rides fastest who rides alone. Lucretia Beauty, who was the wife of Fra Filippo Lippi, must not be confused with the Lucretia Fedi whom Andrea married. Moreover, the circumstances under which Fra Filippo wooed and won his Lucretia were far more romantic. He was a man whose great talent manifested itself early in life, and although he had been put in a monastery because his relatives were too poor to educate him, his evident genius for art earned him many liberties. In fact, he was decidedly gay, and the hero of numerous escapades, the most famous of which has been immortalized by Browning, who found in the two Italian artists, Andrea and Lippo, subjects for two of his finest poems. The adventure of which Browning writes occurred upon the triumphant return to Florence of Cosimo de' Medici and his patronage of Fra Filippo. Cosimo, frequently annoyed by the friar's loose habits, and despairing of his ever finishing an important picture that he had commissioned him to paint, caused him to be locked up in a room of the Medici palace. Fra Filippo stood this for a few days. Then one night, wearying of his confinement, he escaped. The friar's own pleading in Browning's poem tells the story. I could not paint all night. I leaned out of window for fresh air. There came a hurry of feet and little feet, a sweep of lute strings, laughs and whiffs of song. Round they went. Scarce had they turned the corner with a titter, like the skipping of rabbits by moonlight, three slim shapes, and a face that looked up. Zooks, sir, flesh and blood, that's all I'm made of. Into shreds it went, curtain and counterpane and coverlet, all the bed furniture, a dozen knots. There was a ladder, down I let myself, hands and feet, scrambling somehow, and so dropped, and after them. Notwithstanding his conduct, so out of keeping with his cloth, he was appointed chaplain to the nuns of the convent of Santa Margherita in Prato, and commissioned by the abbess to paint a picture of the Madonna for the altar of the convent church. It chanced that there was in the nunnery a novice to whom convent life was just as ill-suited as monastic life would have been to Fra Filippo had he been obliged to abide by its tenets. Filippo and Lucretia Beauty. The name of the novice was Lucretia Boody, and, struck by the grace and beauty of this young woman, the artist begged that she might be allowed to pose for him for the picture, and the request was granted. It may indeed have been diplomacy on the part of the abbess, for it was not unlikely that Lucretia, who had no vocation whatsoever for conventual life, had proved herself refractory, and that the convent authorities saw a chance of getting rid of her, which they could not do by returning her to her family, because she had been consigned to them against her will by a step-brother, anxious to get rid of her care and expense. In any event, the friar Lippi fell in love with her, and she with him. Profiting by the crowd and confusion attendant on the festival of the Madonna of the Girdle, which is celebrated in Prato on the 1st of May, Fra Filippo carried off Lucretia, appealed to his patron Cosimo de' Medici, and through the latter's intercession received from the Pope Pius II a special brief absolving both himself and the novice from their ecclesiastical vows, and granting them dispensation to marry. He and Lucretia had 2 children, their son, Filippino Lippi, more than rivaling his father's fame as a painter. The Madonna that Fra Filippo painted for the convent may still be seen in Prato, and there are other pictures in which Lucretia's lovely face is discernible. The 2 wives of Rubens. Rubens was so happy with his first wife, Isabella Brandt, who died after 18 years of blissful married life with him, that he could not endure the loneliness of being a widower, but 4 years after Isabella's death took as his second wife Helena Ferment. This marriage proved to be as happy as the first, although he was already 53 and she barely 16. Their union was blessed with 5 handsome children, so that his declining years found him surrounded by youth and beauty, and with a splendid young wife as comrade. During the 18 years of his first marriage, Isabella appeared in nearly all his large pictures. She was of a more refined type than Helena, so that with his second marriage, when he began to introduce his second wife into his pictures, his style becomes broader and more vigorous, for Helena had a strong, fully developed figure of pronounced contour, rosy flesh tints, golden hair, and lips that seemed always partly open to show the flash of pure white teeth. These were her attractions. She was obviously more beautiful, more brilliant than Isabella, although in her youth her development was somewhat too luxuriant, a picture of healthy, bursting, buoyant young womanhood. Indeed, so proud does Rubens seem of having, at his age, won a woman of her pronounced and youthful charms, that in some of his pictures he expresses them too freely, as, for example, in the Helena in a fur pelisse in the Imperial Gallery, Vienna. That Rubens drew a vast amount of inspiration from his 2 wives, Isabella and Helena, is obvious to anyone familiar with his work, for they appear in picture after picture from his brush. His married life, first with Isabella and then with Helena, was a constant stimulus to his best work. Rembrandt, too, was married twice, and although his first wife was refined and aristocratic, and his second far from it, having been a servant in his household, he was intensely happy with both, and painted them many times. Saskia van Uylenburg, although not strictly speaking a beauty from the casual point of view, lent herself admirably, nevertheless, to pictorial treatment, especially that pictorial treatment of lights and deep shadows of which her husband was the greatest master that ever lived. Indeed, the pictures in which she appears are almost too numerous to mention. There is the delightful portrait of her in the gallery at Kassel, said to have been painted in her own home in 1633, the year before she and Rembrandt were married. Her face in profile, the features delicately delineated, is shown against a background of deep, rich colors. With the lightest touch, her wavy chestnut hair lies upon her cheek and forehead. A spray of rosemary in her hand rests across her heart. This, the emblem of a Dutch maiden's betrothal, tells its own story. Probably, however, the most famous portrait ever painted of an artist and his wife is that by Rembrandt in the Dresden Gallery of Saskia seated on his knees, while he clasps her waist with his left hand and raises in his right a half-filled glass. The joy on their faces gives witness to the pride and pleasure they found in each other. Saskia was a wealthy woman, and while she lived, want never entered Rembrandt's house. But, alas, she was delicate, and died in 1642, less than a year after giving birth to the son who was christened Titus. Rembrandt had spent much money in filling his house with objects of art, prints, rich stuff for costumes, and other things, and not long after Saskia's death, he found himself impoverished. Some idea of the richness of his collections is obtained from the adornments with which Saskia appears in the picture known as The Jewish Bride, and in the genre portrait Minerva, in which she is shown as a learned lady in the richest of costumes, seated at a beautiful table and reading from an ancient tome. Rembrandt ranks with the greatest masters in art. He rides fastest who rides alone. Is it possible that Rembrandt could have ridden faster or reached a farther goal without Saskia and Hendrikje? Van Dyck's portrait of Maria Ruthven. Van Dyck, the favorite pupil of Rubens, so much so that when some romping pupils in Rubens' absence brushed against a partly finished picture and marred it, he was asked to retouch it in order that the master might not notice the defect. Also was a favorite in the world of women, and much influenced by them. Even in youth a love adventure is said to have sent him from Rubens' atelier to Italy. In England, when no one is more closely identified than he with the period of Charles I, Die schönen Ladies, as a German writer on Van Dyck expresses it, fairly fought for the honour of being painted by him. If his works lack the vital vigour and joyous abandon of the typical Flemish masters, it must be remembered that his Italian sojourn, passed largely in court circles, greatly refined his style, and that he, the painter of aristocrats, is also an aristocrat among painters. His output for his short life, 1599 to 1641, was great, and of the 1,500 works catalogued as his, 300 are portraits of women. Walpole speaks of their beautiful hands, but Van Dyck had special models for the hands, for those of both the men and the women. The elegance and refinement of his work is, however, undoubted, and though he lacks the power of a Rembrandt and the tremendous verve of a Rubens, much of his work, within the limitations imposed by elegance, is executed in the large manner. It is said that his ability to accomplish so much was due to the fact that he never allowed a sitter to weary him, obviating this by dismissing them at the end of an hour. At the time appointed for the sitting, the artist appeared in his studio. At the end of the hour he rose, made his obeisance, and appointed the hour for the next sitting. A servant cleaned the brushes and reloaded the palette, while the artist received and entertained the next sitter. He had many love affairs in England, and especially one with Margaret Lemon, who threatened, when his love began to cool, to cut off his hand. The world is the richer by a beautiful portrait for this love affair, and fortunately, instead of cutting off his hand, or even attempting to, Margaret went to Holland with friends. Van Dyck's gay life, however, seriously alarmed the king, who, being genuinely attached to him and also admiring his art, feared for his health. Accordingly, His Majesty chose for him a wife, a beautiful young woman, Maria Ruthven, daughter of Lord Ruthven. Van Dyck painted her several times, and one of his best known portraits is that of her with her violoncello, which is in the old Pinakothek, Munich. His married life seems to have been happy, though brief. He died within 2 years of his nuptials, leaving us the portraits of Maria as souvenirs of his happiness. Rossetti's Blessed Damozel. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, who was poet as well as painter, buried the manuscript of his poems, although they had been announced for publication, in the coffin of his wife, who died in February 1862. Not until October 1869 was the manuscript resurrected and the publication of his poems made possible. It is doubtful if poet or painter has ever paid a greater tribute than Rossetti thus paid to Elizabeth Siddal. Rossetti was introduced to Elizabeth by a brother artist, who had discovered her in a milliner's shop in London. She consented to pose for Rossetti. His brother, in some charming reminiscences of her, writes that to fall in love with Elizabeth Siddal was a very easy performance, and that Dante Gabriel did it at an early date. The name Elizabeth, however, was never on Dante's lips, but rather Lizzie or Liz, and fully as often Guggums, Guggum, or Gug. Mrs. Hueffer, the younger daughter of Ford Madox Brown, says that when she was a small child she saw Rossetti at his easel in her father's house, uttering momentarily, in the absence of the beloved one, Guggum, Guggum. After a while, Guggum became a settled institution in Rossetti's studio, and other people, his brother included, understood they were not wanted there. Dante was constantly drawing from Guggum, and she designing under his tuition. He was unconventional, and she, if not so originally, became so in the course of her companionship with him. In her appearance, as in her character, she was a remarkable young woman. The beauty of Elizabeth Siddal. The artist's brother writes of her that she was truly a beautiful girl, tall, with a stately throat and fine carriage, pink and white complexion, and massive, straight, coppery golden hair. Her heavy-lidded eyes were large and greenish blue, but as this narrator says, it is not necessary to speak much about her appearance, as the designs of Dante Rossetti speak for it better than I could. Her whole manner, in spite of her great beauty, was reserved, self-controlling, and alien from approach. Rossetti's brother says that her talk was, in his experience, scanty, slight, and scattered, with some amusing turns, and little to seize hold upon, little clue to her real self, or anything determinate. But, alas, the beautiful Elizabeth was a sufferer from consumption, accompanied by neuralgia. For the neuralgia frequent doses of laudanum had been prescribed. Her condition was such toward the end that sometimes she was obliged to take 100 drops at a time. On February 10th, 1866, she dined at a hotel in London with her husband and Swinburne. She and Rossetti returned to their home about 8 o'clock. She was about to go to bed at 9 when Dante Gabriel went out again. When he came back at 11:30, the room was in darkness. He called to his wife, but received no reply. He found her in bed, unconscious. On the table was a vial. It had contained laudanum. It was empty. He paid her the tribute of burying his poems with her. He had already paid her the great tribute of painting her, and that often. Those large greenish-blue eyes of hers were his guiding stars. Let him who will say that he rides fastest, who rides alone. There are 6 great artists, and many more, to say him nay. The Wife in Art, Andrea del Sarto and Lucrezia Fedi. 1. The faultless painter, though his paintings seem faultless, led a life that was by no means free from mistakes. All went well with him up to the age of 20. He was born near Florence in 1486, and when but a 7-year-old goldsmith's apprentice, began to show such skill that he was soon afterward sent to Piero de Cosimo, one of the best artists in Florence. He was only 20 years old when he painted the 7 frescoes in the Annunziata from the life of St. Philip. Andrea was the son of Angelo the tailor. His name, Andrea del Sarto, means the tailor's Andrew, and was not his real name at all, which was Andrea d'Angelo di Francesco. Sometimes he called himself Andrea del Sarto, sometimes Andrea d'Angelo, and again Andrea d'Angelo del Sarto. Andrea made his first great mistake by marrying the widow of a hat maker. Lucrezia Fedi's cold face was indeed the glory of his pictures, where she is nearly always to be seen in the robes of virgin, saint, or angel. As his model she was all that could be desired, yet when he married her, the faultless painter lost many of his best friends and pupils, and worst of all the ideals of art. Blinded by her beauty, he could not see the failings that were plain to everyone else. All his life Andrea worked hard to support her and her sisters in their extravagances, yet he went on painting faultlessly. His fame spread so far that King Francis I invited him to France and gave him important commissions there. But Lucrezia persuaded him to return to Italy. He was granted a month in which to return and bring his wife to France. Francis also entrusted him with money to buy Italian works of art for the royal palace. A month passed. Andrea did not return, but purchased a plot of ground in Florence with the king's money, and on it built a house for Lucrezia. King Francis never received his paintings, and the faultless painter had thrown away a chance of achieving supreme greatness. In 1531 Andrea del Sarto died of the plague. As he lay on his deathbed, Lucrezia fled from the house for fear of infection. Yet he left her all his property, and, so far as known, never ceased to believe in her. Lucrezia lived 40 years after the death of her husband. A former pupil of Andrea's was at work one day copying frescoes, when a withered old woman came into the hall. She asked him who had painted the fresco. He replied, "Andrea del Sarto." "I was the original of that angel," she said. "I was Lucrezia Fedi, the wife of Andrea del Sarto." Even to the last she was proud of the husband whom she had deserted on his deathbed, and whose genius she alone had dwarfed. Fra Lippo Lippi and Lucrezia Budi, 2. The painter of divine beauties, Filippo Lippi, or, as he is often called, Fra Lippo Lippi, was not himself a handsome man. He had rather a full face, large features, and thick lips. Laziness and love were always interfering with his work. As a result of extravagance, he was usually in debt, and not always careful to get out honestly. Yet the people of his time were kind-hearted enough to overlook boyish faults in an artist who brought so much renown to their country. Filippo was born into a Florentine butcher's family about 1402, and his father died soon afterward. He seems to have had little care from his mother, who may, however, have died during his infancy. An aunt took care of him, but finding the boy too great a burden for her slender means, turned him over to be educated by the Carmelite friars. The abbot was lenient, for he had the wisdom to see that a boy who drew pictures all over the walls and on his books when he should have been studying would probably become an artist. Artists were highly thought of in those days, when the church taught by means of pictures. Filippo, therefore, never learned to write good Latin. He studied the frescoes of the chapel instead. Later, when he had finished his studies and gained a name for himself among painters, the abbot granted him permission to leave the monastery in order to give his genius full scope. Monks who had learned to paint were often allowed this privilege. So Fra Filippo became a great painter. When he went to Prato and saw Lucrezia Buti, he was already nearly 50 years old, while she was hardly more than 20. She also was an orphan. Her father, who had been a silk merchant in Florence, left his daughters in the care of Antonio Buti, evidently a harsh guardian, for he put Lucrezia and Spinetta, both beautiful girls, into the convent of Santa Margherita against their will, in order to save himself some expense. Filippo saw her, used her as a model, and later married her by permission of the Pope. The virgins and saints of his paintings had a new spiritual radiance after he saw Lucrezia's face. He used her for all manner of subjects, from the Virgin to the dancing daughter of Herodias, changing her features to suit as many different characters. Peter Paul Rubens and Helena Ferment. 3. The extraordinary beauty of Helena Ferment won for her the love of a world-famous painter when she was only 16 years old. Peter Paul Rubens married this girl and immortalized her charms on many a precious canvas. It was a most fortunate match. Helena was not only beautiful, she had also every attraction of nature and education, and belonged to a wealthy family. Rubens was a widower, and one of the most celebrated painters in Europe. More than that, he was a distinguished and successful statesman. Fortunate throughout his life, brilliant, handsome, and of good family, Rubens was never in doubt of his future. His talent for painting showed itself in boyhood. At the age of 23 he went to Italy, where he soon attracted the notice of the Duke of Mantua. Partly as art expert, partly as diplomat, he went in the Duke's service to all the important cities of Italy. He spent 8 years in that country, sometimes painting for his patron, but more often travelling on political missions. Recalled to Antwerp by the serious illness of his mother in 1608, Rubens arrived too late to see her again alive, and, no doubt, feeling the strength of home ties, resigned from the service of the Duke immediately. High positions and great honours awaited him in his native city. His fame grew year by year. Isabella Brandt became his wife in 1608. She is described as a rather heavy Flemish woman, and her face and figure appear frequently in Rubens' work of that period. After her death, and before his second marriage, he was called upon to arrange terms of peace between England and Spain. It was the most important event of his life. In Spain he met Velasquez, and earned the friendship of King Philip. He was honoured in England by Charles I, who presented him with a string of valuable diamonds in appreciation of his services. The painter also strengthened a friendship already established with the Duke of Buckingham. After the successes abroad, Rubens retired to a home in the country, devoting himself more than ever to the work of painting, An alchemist went to him one day, claiming to have discovered the philosopher's stone, which turned everything it touched into gold. "But," objected Rubens, "I have discovered it myself." "The philosopher's stone?" exclaimed his visitor. "Yes, and you shall see it," answered the painter. Leading the astonished guest into his studio, Rubens showed his palette. Helena Ferment was still young when Rubens died. She did not remain long in widowhood, but married the Count of Bergeyck, with whom, so far as is known, she lived in peace and happiness. Rembrandt and Saskia van Ulenburg. 4. Rembrandt van Rijn and Saskia van Ulenburg were married in 1634. Saskia, the daughter of a rather wealthy burgomaster, who had died some years before, had been living with one after another of her sisters, for they were all married except herself. Once, when she was in Amsterdam, a relative, who was posing for a portrait, took her to Rembrandt's studio, where she met the sullen Hollander and saw him at his work. He must have been an odd figure in those days, awkward and shy, doing everything in his own queer way. Saskia returned again and again, making a deep impression on the artist. She posed for him several times. Once she was a queen, another time she was a flower girl. Rembrandt centered his whole thought and energy upon her, and as he had just passed the first breathing spell of success, they were soon able to marry. Saskia thought only of her husband's happiness. He, in turn, was so deeply in love with her that he spent most of his leisure hours painting her portrait, and much of his money buying jewels and gold ornaments and rich dresses of every description to adorn her. Up to the time of his marriage, Rembrandt had been stubborn and morose, not caring for society nor for ordinary pleasures. He was born on the outskirts of Leyden in 1607. His father, a miller, was hardly able to give the boy that education which is usually needed to become skillful in art. However, Rembrandt did study under Van Swanenburch, who taught him to draw, paint, and make etchings. He set up a studio in the mill, where he painted portrait after portrait of his mother, his sister, and himself. The artist liked better than anything to paint a well-known face over and over again by new lights and with new expressions. After his first success, Lesson in Anatomy, Rembrandt moved his studio to an old warehouse in Amsterdam. His work became popular. The people of Holland fairly begged for sittings, and soon he was foremost among painters. Yet he paid little attention to anyone but Saskia, and his stubbornness offended patrons and made enemies of those who should have been his friends. For 9 years Rembrandt lived in happiness. Then came misfortune. Extravagance carried him into debt. His children died, and soon after his beloved Saskia followed them. His enemies barred his pictures from exhibitions. At last all his property was sold to satisfy creditors. His paintings went out of fashion. Their owners even used the frames again by covering up Rembrandt's canvases, of incalculable value, with the work of some other artist whose pictures were in vogue at the time. A law in Holland now forbids the removal of a Rembrandt from that country. His countrymen feel that no honor is too high to bestow on the memory of that unfortunate artist who in 1669 died unrecognized and was buried by charity. Anthony van Dyck and Maria Ruthven. 5. Anthony van Dyck's marriage might be called one of convenience. He married Maria Ruthven because King Charles I of England, wishing him to settle down, decided on a wife for him. The courtly painter was a spendthrift. He loved company and entertainment, was handsome, refined, well-dressed, and, all things considered, a thorough gentleman. He attracted to his society the greatest of English nobility. Gossip had him in love with so many of the court ladies that the king, fearing his portrait painter would get into serious difficulties, determined once for all to save him by a marriage with a Scottish beauty in the queen's retinue. Van Dyck offered no objection. The lady, Maria Ruthven, was young and very beautiful. Although she brought no dowry except that given by royal generosity, she was considered a very good match for the artist, who came of burgher stock. Maria's family was related to the Stuarts, but had been for a long time in disgrace. Van Dyck's only claim to distinction was his art. His father, a well-to-do merchant in Antwerp, where Van Dyck was born in 1599, gave Anthony every opportunity to follow up the art of painting. The boy was for several years a pupil of Rubens, whom he made a little jealous by his success in portrait painting. Some of his pictures were better than Rubens. A few years in Italy gave Van Dyck a still higher position among artists. Some said he was the best portrait painter in Europe. Yet, in spite of his skill, Van Dyck was disliked by most painters. They lounged around the taverns in ragged clothes, put on boorish manners, and made fun of any kind of refinement. To this behaviour he was entirely opposed. They called him the Cavalier Painter, because he saw only the noble side of life, and ignored what was low or common. One could hardly have been found who was better fitted by nature to live and paint among the light-hearted courtiers of Charles I. He welcomed an offer from England, and left Antwerp to make his home thereafter on foreign soil. When he married Maria Ruthven, Van Dyck was 40 years old. He painted some portraits of her, but not many, for his death was near at hand. A journey to Paris, in the hope of receiving important commissions there, failed in its object, and brought on a severe attack of the disease from which he had been suffering for years. The painter returned to England. King Charles offered his physician £300 if he could save Van Dyck's life. But to no purpose. He died the second year after his marriage, one of the greatest portrait painters that ever lived. To his wife he left a considerable fortune, which he had managed to save in spite of an extravagant life. Maria afterward married Sir Richard Price, a Welsh baronet. Rossetti and Elizabeth Siddal. 6. One day when Rossetti was painting in his studio, Deborah, a fellow artist, rushed in and exclaimed he had found the ideal woman. She was working in a milliner's shop, he said, but she was a wonderful girl of stately dignity, with blue-green eyes and coppery-tinted hair. This girl was Elizabeth Siddal, and from that time on she was the model for Rossetti's mystical dreams in colour. She later became his wife. Dante Gabriel Rossetti was born in England in 1828, the son of an Italian refugee. His parents lived simply, almost in poverty, but with refinement suited to the fostering of art and poetry in their children. The mother believed that one good picture on a plain wall was more beautiful than many worthless decorations. Rossetti used this simplicity in his paintings. He and a number of other artists formed the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. This was an organization that took a love of simplicity as its motto, and believed in using simplicity in everything. Besides being an artist of great genius, Rossetti was a poet. He and his sister Christina were the leaders in the Pre-Raphaelite movement in poetry. Before he was 19, he wrote The Blessed Damozel, a poem that expressed his ideal in womanhood. Elizabeth Siddal proved to be his ideal woman. Ruskin spoke of her as a noble, glorious creature. Later, the artist painted a picture to go with the poem, and his model was Elizabeth Siddal. When Rossetti first asked her to pose for him, the ideal beauty thought that he wanted her for fashion plates. She little thought that she was to be made the object of a great artist's life work. Her death plunged Rossetti into lifelong misery, almost insanity. Up to the moment of his own death in 1882, he never ceased to grieve for her. Her eyes were deeper than the depth of waters stilled at even. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mentor 2 by Various. Spain and Gibraltar by Dwight L. Elmendorf, lecturer and traveller, Department of Travel. A trip around the world with Dwight L. Elmendorf, lecturer and traveller. Gone is the ancient glory of Spain. To the visitor, it appeals chiefly as a country of a splendid past. This is not true, of course, of some of the more populous localities. Barcelona is full of life and commercially enterprising, and Madrid is full of activity and is a natural centre of interest as the capital of the nation. But many of the cities and towns of Spain attract chiefly as interesting and picturesque survivals. They breathe the atmosphere of a former age. We feel the influence of it wherever we turn. Spain is not much travelled by tourists. More would go, perhaps, if they realised what splendid scenery was there, and how rich in historic and romantic associations the country was. Since the days of the first inhabitants, the Iberians, and beginning with the Celts who crossed the Pyrenees some 500 years BC, Spain has been invaded by Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Romans, Vandals and Visigoths, Arabs and Moors, and each of these races has left evidences of its dominion, in monuments of one kind or another, in architectural forms, in roads and buildings, and in the language and customs of communities. The interesting Basque people of the northern provinces of Spain are declared by students of history to be almost unmixed descendants of the original Iberians. The glory that was Spain's. And in these many years, what glory has been Spain's? She has been aptly called an eddy of tribes and races. Under Moorish rule, she commanded the Mediterranean. Then, as a Christian kingdom, beginning with Rodrigo the Cid and Alfonso VI in the 11th century, and extending through several hundred years under such famous rulers as Ferdinand and Isabella, and later Charles V and Philip II, Spain acquired the whole peninsula and rose to be a great world power. In war, she was a dreaded foe of France, England, and the Netherlands. Her armada for years swept the seas. In search of treasure and to extend Spain's power and possessions, Vasco da Gama discovered India, and Columbus opened up the new continents of the Western world. All the achievements of Spain in the brilliant past are brought home to the visitor who spends even a few weeks in that country. So many things in Spain are interesting for what they were. The visitor soon comes to know the mood of Washington Irving, who dwelt for a time in the Alhambra. His impressions are like those of a beautiful dream. Irving withdrew from the world of his day and immersed himself in the romance of the past. That is the mood in which the traveller will enjoy himself most when visiting many places in Spain. The land of the Dons. The very entrance to Spain is a fit preparation for the strange, interesting, and beautiful things to be seen there. No one can forget the day that he crosses the impressive boundary between France and Spain, winding about and tunnelling through the majestic Pyrenees. Once this superb mountain range is passed, the traveller feels as if he had come upon a different world from any that he has seen before. His attention turns first, most naturally, to the great cities, which differ essentially from one another. Perhaps no two more contrasting cities could be selected than Toledo and Madrid. Toledo was from the earliest times a capital city. The Romans, Goths, Moors, and finally the Christians made it the headquarters of authority. It was the scene of the triumph of that world-admired hero of the 11th century, Rodrigo the Cid. Toledo is in all respects an impressive relic of bygone splendour. Madrid, on the other hand, is a modern city. In the days when Toledo was most magnificent and had a population of over 200,000, Madrid was a little town. Today, Madrid numbers over 500,000 inhabitants, while Toledo's population has dwindled to less than 30,000. In Toledo, we find many things as they have been for hundreds of years. The city is still famous for its swords. The Toledo blade is known the world over today, as it was in Roman times. The traveller does well to visit Toledo first. Its very situation is extraordinary. The river Tagus flows about it, and almost binds it in like a rope. The banks of the river are rocky and steep, and spanned by several interesting old stone bridges. A city of the past. The effect of Toledo viewed from the south and looking across the gorge through which the river flows is remarkable. The city is enclosed within ancient Moorish and Gothic fortifications, and presents an aspect of a jumble of housetops, dominated by two great structures, the cathedral and the Alcazar. Enter Toledo, and you find novelty and picturesqueness on every side. The streets are narrow and crooked. The houses are blind and forbidding on the outside, reserving their attractions for their inner courts. Everything about you is strange and curious, and full of historic significance. If you wish to get the history of Spain in condensed form, you will find it in Toledo. The cathedral is the most important feature of the city, and one of the finest and most interesting in Europe. The religious life of Spain centred there for centuries. On that site, a Christian temple stood in the 6th century. When the Moors came, they made a mosque of it. Then Alfonso VI took possession in 1085, and the Moors were driven out. In the 13th century, the old building was torn down, and the present edifice was begun. During 265 years, it was in course of construction, a life work for many architects and artisans. And there the great archbishops of Toledo controlled the government and civilization of Spain for years. Everything of importance that made Spanish history was then in their hands. You are made to realize this when you visit the cathedral. It contains many valuable relics of history and art treasures. When you have seen these, go to the tower. The view will repay you. The most prominent object to be seen from there is the Alcazar, standing on the highest ground in the city. This building is the phoenix that has risen over the conflagrations of former structures on that site. The original building was a Roman citadel. When the Cid reigned supreme in the 11th century, he resided there. Afterward, fires consumed the building, and it was rebuilt several times. It has been, in turn, a castle, a palace, a cadet academy, and now it stands there, a stately and imposing monument to the past. Madrid, the capital of Spain. Madrid was made the capital by Philip II in 1560. It was not by nature attractive. The winter winds are cruel, and the summer heat is intense. The country round about is bleak, and for years after it became the capital, it remained a city of small buildings and unimposing appearance. But the court being there, it was the centre of all political and religious activities. Arts and letters received their greatest stimulus under the patronage of church and court. Cervantes lived there, and it was in Madrid that he finished his immortal Don Quixote. The Bourbons came into power in the 18th century, and then the great royal palace was built. After that, Madrid increased rapidly in population and improved in appearance. Today it is a city of great activity, full of life, gaiety, and fashion. In short, the Spanish Paris. The two things that command most interest in Madrid are the palace and the museum. The palace, which stands on high land on the site of the old Moorish Alcazar, was erected between 1738 and 1764, and is a most imposing structure, no matter from what side it is viewed. Some idea of its immensity may be gathered from the statement that it covers 26,900 square yards of ground, and its sides are 500 feet long. Like many great structures in Spain, it is built of native granite. It is not easy to gain access to the interior of the palace. Sometimes, in the absence of the royal family, permission may be obtained, and those who have the privilege of being admitted find there are many relics of historic value, a priceless collection of tapestry, a number of most interesting old works of art, and a library containing many volumes of unique worth. The collection of paintings in the Art Museum is one of the finest in all Europe. There is a magnificent representation of the Spanish school, and especially of the great painter Velázquez. There are 60 pictures of his, including some of his most brilliant works. There are also many splendid examples of the art of Murillo and many paintings by Rubens and Van Dyck. The Escorial. Situated 27 miles from Madrid is the village and palace of Escorial. The Escorial is a most extraordinary building. Many of the Spanish people regard it as the eighth wonder of the world. It is a fitting memorial of the cold, cruel monarch who built it. It is related that Philip II constructed the Escorial in fulfilment of a vow made during the Battle of St. Quentin, which took place on St. Lawrence's Day, August the 10th, 1557. King Philip declared that he would, in case of victory, erect a memorial building to St. Lawrence that would transcend any structure of its kind that had ever been built before. St. Lawrence, it will be remembered, was burned to death on a gridiron, and it is said that, in memorial of this, the structure of the Escorial was planned to resemble a gridiron in form. There is nothing authoritative to substantiate this tradition, however. It is simply the story that goes with the place. This monstrous building was begun in 1563 and was completed in 1584. It is a monastery and a palace at the same time. Its vastness overwhelms the mind. At first sight, you are awed by the solemn, stern, and forbidding aspect of the building, and this first impression is deepened after going through the immense courts, corridors, and chambers. It has but little ornament to relieve its severity. It is the work of a morbid and superstitious man. As one visitor has put it, Philip was the proudest among kings and the most bigoted among devotees. What wonder that he should build a convent and palace, and make its costliest room his sepulchre. The Escorial staggers description. Perhaps an adequate idea of it may be had from a brief statement of facts. It cost $3.25 million and covers 500,000 square feet. It is 700 feet long, 580 feet wide, and is divided into 16 courts. The great towers at the corners rise 200 feet. The main cupola, or tower above the church, in the centre, is 320 feet in height. When we add that there are 86 staircases, 89 fountains, 15 cloisters, 1,200 doors, 2,600 windows, and miles of corridors, we sum up in a measure the astounding dimensions of this wonderful structure. The Escorial is well kept by the Augustinian brothers who are in charge. The surrounding terrace and gardens are carefully cultivated, and these outer adornments help a little to soften the austerity of the stupendous pile of granite buildings. In this country of contrasts, there is no more striking contrast than that between the cruel Escorial and the romantic Alhambra. It is pleasant to turn south to Granada, for the greatest treat of all for a visitor in Spain awaits him there. Granada is picturesquely situated in a valley, on ground that rises toward the hill of the Alhambra. The view from the highest points is beautiful. Granada is not especially attractive in itself. It is chiefly a city of the past. It is the Alhambra that draws the visitor there. This celebrated building is a dream of Moorish magnificence made real. It is impossible to do justice to its wondrous beauties in brief space. An extensive literature has been written in description and in appreciation of its architectural splendours and of its romantic interest. Washington Irving has done most for the subject in his Tales of the Alhambra. He lived there for a time and wrote there during his stay. You will find his name registered in the Visitors' Book under the date of 1829. The Alhambra, like many Moorish buildings, is severely simple on the outside, but when you enter, your senses are captivated by the exquisite beauty of design and decoration that stretches out before you as you go through the courts and halls of this wonder palace. While in the whole it presents an effect of uniformity, there is infinite variety and detail, and there are countless forms of beauty about you that captivate the mind and fill the soul with delight. Aside from the Alhambra, there are two buildings in Granada that command special attention. The Palace of Charles V, which adjoins the Alhambra, and the Palace of the Generalife. Both of them have features of great architectural beauty. The former building was never completed. The Palace of the Generalife is situated to the east of the Alhambra and is 165 feet higher. It was the summer residence of the Moorish kings. From there the finest view about Granada can be had, covering the Alhambra below and stretching far across the Vega, or plain, to the distant mountains. The interior of the Generalife in its time must have been as beautiful as that of the Alhambra. The most beautiful spot is the garden of the Generalife, with its terraces, pools, grottos, hedges, and overhanging trees. Seville. It is a great relief to turn from the squalor in Granada to the comforts and delights of Seville. There is no town or city in Spain that can compare in charm with Seville. By its snow-white cleanliness, its fragrant fruit and flowers, its luxurious foliage, its gay and harmonious life, it invites the traveller to stay, and few can resist the invitation. Once introduced to the home life of the inhabitants, the visitor is apt to renounce gladly for a time all thought of departure. Everywhere about him is competence, comfort, and content. It seems as if families vie with one another in making their homes attractive. The family life is in the inner court or patio, that is the summer parlour, and there in the midst of flowers, plants, and beautiful birds, friendly parties gather in happy companionship. It is in Seville, it seems to me, that the life of the native Spaniard may be seen in its most attractive light. The two most notable sights in Seville are the Alcazar, which was the palace of the Moorish kings, and afterward the home of Spanish rulers, and the cathedral, which is one of the finest, largest, and most beautiful Gothic churches to be found anywhere. The Alcazar has much of the beauty that is to be found in the Alhambra. Many of the interior decorations are not of the original building, but were the result of a restoration, and in this work many of the designs were frankly borrowed from the Alhambra. The cathedral is one of the largest and most beautiful in Europe. Within this great building there are so many interesting and valuable works of historic and art interest that it might fairly be called a museum. One feature of the exterior of the cathedral arrests the eye of a New Yorker at once: the tower. He is apt to exclaim on sight of it, "The Madison Square Tower." The similarity is close. When the plans of the Madison Square building were made, the Tower of Seville was copied. We have gone now far to the south. A few miles brings us to Cadiz on the ocean coast, or Malaga on the Mediterranean. The distance from either of these two attractive cities to Gibraltar is short. Gibraltar, the impregnable. And when we reach Gibraltar, the change of scene and life is abrupt and almost startling. If we go to Gibraltar by the road from Spain, we cross a narrow strip called neutral ground. It is arbitrarily fixed territory between Spanish and British ground. It is so low that it can hardly be seen from a distance. The effect is to make Gibraltar seem like an island. In case of emergency, it would not be difficult to blow up this neutral strip and make an actual separation. The Rock of Gibraltar has been for years the symbol of stability and of strength. It is, in a military sense, the key to the Mediterranean. It was taken by the British in 1704 during the War of the Spanish Succession by Admiral George Rooke, who commanded the British fleet. It has been fortified by the English government in a manner that is most discouraging to anyone contemplating a hostile advance through the straits. The shape of Gibraltar is that of an enormous lion. As Thackeray says, it crouches there to guard the passage for its British mistress. At the base of the rock are batteries. Up on the summit are guns of heavy calibre, and over its face are holes through which cannon muzzles look out across the water like sullen and malignant eyes. Gibraltar is over 1,400 feet high, and is composed of limestone. Under its present conditions of fortification, it is declared to be impregnable. It looks it. At the foot of the great rock is a town of 30,000 inhabitants, of whom 6,500 are soldiers, composing the British garrison. In this town is to be found a cosmopolitan mixture of men, and the character of it shifts from time to time according to conditions of traffic through the straits. There is enough to entertain a visitor for a day. Life there for a long time must grow monotonous. The impressions, however, of a single day at Gibraltar are not forgotten. You carry away the conviction that, whatever might happen to anything else in this world, Gibraltar is likely to stay. Spain and Gibraltar. Toledo, the ancient capital. 1. Rodrigo, last of the Gothic kings of Spain, heard in his palace at Toledo that the Moors had crossed from Africa to Gibraltar. A little army led by Tarik landed in 711 and marched northward, conquering as it went. King Rodrigo, with a great force of Spaniards, met them in Andalusia. He commanded the centre. The wings were led by King Witiza's sons, who, hoping to recover the country that Rodrigo had taken from their father, joined the Moors, and pressed with them into battle. Rodrigo was surrounded and cut down. The Moors marched northward, taking city after city in the name of Muhammad, till all Spain was theirs. The last of the Gothic kings had fallen. From that day to this, Toledo has never regained her position as the capital of Spain. In the royal palace, Tarik found 25 crowns of the old Gothic kings, golden and richly jewelled, the Psalms of David written on gold leaf with dissolved rubies, and the emerald table of Solomon. Those crowns may still be seen, but no one has ever seen the other treasures. The Moorish kings, though they ruled Toledo mildly, had no end of trouble from the haughty nobility, who, robbed of their high position, were always in revolt against the conquerors. At last Sultan Hakim decided to punish his unruly subjects. He gave them a governor of their own race, who pretended to hate the foreigners, but was secretly in league with Hakim. Amron soon won the hearts of his people and built a great castle in the middle of the city. There he held a reception for Prince Abderrahman, to which all the nobles and rich citizens of Toledo were invited. Feeling the honour of royal presence, which their city had not enjoyed for many years, the Toledans went by thousands to the castle. Told to enter one by one, noble and grandee went in, but not to feast. 5,000 lost their heads in the trap. Amron thought, no doubt, that it was a good joke, but he had not much time to enjoy it. When the people realized what he had done, a mob gathered and burned his castle, with Amron in it. Toledo was early freed from Moorish rule, and the greatest of those who helped to maintain her independence was Rodrigo Diaz the Cid, who, next to Napoleon, is held by many to be the foremost heroic figure in European history. He held important court offices under Alfonso, living in the Alcazar at Toledo. Many poems and stories have been written about the Cid. He belonged to a noble family, married the granddaughter of Alfonso V, and later made himself a king. The fate of a battle was never in doubt if the Cid was fighting, for his side was sure of victory. Toward the end of his life, after hundreds of battles and duels, he made his most famous conquest, the taking of Valencia from the Moors in 1094. He ruled well and justly for the next 5 years over Valencia and Murcia, and in 1099 died of anger over the defeat of his favourite lieutenant. The Cid is Spain's hero and saint, familiar to all in legend and in song. Madrid, the capital. 2. Standing on the grand stairway of the royal palace, his hand upon the balustrade, and looking at the splendour about him, Napoleon Bonaparte said to his brother Joseph, to whom he had given the throne of Spain, "You are better housed than I am." That was the emperor's opinion of the royal residence in Madrid. To Napoleon, the conquest of this ancient and famous land of Spain was one of his greatest victories. Many people, when they first see the country around Madrid, are surprised at the lack of trees there. It is known that the mountains of that region were once covered with a heavy growth of forest, which has since been cut away. The trees were felled to put money into the royal treasury. One reason they were never replanted is that many of the Castilians have a strong dislike for trees. They think only of the birds that nest among the branches and feed in grain fields. They forget that trees are both useful and beautiful in themselves, giving shade and moisture and beautifying the scenery. In later years, a wise government has come to see that the slight loss of farmland is not nearly so important as the effect woodlands have on climate. Groves now dot the landscape with patches of refreshing green, and the climate about Madrid is already improving. It is hoped that the bleak country, which now grows only a spare crop of corn, will become fertile and fruitful again when new forests have influenced a more regular rainfall and steadier temperature. Scientific forestry can probably redeem the error that was committed centuries ago. Madrid, though a modern city, has been from the beginning a centre of art and literature. Velázquez went there from Seville to spend the greater part of his life. It was there that Cervantes, author of Don Quixote, lived and died. More important, perhaps, than any other figure in the Spanish drama was Lope de Vega, a native of the city. He led an eventful life while writing poems and plays with wonderful readiness. According to his own statement, more than 100 of his plays were written so quickly that it took only 24 hours from the time he started to compose each one of them until it had been produced on the stage. He wrote 1,800 plays. He is said to have printed 21,300,000 lines, which, if we can believe his own account, was only a part of all that he wrote. To do this, he must have written nearly 900 lines a day all through his life. Many other artists and writers have worked in Madrid, and the Spanish capital is still a well-known centre of culture. Alcazar at Seville. 3. Tranquilly amid its gardens that glow with roses and orange blossoms, the Alcazar of Seville, palace of the old Castilian kings, stands now as it stood in the days of the Moors. Here and there a ceiling, a stairway, or a colonnade, damaged by fire or earthquake, has been repaired according to architectural ideas of more modern times. But in the main, those Moorish kings who built it could sleep, if they were there today, in their own rooms undisturbed by any feeling of strangeness. The site on which the Alcazar was built is probably the oldest in Seville. The palace replaces an old Gothic castle which had been erected on the foundations of a Roman villa. Uncertain traditions and the imagination of historical writers have pictured the houses of shepherds on the same spot before history began. There are many stories about the Alcazar, both true and fabulous. The Court of Maidens took its name from one of these. It was said that a tribute of 100 maidens paid to the Mohammedan ruler had been lodged in that part of the Alcazar. History does not show that the Caliph ever asked for such a tribute, and it is probable that the Court of Maidens had not been built at the time when this incident is supposed to have taken place. Nevertheless, such a story has grown up, and has given the court a name that it will doubtless bear for all time. After Castile had thrown off Moorish rule, Seville was made the capital of Spain. For several centuries, Christian kings lived in the Alcazar, adding somewhat to the original structure as the Moors had left it. The name of Pedro is more closely connected than any other Spanish ruler with the history and fiction of the building. He was called Pedro the Cruel. A grim sense of humour and a habit of going through the streets of Seville in disguise have made him the subject of many odd tales and rumours. Some of these stories are merely whimsical. He is said to have met 4 candidates for a judge's position beside a pool in the gardens where they had gone to find him. Pedro, turning to the first, asked him what was floating in the pool. "An orange," replied the candidate without hesitation. The second and third gave him the same answer. The fourth fished out the piece of fruit with his staff, examined it, and replied more accurately, "Half an orange." Pedro immediately gave him the appointment. Cathedral of Seville. 4. There is a Spanish proverb that says, "Whom God favours, he gives a house in Seville." The privilege of living in that bright, gay city is considered by a Spaniard to be the height of happiness. Other cities are larger, wealthier, or more important politically than Seville, but none holds a higher place in the hearts of the Spanish people. When in the beginning of the 15th century the old cathedral was damaged by an earthquake, a meeting was held to discuss what should be done to restore it. Then one proposed that, instead of repairing the old church, they should build a new edifice, larger and more magnificent than had ever been imagined. They planned a cathedral that should make all who saw it wonder at the daring of those who began it. What the public funds would not supply, they agreed to furnish out of their own purses. Only 117 years were consumed in the erection of this wondrous structure, which is a short time as old cathedrals go. After St. Peter's at Rome and the Mezquita at Cordova, it is the largest church in the world. It is 414 feet long, 271 feet wide, and 100 feet high to the top of the nave. The immense pillars, as you look down the church between them, seem to diminish in the distance to the thickness of reeds. Many another cathedral could stand inside the nave of this one. There are numerous churches in the city. Most of the older ones are built on the foundations of mosques. The church of La Caridad has a strange legend connected with it. Don Miguel de Manara, the founder, had been a profligate in his youth, a sort of Don Juan, and was known far and wide for his excesses. One night when he was returning home alone, he lost his way, and wandered about in a daze, unable to find his home. In imagination he met a funeral procession, and stopping one of the bearers, inquired who it was they were taking to eternal rest at such an hour. "Don Miguel de Manara," he replied. Greatly surprised at hearing his own name, Don Miguel uncovered the face and saw there his own features. The procession immediately vanished, but left him so deeply impressed that he was converted and built a church and a hospital. Siege of Granada. 5. The city of Granada was the last Moorish stronghold in Spain. The usurpers had been driven from province after province, while the power of Castile increased in all the country round. Only the province of Granada held firm. Even there, losses in war had so weakened the Moors that their kings paid tribute to the Christian rulers, down to the time of Muley Hassan. He was a proud and cruel monarch, so fond of the dignity his fathers had held that he not only withheld the tribute, but even made inroads into Spanish territory. A 10 years' war followed. Spain determined to drive her enemy out of Europe once and for all. In battle after battle, the Christians narrowed Hassan's kingdom, till the people of Granada rose in revolt against the ruler whose bad luck and tyranny made him so unpopular. He was dethroned, and the kingdom given to Boabdil, his son. Boabdil was, if anything, more unfortunate than his father, for Ferdinand and Isabella pushed their conquest little by little up to the very walls of Granada. A long siege followed. The Moors, as they lost the power they had held so long over the rich and delightful lands of Spain, tried every trick of warfare without effect. Ferdinand had given orders not to attack the city. He intended to win by starving his enemies rather than by fighting, while the Moors did all they could to provoke a battle. One daring knight named Yarf rode out of the gates. Unexpectedly he made his way to the Christian camp, and threw a spear into the ground close by the royal pavilion as an insult to Queen Isabella. In return, Hernando de Pulgar, disregarding the order of Ferdinand, broke through the gates of Granada with a few followers, and pinned a tablet on the door of a mosque with his dagger. Upon the tablet were the words Ave Maria. Thus the knights of both sides showed their recklessness under the long siege. The Spanish army lay so long encamped on the Vega, or plain, within view of the city walls and the magnificent buildings of the Alhambra, that at last, after the tents had been accidentally burned, Ferdinand ordered a city to be built for the soldiers. Each of the towns of Spain sent its share of materials, and in a remarkably short time Santa Fe, as it was called, stood side by side with Granada. When all the Vega was laid waste, when the Moors were starving and discontented, and a hostile walled city frowned in sight of the Alhambra, Boabdil at length made terms of peace. He said farewell to the palace of Moorish kings, and all the luxuries he had enjoyed as its ruler, surrendered the keys of the city to Ferdinand, and went away greatly humbled. Never afterward did the Moors hold power in Spain. Rock of Gibraltar. 6. One night over 2 centuries ago, a band of Spaniards, led by a goatherd, crept up the Rock of Gibraltar to St. Michael's Cave, where dawn overtook them, and where they remained all through the next day. As soon as darkness had fallen again, they scaled the wall, surrounded the signal house, and in a few moments overpowered the guard. The British in the fortress never dreamed of danger so close at hand. Ropes and ladders were lowered stealthily over the precipice, and the Spaniards, feeling sure of victory, brought up several hundred men for the attack. If all had gone well, Gibraltar might have been in the hands of Spain again before sunrise, but some part of the work was clumsily done, for British sentries caught the alarm, and a body of grenadiers, hastily called together, rushed out upon their midnight assailants. Gibraltar was saved for the British. Some of the Spaniards they hurled over the cliff, the rest surrendered and were taken prisoners. The history of Gibraltar was, for many centuries, one of sieges and captures. The rock was first known to the Greeks and Romans as one of the Pillars of Hercules. The other, Mount Abila, stands on the African shore. But at that period, when ships rarely sailed out of the Mediterranean, the pillar was unimportant to any great nation in war. It fell into the hands of Phoenicians, Romans, Carthaginians, and Visigoths at different periods in history. Tarik, landing there when he crossed from Africa into Spain, built a castle on the rock, which was therefore called Jebel el-Tarik, or Hill of Tarik, the original form of the name of Gibraltar. It fell into the hands of England after the Spaniards and Moors had fought over it for centuries. Once again, in the great siege that began in 1779 and lasted more than 3 years, England came dangerously near losing the fortress. Spain and France took advantage of British losses in America to open fire on the Mediterranean stronghold. After the garrison of over 5,000 men had been reduced to starvation, and only the bravery of General Elliot could keep them together, Gibraltar was bombarded from the mainland. Just when his command seemed lost under the strain of attack and of hardships endured so long, the Scotsman led his troops to the attack, and, taking the much larger Spanish army by surprise, drove them back and burned their fortifications. Again, Spain and France attacked from the sea, but Elliot burned their ships with red-hot cannonballs. The struggle was renewed from time to time all during the siege, until at last peace was proclaimed. General Elliot, returning home, was received with the highest military honours for his courage. England has been offered all of Spain's possessions in Africa in exchange for the one great sterile rock. Yet nothing will induce her to give up that hold on the gate of the Mediterranean. End of Spain and Gibraltar.
Chapter 24 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele Pooley. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 24. The Mentor, number 44. Famous English Poets. Famous English Poets by Hamilton W. Mabie, author and critic. Browning. Modern English poetry is rich not only in its quality but in its variety, both of theme and of manner. The exuberant imagination and splendid profusion of Swinburne are in striking contrast with the restraint and clearness of style of Matthew Arnold. The fluency and narrative faculty of William Morris with the strongly etched and powerful phrased work of Francis Thompson and Henley. The classical dignity of Landor, the humour of Hood, the seriousness of mood of Clough, the pictorial genius of Rossetti, the fresh invention of Stevenson and Kipling suggest the range of poetic production of an age not matched in wealth of genius since the age of Shakespeare. Among the throng of poets who made lasting contributions to English literature during the 19th century, 6 may be regarded as most representative. Byron died 91 years ago, but although there was a great change in the way poets look at life and in their way of writing verse, he holds his place as one of the greater poets, not only in reputation but in popular regard, and for 2 reasons. He was one of the born singers to whom men will always stop and listen, and he was also a poet of revolt. He is not read in this country as Browning and Kipling are read, nor, on the other hand, is he neglected as Milton and Landor are neglected. His stormy nature and his tempestuous career add an element of personal interest to the claims of his poetry upon the attention of reading people today. And he is one of those men of genius about whom it is difficult to be judicial. Those who like his work become his partisans. Those who dislike him charge him with insincerity and immorality. It must be frankly confessed that Byron had moments of insincerity, and that he often posed. But he was largely the victim of his temperament. Mr. Symonds has said of him that he was well-born and ill-bred. He had noble impulses, and he had the strong passions that give energy of feeling and vitality of imagination to many of the greatest men and women. But he had neither clearness of moral vision nor steadiness of purpose. He had great genius, but he was neither intellectually nor morally great. And yet he had such force of mind and eloquence that Goethe, who was the greatest critic of his time, if not of all time, declared that the English could show no poet to be compared with him. Byron's place among poets. What ground was there for an estimate which gave Byron a place by himself among English poets? English Bards and Scotch Reviewers was a telling satire written by a confident boy of genius, effective in hits which the time understood, but defective in critical insight. Childe Harold, the early stanzas of which appeared after travel had inspired him, was a splendid piece of rhetoric which often attains a very noble eloquence. The Giaour, Manfred, the Corsair, Lara, stirred an age which was in revolt against rigid and often artificial conventions. Don Juan, like Childe Harold, is a poetic journal which lacks dramatic unity, but contains descriptions of compelling beauty. Some of the shorter pieces, like The Prisoner of Chillon, When We Two Parted, She Walks in Beauty, have the power of deep feeling when it becomes eloquent. While such stanzas as The Isles of Greece, scattered through Childe Harold, make history as moving as poetry. Byron had richness of imagination rather than wealth of thought. He had a full-throated, operatic voice rather than purity of tone. He had splendour rather than clarity of mind. He had great natural force of genius rather than command of the resources of art. He was generous in impulse, enthusiastic in temper, and he loved liberty. It was the presence of these qualities in his nature and his spirit of revolt that led Mazzini to predict, "The day will come when democracy will remember all that it owes to Byron." Shelley. Shelley too was a lover of freedom, but of a freedom that was the breath of the soul rather than social or political liberty. He lacked humour. He bore no yoke in his youth. His father was a matter-of-fact and eccentric tyrant, and the boy of genius lost his way in a world which nobody helped him to understand. When one reads the story of his brief and confused career, of the shabby and immoral things he did, it must be remembered that he discovered how to fly, but nobody taught him how to walk. He was always a splendid, wayward child, to whom visions were more real than facts. He died at 30, and his life was only beginning. But what a splendid prelude it was! Alastor, the stanzas written in dejection, the ode to the west wind, the cloud, the immortal lines to a skylark, are flights of poetry which reflect the splendour of the sky under which they seem to move, as if impelled by wings. Prometheus Unbound, The Revolt of Islam, and other long poems show his hatred of tyranny, whether human or divine, his ardent passion for humanity. He was only at times a great artist. His verse often lacks substance and reality. and has the beauty and remoteness of cloud pictures. His critical faculty was obscured by the spontaneity and facility of his creative moods, but he had the power of growth. His best work was at the end of his career, and he died at the moment the signs of maturity were showing themselves. He had no creed save that of resistance to tyranny, and he defined nothing. But he had noble visions, a beautiful voice, a splendid faith. With all the faults of his youth, and they were of tragic seriousness, there was something angelic about him, and he made life richer and more splendid. Keats' love of beauty. Keats died in Rome on February 23, 1821, and was buried in the Protestant cemetery. His last request was that on his tombstone there be carved, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." The poets of the first quarter of the last century died young. Byron at 36, Shelley at 30, Keats at 26. What Byron's future would have been, no one will venture to predict. But Shelley and Keats were rapidly gaining power when the end came. The first was the fiery leader of revolt. The second was the idealist, concerned not with the present oppressive traditions, but with untrammeled freedom of thought and of life. Keats cared for none of these things. He was in love with beauty. One must go back to Spenser to find an Englishman of his sensitiveness to beauty, and he was much simpler than Spenser, whose moral idealism expressed itself in a refined symbolism. Keats was the son of a stable keeper, went to school for a few years, and was conspicuous chiefly for his pugnacious disposition. The impression that he was a weak, sentimental boy and man is without foundation. He became the victim of a heartbreaking disease, but his was essentially a brave and manly nature. His later work is notable not only for its beauty, but for its solidity of texture. He became an apprentice to a surgeon. Through his acquaintance with a family of cultivated people, he became a reader of good books, and discovered his vocation when he opened The Fairy Queen. That poem did not make him a poet. It opened his eyes to the fact that he was a poet. Endymion, published when he was 23 years old, was immature in construction and diction, but it was the first bloom of a beautiful genius. Hyperion, which came near the end, is a fragment, for he was still very young in knowledge of life and the practice of art. But it has nobility and a certain largeness of handling that predicts strength as well as art. The first line of Endymion showed where he stood as a poet. "A thing of beauty is a joy forever." And on his deathbed he said, "I have loved the principle of beauty in all things." He not only loved it, but gave it illustration in short poems of unsurpassed perfection. The Eve of St. Agnes, the Ode to a Nightingale, the Ode to Autumn, the Ode on a Grecian Urn, have a deathless loveliness, and are stamped by that finality of shape which marks the best pieces of Greek sculpture. Matthew Arnold said of these shorter poems that they had that rounded perfection and felicity of loveliness of which Shakespeare is the great master. William Wordsworth. While these poets died before maturity, Wordsworth, Tennyson, and Browning had ample time in which to harvest all the fruit of their genius. Wordsworth's life was in striking contrast to the lives of his brilliant contemporaries. Born before them, he lived 27 years after the oldest of them died. Byron was an extensive traveller. Shelley lived 5 years in Italy, and Keats' last months were spent in the same country. Byron died in Greece. Shelley was drowned in the Gulf of Spezia, and Keats came to the end of his sufferings in a little room that looks out on the Spanish steps, which are gay with flowers in the Roman spring. Grasmere Church. With the exception of a brief residence in France and Germany, Wordsworth spent 80 years on English soil, and mainly in the Lake Country. He was born in the north, went to school in a little village near Lake Windermere, and spent his life at Grasmere and at Rydalmount, only 3 or 4 miles distant. His life was free from struggles, either mental or material, and was one of meditation and quiet growth. In contrast with Byron, he was a poet of reflection. Unlike Shelley, he saw nature as the intimate companion of the spirit, and he sought beauty in the simplicity of obscure lives and daily experience rather than in the richness of imagination or in that fairy land of mythology which laid its spell on Keats. He was deeply religious and saw nature as a revelation of the divine mind, a visible and material creation penetrated and filled by the divine spirit. His years of inspiration were few, but his conscientious industry was untiring. In his creative moods, he wrote some of the noblest and most perfect poetry in English. In his moods of faithful industry, he wrote much thoughtful but unpoetic verse. In the latter class fall his long poems. In the former class fall many of his shorter pieces, in which lofty thought and deep feeling are fused in an art of exquisite simplicity and purity. The Prelude and the Excursion contain passages of great beauty, but they are valuable chiefly to students. In the 10 years which followed the publication of the Lyrical Ballads in 1798, he wrote many poems which are for all people and for all time. Such poetry as Lucy, To a Highland Girl, The Solitary Reaper, To a Cuckoo, I Wandered Lonely, She Was a Phantom of Delight, 3 years She Grew in Sun and Shade, ought to be planted in the minds of children as refuges from the commonplace, and as a protection from all that is cheap and inferior in life and art. In the Ode to Duty, that on Intimations of Immortality, in many stanzas from the long poems, and in a group of sonnets, nature and life are interpreted in an art which is both commanding and beautiful. At his best, in depth of thought, loyalty to truth, spiritual insight, purity of feeling, and that simplicity which is the last achievement of art, Wordsworth belongs among the 6 great poets of England. Alfred, Lord Tennyson. It is too soon to assist their permanent places to Tennyson and Browning, but there is little doubt of their survival among the singers whom the world will not forget. Both were fortunately born and well educated, though in different ways. Both were happily situated in life. Both had ample time in which to give full and rounded expression to their genius. Fame did not come early to either, but it discovered Tennyson in middle life, and for 3 or 4 decades it invested him with immense authority. Both were thinkers and students as well as singers, and both had ample intellectual resources. Tennyson was the finer artist. He was indeed one of the most perfect artists in the history of poetry. He had command of both harmony and melody. In other words, he could build a poem on strong constructive lines, and he could make it exquisitely musical. He mastered the resources of words. He knew how to use consonants and vowels so as to make his lines sing in the ear. He understood what can be done with assonance, resemblance in sound, repetition, alliteration. He was an expert workman, but never a mechanic alone. The stream of thought was not locked in poetic forms. It flowed freely through them. His art is so perfect that it conceals itself. He was not only a poet of exquisite skill, but he was a vigorous and independent thinker. The future historian of the intellectual and spiritual history of the 19th century will find in memoriam what is called an original authority of far greater value than the formal records of the time. Some of the early short poems which captivated young readers in the 30s and 40s of the last century seem somewhat thin and artificial today. But the great mass of Tennyson's poetry has substance as well as quality, and such poems as Ulysses, Sir Galahad, the two voices, have a noble reach of thought as well as a compelling music, while the magic which lives in Break, 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 the songs from The Princess, Crossing the Bar, does not lose its spell. In power of thought, in deep religious feeling unbound by dogmatism, in faith in ordered liberty, in love of home, and in passion for beauty, Tennyson is the central figure of the Victorian age. Robert Browning. Browning is not so broadly representative of the movement of the age. He gave dramatic expression to one aspect of its experience, but that aspect was of thrilling interest. Tennyson did not miss the significance of individual impulse, but he saw men in ordered ranks, in social relations. He felt and expressed the collective experience of his age. Browning felt and expressed the experience of individual souls, of Paracelsus, Luria. He is the interpreter of exceptional experiences and natures of Abt Vogler, Andrea del Sarto, the Renaissance bishop. He knew secrets of great and mean souls, of Pompilia and the Pope, of half Rome, of Caponsacchi, in The Ring and the Book, of the Patriot, and of the husband of the last Duchess. He was a psychologist of penetrating intelligence, and his passion for analysis and dealing with problems sometimes ran away with him, to use a colloquialism. Hence the perplexities which beset the student of some of his work, and the organization of clubs to interpret him. Browning was often a very effective artist, but he was often very indifferent to form, and there are long productions of his which are intensely interesting but are not in any proper sense poetry. Time will separate the experiments in psychology from the achievements in art, and there will remain a body of poetry which appeals powerfully to men and women of intellectual interests and habits, a poetry notable for its readings of the secrets of individuality, its splendid optimism based on faith in the individual soul and in the purpose and power behind the universe, in the sense of freedom to take and use life daringly, in the impulse to action and spiritual venture, for its bold imagery and strong phrasing. Such poems as Prospice, Rabbi Ben Ezra, Childe Roland to the Dark Tower Came are not only impressive poetry, but have the note of the bugle in them. Famous English Poets. Lord Byron, monograph No. 1 in the Mentor reading course. I awoke one morning and found myself famous, said the great poet Byron. This was almost the very truth. A single poem, a long one indeed, Childe Harold, made him the most talked-of man of his time. His fame grew in a night, and yet he is said to have been prouder of being a descendant of those Byrons who came into England with William the Conqueror than of having been the author of Childe Harold. The Byrons were an ancient and honourable family, numbering among them many famous soldiers and landowners. George Noel Gordon Byron, the poet, was born on January 22nd, 1788. His father was Captain John Byron, a profligate and spendthrift. His mother was Catherine Gordon, the second wife of Mad Jack Byron, as the poet's father was called. His parents soon separated, Mrs. Byron taking her son with her. In 1798, the poet's great-uncle died, and George became Lord Byron at the age of 10. He and his mother were now assured a comfortable income, and he was sent to Harrow School, where, in spite of his lameness, which he had suffered from birth, he became a good athlete. At the age of 16, Byron fell desperately in love with Mary Chaworth, a distant relative 2 years older than himself. Her indifference broke the poet's heart, for the time being. He entered Cambridge in 1805, and while there, wasted most of his time. He left college with the degree of Master of Arts at the age of 20. In 1807, he published his first volume of poetry, Hours of Idleness. The Edinburgh Review ridiculed these in a satirical criticism. This provoked from Byron a brilliant retort in the form of a poem called English Bards and Scotch Reviewers. In 1809 he was off for Europe. In Childe Harold he has told his thoughts and experiences during these wanderings. The first 2 cantos of his poem appeared in 1812, and their success was instantaneous. The life of a personality like Byron is so full of incident, so coloured with romance and adventure, that to tell it in detail requires a great deal of space. Everything that he did was interesting. Everywhere he went, he left the impress of his genius. Women loved him, and men imitated him. Byron was the fashion, and the poet was renowned the world over. He married Anne Isabella Milbank in 1815. A daughter, Augusta Ada, afterwards Countess of Lovelace, was born to them. In 1816, Lady Byron left her husband, giving as a reason her belief that he was insane. The following spring, Byron left England, and after travelling about for some time, met the poet Shelley and Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin in Switzerland. From there he went to Italy, where he lived for a number of years. When there, he wrote many of his greatest poems. About this time, Greece was struggling to throw off the rule of Turkey. Byron, a great believer in liberty of every sort, gave freely of his sympathy and money to the cause. In 1823 he fitted up an expedition and sailed to the aid of the Greeks. But before he could get into active service, he was taken fatally ill, and died at Missolonghi on April 19, 1824. His last words were of Greece, the country he had come to help to freedom. "I have given her my time, my means, my health, and now I give her my life. What could I do more?" Byron's body was carried back to England, but the British authorities would not allow him to be buried in Westminster Abbey. There is neither bust nor statue of him in Poets' Corner. His remains were finally laid beneath the chancel of the village church in Hucknall Torkard. John Keats. Monograph No. 2 in the Mentor Reading Course. No one man ever published a worse first volume nor better last volume of poetry than did John Keats. And no poet was so severely criticised at the beginning nor more highly praised at the end of his life. Yet between the appearance of his first work and the publication of his last volume, there was a space of but 3 years. Keats' origin was humble, but not so vulgar as most people think. He was born on October 29, 1795, and was the eldest son of Thomas Keats, head hostler at the Swan and Hoop livery stables in London. But in spite of these commonplace early associations, his parents were able to send John to a private school at Enfield. Thomas Keats was killed by a fall from his horse in 1804, and Mrs. Keats married another stable keeper. This marriage was an unhappy one, and the couple soon separated. At school, Keats was distinguished for his quick temper, a love of fighting, and a great appetite for reading. In 1810, when his mother died, he left school with the intention to become a doctor. He was apprenticed to Thomas Hammond, a surgeon in Edmonton, but he had a quarrel with him and went to London in 1814 to study at Guy's and St. Thomas's hospitals. Even in London, Keats could not concentrate his whole attention on the study of medicine. He read a great deal of poetry, especially Spenser. In 1816, he met Leigh Hunt, who introduced him to the poet Shelley. Already he had begun to write verse, and these friends stimulated his poetic gift, until in the winter of 1816-17, he definitely decided to give up the study of medicine and write for a living. His first volume of Poems by John Keats appeared in the spring of 1817. This book was dedicated to Leigh Hunt. The next year he published Endymion, a poetic romance. This volume was harshly treated by the famous critic Gifford in the Quarterly Review. Whether or not the poem deserved such severity, the language of the reviewer cut Keats to the quick. He also bitterly resented the attacks made upon him in Blackwood's magazine. With his friend Armitage Brown, he next started on a walking tour of Scotland, but on account of the bad state of his health, was forced to give this up. His brother, Thomas Keats, died of consumption at the beginning of December 1818, and the poet went to live with Brown. When there, he fell passionately in love with Fanny Brawne, a girl of 17 who lived nearby. It was at this time that he wrote his greatest poems, although his health was very poor. Early in 1820, Keats realized that he had consumption, but he did not give up. In July, he published his third and last volume of poetry, Lamia Isabella, The Eve of St. Agnes, and Other Poems. In September 1820, he started for Naples in an attempt to cure himself, but it was in vain, for on the following February 23rd, he died in Rome. He was buried in the old Protestant cemetery near the Pyramid of Cestius. He requested that on his gravestone should be carved this inscription: "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." It was formerly believed that the attacks of hostile reviewers were the cause of Keats' death, but this theory has long since been disproved. Although the sensitive poet felt these bitter attacks keenly, his was not a spirit to sink beneath them. Percy Bysshe Shelley, Monograph No. 3 in the Mentor Reading Course. Percy Bysshe Shelley was born near Horsham in the county of Sussex, England, on August 4th, 1792. He was the eldest son of Sir Timothy Shelley. At the age of 11, he was sent to school at Eton. There he had a hard time. He resisted the fagging system, a system under which the young boys must act as servants to the older ones, and he would not work at his lessons. He was gentle-natured and retiring, but when provoked he showed a very violent temper. So he was known as Mad Shelley by his schoolmates. In 1810, Shelley entered Oxford, but he did not stay there for long, for he and a friend named Thomas Jefferson Hogg became atheists, and Shelley wrote a little pamphlet on atheism, which he sent to the different heads of the colleges, asking them to notify him at once of their conversion to atheism. This they declined to do, but instead summoned both Shelley and Hogg and expelled them. Shelley and his friends complained at what they termed the injustice of the expulsion, but his father would have nothing to do with him. So Shelley went to London, where he wrote the poem Queen Mab. This was not published until later. When he was in London, his sisters sent him money by means of Harriet Westbrook, one of their friends. Shelley converted her to atheism and married her in August 1811, because she did not wish to go back to school. This marriage turned out to be very unhappy, and they separated by mutual consent in 1813. The next year, Shelley, accompanied by Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin, the daughter of William Godwin, the speculative philosopher, and Claire Clairmont, a friend of the poet Lord Byron, visited Europe. In 1815, Shelley's grandfather died, and the poet was assured a regular income of $5,000 a year. In 1816, he visited Europe again, and in November of the same year, his wife Harriet drowned herself. Shelley's 2 children were committed to the care of their grandfather, Westbrook. Shelley married Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin, and in 1818 they left England, never to return, going to Italy, where he wrote many of his greatest poems. His second wife was a talented woman and a writer of ability. Under the name of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, she wrote that famous gruesome tale, Frankenstein. In July 1822, Shelley set sail on a small boat to return to his summer home at Spezia. The boat was overtaken by a sudden squall, and disappeared. 2 weeks later, Shelley's body was washed ashore with a copy of Keats' poems open in one of his pockets. The Tuscan quarantine regulations at that time required that whatever came ashore from the sea should be burned. Accordingly, Shelley's body was placed on a pyre and reduced to ashes in the presence of Leigh Hunt, E.J. Trelawney, and Lord Byron. His ashes were collected and buried in the Protestant cemetery at Rome, near the grave of his friend Keats. William Wordsworth. Monograph number 4 in the Mentor Reading Course. At the age of 21, William Wordsworth was so undecided as to what he wanted to do for a living that his relatives believed he would turn out to be a good-for-nothing. At the age of 35, he had finished a tremendous poem in 14 books, which he had begun because he was not ready at the time to take up anything more difficult. Wordsworth was born at Cockermouth in Cumberland, England, on April 7th, 1770, the son of John Wordsworth, a lawyer. When he was only 15, he wrote as a school task an account in poetry of his summer vacation. He entered Cambridge at the age of 17, but did not get along well there, because he did not like his studies, nor the discipline of the college. In those days, when there was no railroads or trolley lines, it was a custom for young Englishmen, who could afford it, to take walking trips through Europe during their vacations from college. In the summer of 1790, Wordsworth made a tour through France and among the Alps, and was much affected by the beauties of nature he saw, particularly at Lake Como. He graduated from St. John's College, Cambridge, in 1791, with the degree of Bachelor of Arts. The French Revolution came along about this time, and, together with most of the progressive young men of the day, Wordsworth hailed it with enthusiasm. But later, the horrors of the Revolution disgusted him, although he always remained a Republican in principle. Wordsworth's friends urged him to enter the ministry, and he himself thought a little of becoming a lawyer, but he finally decided to write for a living, and a poor living it was at first. Sometimes he had hardly enough to eat. He published his first poems in 1793, An Evening Walk addressed to a Young Lady, and descriptive sketches taken during a pedestrian tour among the Alps. 2 years later, his poverty was lightened by a legacy of $4,500 left him by a friend, and his sister Dorothy went to keep house for him. She helped him in many ways and cheered his spirits. In 1802, he married Mary Hutchinson, and about the same time inherited $9,000 from his father. 3 years later, he finished that long poem of 14 books, The Prelude, containing an account of the cultivation and development of his mind. This was not published until after the poet's death. Wordsworth continued to write many poems, most of which had to do with the beauties of nature. Nature in all her forms was his delight. He liked to walk by himself in the fields, and to talk with the poorer people, those nearest to the soil. He was simple, kindly, and much loved by those who knew him. In 1843, Wordsworth succeeded Robert Southey as Poet Laureate of England, and was recognized as the greatest living English poet. He held this honour only 7 years, as he died at Rydal Mount, his home in England, on April 23, 1850. Alfred Tennyson. Monograph number 5 in the Mentor Reading Course. Alfred Tennyson was born at Somersby in Lincolnshire, England, on August 6, 1809. His father was a rector, and the poet's boyhood was passed in an atmosphere of poetry and music. Even as a child he wrote verses, and some of these were published in 1827 in a volume, Poems by Two Brothers, written by himself and his elder brother Charles. He entered Trinity College, Cambridge in 1829, and in the same year won the Chancellor's Medal with a blank verse poem called Timbuktu. His closest friend at college was Arthur Henry Hallam, a bright young man who belonged to the Apostles, a society of which Tennyson was also a member. Poems, chiefly lyrical, was published in 1830. But the following year, soon after the death of his father, the poet left Cambridge without taking his degree. He then decided to devote his life to writing poetry. A small volume of poems, published in 1832, proved that he had chosen well, for it contained some of his best work. But now for 10 years the poet kept silence. He did not publish another line of poetry until 1842. The reason for this was the death of his friend Arthur Hallam. Hallam was the closest intimate of Tennyson, and when he died suddenly at Vienna in 1833, the poet received a blow from which he never fully recovered. But this great loss was poetically the making of Tennyson. The volume of 1842 contained some of his greatest poems, among them being Ulysses, Locksley Hall, and Break, Break, Break. 5 years after this appeared The Princess, a long poem treating of the woman question in a half-humorous way. It is a poem of great beauty. Then in 1850 came the elegy on the death of Hallam, In Memoriam. This had been long expected, and it proved to be one of the greatest poems of the century. In the same year, Tennyson married Emily Selwood and was appointed Poet Laureate to succeed Wordsworth. His first official poem in this position was The Ode on the Death of the Duke of Wellington in 1852. 2 years later, The Charge of the Light Brigade electrified the world. Maud appeared in 1855, and then 4 years later began the publication of the famous Idylls of the King, poems in blank verse telling of King Arthur and his court. From that time on, Tennyson wrote many poems and dramas. In 1884, he was made Lord Tennyson, 1st Baron of Aldworth and Farringford. He took the title from his 2 country houses in Sussex and on the Isle of Wight. On October 6, 1892, Tennyson died at Aldworth, with the moonlight falling on closed eyes and voiceless lips. Robert Browning. Monograph No. 6 in the Mentor Reading Course. God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. So Pippa sings, in Pippa Passes, and that was the philosophy of the great poet who wrote the lines. Robert Browning was an optimist. He believed that the world would come out all right in the end, that good would win. Robert Browning was born on May 7, 1812, at Camberwell, near London. His father, who worked in the Bank of England, was also named Robert Browning. The Brownings were of sturdy stock, but the poet's mother was delicate. At the age of 12, he had written a volume of poems called Incondita, but his parents could find no one who would publish it. Browning's early education was rather scant, but he made up for this by a great deal of miscellaneous reading in his father's library. He had a chance to become a clerk in the Bank of England, but he refused it and decided to write poetry for a living. Strange to say, his parents encouraged him in this. He published his first poem, Pauline, in 1833. Then followed Paracelsus in 1835 and Sordello in 1840. Browning was by this time becoming well known, and his poetry was admired. He had always liked the theatre, and now he began to write drama. In May 1837, his first play, Strafford, was produced in Covent Garden. He followed this with several others, none of which had great financial success. In 1844, Elizabeth Barrett, a poetess whose genius was then being recognized, published a volume of poems containing Lady Geraldine's Courtship, with a striking phrase about Browning's poems. This pleased the poet greatly, and he was encouraged by her cousin, John Kenyon, to write to her. Finally, she permitted him to visit her, and they fell in love with each other. Elizabeth Barrett was 6 years older than Browning and was a chronic nervous invalid, but in September 1846 was secretly married to him in spite of the opposition of her father, who objected on principle to the marriage of his children. Theirs was one of the greatest love stories in all history. They were both poets of the highest genius, and they loved each other devotedly. When his wife died at Florence, Italy, on June 30th, 1861, Browning was crushed by the blow. But he bore it like the great man that he was. He decided to return to England to superintend the education of his son, Robert Wiedemann Browning. There he resumed his writing and published many poems, including The Ring and the Book, which is regarded by some as his masterpiece. It is an immense poem in 12 books, in which the story of a murder is told many times over by the various characters concerned. It is a unique and powerful poem. In his later years, Browning returned to Italy, but he never revisited Florence after his wife's death there. He continued writing almost to the very end of his long life. He composed very slowly, considering 25 or 30 lines a good day's work. The real greatness of the poet was appreciated towards the end of his life, and many honours were showered upon him. In 1889 he went to Venice with his son. Here he caught a heavy cold, and this, combined with the poor state of his health, was too much for the old poet. He died in December 12, 1889, and was buried in Westminster Abbey on December 31st. End of chapter.
Chapter 25 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 25. The Makers of American Fiction by Arthur B. Maurice. Part 1. September 1st, 1918. Serial number 162. The Mentor. Makers of Modern American Fiction, Men, by Arthur B. Maurice. Department of Literature, Volume 6, Number 14. Fiction. There is a popular notion that anyone can write a story. A good novel is easy reading, and it seems on that account to be easy writing. Many a reader, in the comfortable enjoyment of good fiction, misses the genius of it altogether. He is like the sceptical young man who could see nothing difficult in the art of sculpture. All you need to do, he said, is to get a block of marble, then take a hammer and chisel and knock off the parts you don't want. So stated, sculpture does seem very simple. But after all, there is some importance in knowing what parts of the marble to knock off. Many of us feel at times an inward stir that prompts us to express ourselves in the written word. We are quite sure that we could write a novel or a play. That we don't do so is simply because we are so busy, or something else. I could write plays as well as Shakespeare if I'd a mind to, said someone years ago to Charles Lamb. Yes, answered the gentle humorist. Anyone could write plays as well as Shakespeare, if he had the mind to. Some take their pen in hand to prove themselves how easy it all is. When they have tried out several of the productions that they have dashed off so readily, they sometimes discover that what was easy writing for them was hard reading for others, and the wise ones then come to realize that the good fiction that makes such easy reading is often the finished and refined product of double and redoubled labor. For those that are determined to win their way in fiction, the means for study and observation are ample. There are many books on the art of writing to inform and guide the aspiring author, and there is a wealth of fiction literature ever at hand to supply him with examples of good story writing. In a helpful, informing book on the technique of fiction, Professor Charles F. Horn makes clear the essential elements of the novel, which he finds to be 6 in number. 1. Plot. 2. Motive, or verisimilitude, truth to life. 3. Character portrayal. 4. Emotional quality, sentiment, passion. 5. Background. 6. Style. A novel, Professor Horn writes, cannot consist simply of a fixed picture, a description of a man in repose. It must show him acting, and acted upon. In other words, it deals with man in his relationship to his environment. Hence it must have 2 essentials, the man and his movements, that is, the characters and the story. The causes and effects of these 2 essentials give us 2 more. The man can only move as he is swayed internally by his emotions, and the movement can only be seen externally in its effect on his surroundings, his background. These 4 form the positive elements or content of the novel, and they must be presented under the limitation set by man's experience of life or verisimilitude, and by his modes of conveying ideas, his style of speech. 1. Booth Tarkington. Towards the end of the last century, Booth Tarkington wrote The Gentleman from Indiana. It is as The Gentleman from Indiana that Mr. Tarkington has been widely known ever since. There was a time, some 15 or 20 years ago, when every native Hoosier was supposed to have the manuscript of a best-selling novel concealed somewhere about his person. Some of the authors died, and some of them went into other occupations, and the state has managed to live the belief down. But Mr. Tarkington remains the most conspicuous living figure linking Indiana with letters. Born in Indianapolis on July 29, 1869, he studied at Phillips Exeter and later at Princeton. In both places he was recognized as one likely to go far. Princeton he entered as a junior, but made the editorial boards of both college publications, the Tiger and the Lit, his sketches for the former being rather better than his literary contributions to the latter. He wrote the play for the Triangle Club, and at graduation was voted the most popular and promising man in the class of 1893. There followed, however, lean years, when the prophecies seemed unlikely of fulfillment. That was a period when, like the John Harkless of his own story, The Gentleman from Indiana, he was figuratively sitting on a rail fence in Indiana. Always a hard worker, he toiled unremittingly at invention and rewriting, only to have the manuscripts that he submitted with bright hopes come back to him with disheartening regularity. That was the story of the 5 or 6 years after 1893. His first tale to be sold was Cherry, a whimsical romance of the country about Princeton and undergraduate life at the College of New Jersey in pre-Revolutionary days. Accepted by Harper's, it was not published until long after. Then suddenly success came. Almost simultaneously, The Gentleman from Indiana and Monsieur Beaucaire appeared, the first a full-length novel of Midwestern life, the second a charming little romance of 18th-century manners at Bath, when Beau Nash reigned, and a prince of the blood came over from France in the guise of a barber in the French minister's train. The recognition won with those 2 books has widened with the years. After The Gentleman and Beaucaire came The 2 Van Revels, the germ of which had been a short tale of 2,000 words written in the author's undergraduate days. As a result of a brief fling at political life, Mr. Tarkington wrote the stories collected under the title In the Arena. That was followed by The Conquest of Canaan, the story of a discredited boy who leaves his native town under a shadow and returns to win its reluctant admiration. The years spent about that time in Europe suggested The Guest of Quesnay and two shorter stories with scenes laid in Italy, The Beautiful Lady and Mine Own People. The chief distinction of The Flirt, in which the author returned to the Indiana setting of the earlier books, was the picture of the heroine's impish brother, Hedrick Madison. The Turmoil, dealing with the evolution of one of the great Midwestern cities, showed Mr. Tarkington in the full maturity of his power. After that book he struck a new and rich vein in his sketches delineating boy life, the stories dealing with Penrod Schofield and William Sylvanus Baxter having found a response in every corner of the land. Mr. Tarkington has also to his credit considerable achievement as a playwright. The Man from Home, written in collaboration with Harry Leon Wilson, was one of the most successful plays of the American stage of recent years. Other plays from his pen are Cameo Kirby, Springtime, Mr. Antonio, The Country Cousin, and 17. Calling Indianapolis his hometown, Mr. Tarkington spends much of his time at Kennebunkport, Maine, and usually passes a month or two every year in Princeton, New Jersey. 2. Robert W. Chambers. What impresses one most about Mr. Robert W. Chambers is his amazing versatility. In addition to being a popular novelist, he is an expert on rare rugs, an artist, and so well qualified a judge of fine art that he can talk intelligently to the curators and directors of museums about the old masters on exhibition there, equipped with an understanding of Chinese and Japanese antiques, so that he can detect forgeries in that art. An authority on medieval armor, a lover of outdoors, of horses, dogs, and an ardent collector of butterflies, and, in addition, a thorough man of the world, who knows Paris and Petrograd and many of the out-of-way corners of the earth. These are the qualities that come to mind readily, but the list is far from complete. The longer one knows Mr. Chambers, the more varied the knowledge he finds in him. Out of such rich mental resources Mr. Chambers draws his material for fiction. He writes 2 novels a year for a large public that eagerly devours them. Mr. Chambers' life is a full and active one. He was born in Brooklyn, New York, on May 26, 1865, and in his youth he aspired to be a painter. He studied art in Paris at Julien's studio from 1886 to 1893, then returned to New York, and for a while contributed illustrations to the current publications. Then one day a novel in the Quarter appeared with his name as author. From that time on his life was given largely to writing fiction, and the record of the years has been a brilliant one. In 1893 he published the haunting, uncanny, but fascinating The King in Yellow, a collection of stories of art life. He turned to France first as a background for romance. At irregular intervals from 1894 to 1903 appeared The Red Republic, Lorraine, Ashes of Empire, and Maids of Paradise. They all had the France-Prussian War as their setting and dashing young Americans as their heroes. Then, in 1901, with Cardigan and other books, he gave expression in fiction to the spirit of the American Revolution. It has not been simply as an historical or a semi-historical novelist, however, that Mr. Chambers has made his widest appeal. In the foibles, extravagances, superficialities, and eccentricities of contemporary American society, he has found his richest vein. It does not matter whether the background of a particular tale be New York or Washington or Palm Beach. The underlying social and ethical problems are of real importance. Marriage, the giving or selling in marriage, the reasons of heredity that make for or against a certain marriage, these are fundamentals common to all humanity. In the younger set, and The Firing Line, hero and heroine have unwisely married, and the story hinges largely on problems raised subsequently by divorce. In The Fighting Chance, 1906, and The Danger Mark, 1909, the problem is that of unfitness to marry. In the former, it is the man who inherits a craving for alcohol, and the woman for sentimental philandering. In the latter, the woman is given to intemperance, and the man to excessive gallantry. In one of his later books, The Hidden Children, Mr. Chambers returns to a favorite setting of the earlier years, Upper New York of the colonial period. On a basis of solid fact, it would seem impossible for one man to do all this work. Where does he ever find time to do it? The answer lies in the fact that Mr. Chambers keeps regular hours, office hours almost, for his writing, all of which is done in longhand. At that he is not a rapid writer, frequent revision is essential, and a passion for the verification of details consumes much time. Yet the bulk and excellence of the accomplished performance remains an established fact, and in many ways it is little less than marvelous. 3. Richard Harding Davis. In 1890 there appeared in Scribner's Magazine a short story entitled Gallagher. It gave an account of a smart young office boy employed on one of the newspapers, who succeeded in beating the town by bringing home a big sporting story to his paper. It was held at once as one of the best newspaper tales ever printed. When the name of the author, Richard Harding Davis, was mentioned, the reading public recognized him as the son of Rebecca Harding Davis, a fiction writer of established reputation. Davis's 52 years of life were full of color and manly achievement. He was a novelist, short story writer, war correspondent, editor, and playwright. He began as newspaper reporter, a pursuit most natural, for his father, L. Clark Davis, was a brilliant journalist and editor. Richard Harding Davis was born in Philadelphia in 1864 and attended the Episcopal Academy and afterwards Lehigh and Johns Hopkins universities. In his college days he was weak in mathematics, but strong in all that made life full, joyous, and vital. He entered eagerly into sports and wrote stories for the Lehigh magazines. In 1887 he began newspaper work on the Philadelphia Record, also occasionally contributing to the Press and other Philadelphia papers. His first big assignment was in connection with the Johnstown flood in 1889. It was in the press office that Davis discovered the original Gallagher, the office boy, who was immortalized in Davis's famous story, just as the mongrel dog was vindicated in Davis's later story, The Bar Sinister. In 1889 he made a trip to London as correspondent to the Philadelphia Telegraph, and while there wrote of the Whitechapel murders in a way that attracted attention. He got his first job in New York in this way. In London he came to know Arthur Brisbane, who was then English correspondent of the New York Sun, and afterward editor of the Evening Sun. On his return to America he sought a newspaper job in New York, and Brisbane took him on the Evening Sun. His first experience was strikingly characteristic. A bunco man accosted him near the ferry. Davis gave him some marked money, then had him arrested, and walked him boldly into the Evening Sun office, showed him up for the crook he was, and then wrote him up in the form of a news story for the paper. Aside from his regular assignments as a reporter, Davis busied himself with pictures of various types of New York life. Among these, the most famous were the Van Bibber stories, in which Davis presented types of New York society. In 1891, Davis went to Harper's Weekly and remained there for 3 years as a managing editor. Then he became a freelance. It was not necessary for him to hold down a job. All magazines and book publishers were eager for his work. His first engagement as war correspondent was on the battlefields of the Greco-Turkish War. He was a prominent figure among newspaper correspondents in all the great wars that followed. He made a genuine sensation by his war letters, written from Cuba during the Spanish-American War of 1898. In that war, Davis formed a friendship with Theodore Roosevelt that remained firm through life. In 1898, with the publication of Soldiers of Fortune in Scribner's Magazine, the reputation of Davis as a novelist became established, and thereafter the fiction that flowed from his pen found an eager and growing audience. His extensive travels enabled him to set his stories in widely varied scenes. Soldiers of Fortune told of revolution and political intrigue in a South American republic. That also was the vein and atmosphere of Captain Macklin, and later of The White Mice. In The Exiles, he invaded Morocco for his background and characters. Later, in The King's Jackal, he laid his scenes in Tangier. Ranson's Folly is a story of American army life, afterwards dramatized, as was Soldiers of Fortune. Princess Aileen is a romantic story of the Graustark kind. Besides fiction, Davis wrote many books of adventure and travel impression, such as Rulers of the Mediterranean, Three Gringos in Venezuela, The West from a Car Window, A Year from a Reporter's Notebook, The Congo and Coasts of Africa. His later books, based on war correspondence, include With the French, Somewhere in France, and With the Allies. We have named scarcely half the titles of Davis's work. He was busy always with his pen, and as one of his fellow craftsmen in literature observed, he never penned a dull line. In all his stories he left a record of his sturdy Americanism and his passionate devotion to a just cause wherever he found it. He died suddenly of heart disease on April 12, 1916. The loss to literature was great, and was keenly felt in a history-making time like this that demands an eloquent chronicler. Davis will always be remembered as one of the most buoyant, brave, heroic, and industrious workers in the field of American literature, a man who saw life fully and clearly, and who reflected it truly in healthy, ringing, inspiring tones. 4. Jack London. Jack London's stories were written largely out of his own life. If they were not actual experiences cast in fiction form, they were narratives spun out of the fibre of his own experiences. Life was never certain for London. He was always on the go, and his life was an ever vigorous, vital present, with the future undetermined and unguessed. He was born in San Francisco on January 12, 1876. When he was 11 years old, he left his ranch in the Livermore Valley and set out to satisfy his longing for a knowledge of the world and an expression of himself. He first went to Oakland, where, in the public library, he came under the romantic influence of such fiction writers as Washington Irving, Ouida, and others. Out of Irving's Alhambra, he built castles in the air for himself, and launched upon a great literary career with a strong undercurrent of romance and an irresistible longing for adventure. He left home and joined the oyster pirates in San Francisco Bay. Then, tiring of the excitement of piracy, he turned with equal enthusiasm to the prosecution of it by joining the Fish Patrol, and was entrusted with the arrest of some who were his former comrades. Thrilling accounts of this life appeared under the title of Tales of a Fish Patrol. In them is a wild buccaneer's spirit and the savour of the sea. Those of us that read The Sea Wolf can find there a passionate expression of the author's own experiences before the mast while seal hunting in Bering Sea or along the coast of Japan. It is full of strong, appealing character and strange sea lore. The same wild breath of adventure is to be found in The Mutiny of the Elsinore, in which London describes thrilling experiences in a trip around the Horn. London was a worker, and laboured hard among the rougher elements of life, with longshoremen and shovellers in San Francisco, in factories and on the decks of coastwise vessels. He was as good a tramp, too, as he was a labouring man. He walked the continent over from ocean to ocean, gathering the materials for a vast understanding of the common man. Out of these experiences came The Road, which is an appealing record of sympathy with the vagrant poor, and an absorbing narrative of adventurous journeying. London tried schooling at different times in his early life, working between hours to pay for his education. After several months of stern, hard application, in which he covered about 3 years' preparatory work, he entered the University of California. The strain, however, of work and study combined was too much for him, and after 3 months he had to give up. Turning to things quite different, and with the desperate hope that he might find fresh inspiration in a new kind of life, he set off for the widely advertised Klondike to seek for gold. In the Klondike, nobody talks, everybody thinks. You get your true perspective, I got mine, he says. After a year of hard toil in the north, London returned home and assumed the burden of supporting his family, his father having died while he was away. He wrote story upon story, and finally gained acceptance and success. As book after book came out, the public grew to know and recognize Jack London as one of the strongest figures in American fiction. He passed away on November 22, 1916, in the full swing of his intellectual vigor, and it will be long before his splendid achievement is forgotten, or the last of his books is consigned to the high shelves that spell oblivion. No matter how sparing one may be in the use of the word genius, for him it could be claimed. His name is one of the few among those of the writing men of our time with which the magic word is, without hesitation, to be linked. There was genius in his invention, in his imagery, in his nervous style. To him was given to know the moods of Arctic wastes and California valleys. The struggles of his own soul and mind and body he dissected and portrayed in Martin Eden, 1909, and John Barleycorn, 1913. He was practically the only American writer to invade magnificently the prize ring as a field for romantic narrative. Its seamy side, its sordid corruption, its driftage, as well as its brutal heroism, are reflected in such tales as The Game, The Abysmal Brute, The Shadow and the Flash, and The Mexican. The Call of the Wild, 1903, challenges the very best dog stories of all time. The Sea-Wolf, 1904, is an epic of salt brine and creaking rigging and man's inhumanity to man, and the Blonde Masters of the World. There followed Burning Daylight, 1910, and The Valley of the Moon, 1913, and The Mutiny of the Elsinore, 1914, which is The Sea-Wolf in a lower key, and The Strength of the Strong, 1914, and a dozen more. Whatever the field, there was a sureness of touch and a power of graphic description that made the man always a figure and a force. 5. Rex Beach. It was in Alaska, the field of The Forerunner, the Kipling poem that was for so many years lost and entirely forgotten by its author, the field of Robert W. Service's Songs of a Sourdough, the field of so many of the tales of Jack London and Stewart Edward White, that Rex Beach first found literary expression. He did not set out in life to be a literary man. He was a husky youth, full of vitality, and, even in his teens, a giant in strength. He was born in Atwood, Michigan, September 1st, 1877, and he left his native place for the city of Chicago when he was 18 years of age. He meant to study law, but, as he said, he had no money, therefore had to find a place to eat. In those days, the athletic associations of several of the large cities maintained football teams of giant gladiators to entertain the multitude. Young Beach had seen just one game of football, but when he presented himself, his physical architecture was so imposing that he was engaged without hesitation as tackle by the Athletic Association football manager. The college teams used to play an annual series with these huge professionals. Later they gave it up because the truck horse professionals hired by the athletic associations could not be hurt by anything short of an axe, while the college players, as Beach said, were apt to tear under the wing. Beach played through the season, taking part in the games by which his team won the Championship of America. Then, being desirous of eating regularly, he attached himself to the Athletic Association's swimming team and broke an indoor record at water polo. That was in 1897, when the Klondike excitement broke out. He stampeded with the rest. It was the spirit of adventure and no thought of finding material for fiction that took him to the Yukon. With 2 partners from Chicago, Beach was dumped off the boat at Rampart on the Yukon one rainy night. The 3 hadn't $1 amongst them, but they had plenty of goods. Then things began to happen. We prepared to become exorbitantly rich, in the words of Beach, but it was a bad winter. There were 1,500 roughnecks in town, very little food, and plenty of scurvy. I soon found that my strength was my legs. I could stampede with anybody, so I stampeded faithfully whenever I heard of a gold strike all that winter. He became dissatisfied with his 2 Chicago partners because they preferred to sit around the cabin cooking tasty messes to tearing through blizzards at the tail of a dog team. They wanted to wait for their $1 million until spring, but Beach wanted his by Christmas at the latest, and so he set off and quickly fell under the spell of the Yukon. The glare of the white Arctic night, the toil of the long trail, the complicated struggle for existence, the reversion to primitive passions inevitable in a new civilization in process of formation, made an imperative call to him and held him fascinated. The life about him moved him to write, and before long he was embarked on a literary career. Pardners, his first story, appeared in 1904, and this was followed by the novel that gave him reputation, The Spoilers, which appeared in 1906. Then came The Barrier in 1907, and The Silver Horde in 1909. They are all virile stories of Alaskan life that have stirred many thousands of readers. Some have gone into dramatic form, The Barrier having attained a new and distinguished success as a film picture. In The Ne'er-do-well and in The Net, Beach sought Southern scenes, the former novel having Panama as its background and The Net New Orleans during the Mafia days. The Auction Block, published in 1914, deals with the favorite activities of modern metropolitan life and the sale of young girls into the marriage tie. Mr. Beach was christened Rex E. Beach, and he retained the middle initial for some time, but when correspondents who had read his books sent letters to him in which they addressed him as Rev. E. Beach, he dropped the middle initial. He lives in New York City and has a summer residence at Landing, Lake Hopatcong. 6. Stewart Edward White. Readers often link the name of Jack London and Stewart Edward White. The men were of the same literary stature, though different from each other in almost every respect. Both found inspiration in the same theme, the struggle of man with primeval forces. In their technique we find the difference. There is a sharp contrast between the fire of Jack London and the held-in strength of Stewart Edward White. White was once asked if it was not possible to lay hold of the heart and imagination of the public through a novel which had no human love interest in it, whether man matched against nature was not, after all, the eternal drama. White considered for a moment and then said, "In the main that is correct. Only I should say that the one great drama is that of the individual man's struggles toward perfect adjustment with his environment. According as he comes into correspondence and harmony with his environment, by that much does he succeed. That is what an environment is for. It may be financial, natural, sexual, political, and so on. The sex element is important, of course, very important, but it is not the only element by any means, nor is it necessarily an element that exercises an instant influence on the great drama. Anyone who so depicts it is violating the truth. Other elements of the great drama are as important. Self-preservation, for example, is a very simple and even more important instinct than that of the propagation of the race. Properly presented, these other elements, being essentially vital, are of as much interest to the great public as the relation of the sexes. These words express clearly the trend of Stewart Edward White's work. From the beginning, Mr. White's career has been one of prompt recognition and well-ordered prosperity. He was born at Grand Rapids, Michigan, on March 12, 1873. He attended no school until he was 16 years of age, and yet, far from being behind his schoolmates, he entered the high school in the junior class with boys of his own age and graduated at 18, president of his class. He excelled in athletics and held the long-distance running record of his school. He graduated a few years later from the University of Michigan, and then spent 2 years in the Columbia Law School, New York. With private tutors, and then amidst the best university surroundings, Stewart Edward White's education was obtained under advantageous auspices. He read and traveled a great deal, and had time to indulge his love of outdoor life. His first production was a story entitled A Man and His Dog, and under the advice of Professor Brander Matthews of Columbia, he offered it for publication. It was bought by Short Stories for $15. This was Mr. White's first income from literary work. Then, after a trip to the Hudson Bay country, he wrote a story entitled The Claim Jumpers, which was published in 1901 and met with an encouraging reception. The Westerners, which was finished later, was bought for serial publication for about $500. This was a distinct advance in his literary affairs, and when The Blazed Trail was published in 1902, Mr. White came truly into his own. The Blazed Trail was written in a lumber camp in the depth of a western winter, and it was composed during the early hours from 4 a.m. till 8, before he put on his snowshoes for a day's lumbering. The Conjurer's House came out in 1903, and in that same year The Forest, which Mr. White regards as one of the most instructive books he has written. It is the story of a canoe trip. The immediate success of The Forest led to the writing of The Mountains, which told the adventures of a camping trip in the Sierras, then The Mystery, Camp and Trail, The Riverman, The Rules of the Game, The Call of the North, The Rediscovered Country, The Adventures of Bobby Ord, The Grey Dawn, The Leopard Woman, and other books followed. In all his books he told the vigorous story of life in its primitive forms. Gold is a picture of the madness of '49. The Dawn is a story of California. The Leopard Woman, a romance of the African wilds. In his later books, Africa became to Mr. White a very real and commanding subject, and one that still holds him in its lure. Mr. White produces his books fast and in highly finished form. He is essentially a realist. Human achievement, with all its vital interest and meaning, laid hold early on his imagination and gave to his stories their all-pervading sense of truth to life. As a critic has said, one puts down a book by him with the feeling of having read through experiences, dramatic and full of romance, yet never breaking the bounds of probability, and that is fine art. Mr. White's home is in Santa Barbara, California, and his field of active experience includes a substantial part of the whole surface of the earth. Mr. White entered the U.S. service shortly after war was declared. The picture on the opposite side of this sheet shows him in uniform as Major of U.S. Field Artillery. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 26. The Makers of American Fiction by Arthur B. Maurice. Part 2. September 1st, 1918, serial number 162, The Mentor, Volume 6, number 14, Makers of Modern American Fiction, Men, by Arthur B. Maurice. Now and again we are privileged to touch hands with some literary figure of the older generation, who was of the earth when Poe and his Virginia lived in the Fordham cottage, when Fenimore Cooper, returned from his long stay in Europe, was disputing with his neighbours on the shores of Lake Oneida, when Irving was looking down upon the noble Hudson from the slopes of his Sunnyside estate, and Holmes was babbling wise philosophy over his coffee cup at the Boston breakfast table. But there are not many of these links with the past left, and the number is diminishing rapidly. Far beyond the biblical 70, Mr. William Dean Howells, as the dean of our literature, is a figure upholding its richest traditions. Turning 70 is Mr. James Lane Allen, whose name recalls the rare style and the throbbing life of the books dealing with the bluegrass region of Kentucky. They are almost the last of the surviving great literary figures of yesterday. These men and their work have been covered in Mentor No. 25, American Novelists. The writing men of today, the men with whom this article has to do, are for the most part those that have not travelled beyond late youth or middle age. Their hats were flung into the ring in the present century, or, at the earliest, in the 90s of the last century. Finding the field of the novelist a broader one than it was in their father's time, they have blithely ventured, in their search for themes and material, to the four corners of the real or the imaginary earth. The following pages present a general review of the work of our well-known fiction writers of the day. The works of Owen Wister, Winston Churchill, Thomas Nelson Page, and George W. Cable are also considered fully in Mentor No. 25, so we lead off this article with a simple mention of these distinguished story writers. In Wister's work there is a primal bigness and strength, and, in certain passages, great tenderness and romantic charm. Two of his best-known books, The Virginian and Lady Baltimore, reveal these qualities. Mr. Winston Churchill began with the somewhat trivial The Celebrity, 1898, regarded when it appeared as a satirical hit at the personality of Richard Harding Davis. Books that followed were Richard Carvel, The Crisis, The Crossing, A Far Country, Coniston, Mr. Crewe's Career, The Inside of the Cup, The Dwelling Place of Light. It is to a splendid persistence, an inexhaustible patience, a rigid adherence to his own ideals, both in style and substance, that Winston Churchill owes the high position among American contemporary writers of fiction that he holds, and has held, for nearly 2 decades. Thomas Nelson Page and George W. Cable attained fame long ago as interpreters in fiction of Southern life. Mr. Page by his tender and beautiful Mars Chan, Milady, and other stories, Mr. Cable by his romances of old Creole days, and John March, Southerner. Norris's realism and McCutcheon's romanticism. More than 15 years have passed since Frank Norris died, yet no one has yet come to take quite his place as an apostle of American realism. Before he fell under the spell of Émile Zola with McTeague and began his trilogy of the wheat, he had been the most ardent of romanticists. His earliest ventures in literature were tales of love and chivalry, written when he was a boy in his teens in Paris. McTeague was begun in the undergraduate days at the University of California. It began to assume shape in his year of student work at Harvard, but was elaborated and polished for 4 years before the public was allowed to see it. In the meantime, Moran of the Lady Letty had been dashed off in an interval of relaxation and became Norris's first published book. Then came to Norris what he considered the big idea that summed up at once American life and American prosperity. He would write the Trilogy of the Wheat. In the first book, The Octopus, he told of the fields and elevators of the Far West. The Pit showed the wheat as the symbol of mad speculation, with The Wolf to picture the lives of the consumers in the Eastern States and in Europe. The trilogy was to end, but before the tale was written, Frank Norris died at 32 years of age. A few years ago, Mr. George Barr McCutcheon was asked the question, "Where is Graustark?" Whimsically, he attempted to jot down on paper directions for journeying to the imaginary mountain kingdom, starting from a railway station in Indiana. Someone rather ill-naturedly suggested that Mr. McCutcheon had originally discovered this country in Anthony Hope's The Prisoner of Zenda. But then someone else pointed out that Anthony Hope in turn had found his inspiration in Stevenson's Prince Otto, and that R.L.S. himself had certainly owed something to the Gerolstein of Monsieur Eugene Sue's The Mysteries of Paris. So neither the exact whereabouts of Graustark nor its ultimate source is of great importance. What really counts is that hundreds of thousands of readers have found delight in following the adventures of Mr. McCutcheon's stately heroines and somewhat irreverent heroes. Every one of his romantic tales has met with generous welcome. Graustark, Beverly of Graustark, Truxton King, and the Prince of Graustark. But Graustark, if the first string to Mr. McCutcheon's bow, is far from being the only one. Quite as wide in its popular appeal as any of the Graustark tales was Brewster's Millions, with its curious starting problem. Nedra dealt with a desert island. The Rose in the Ring was the story of a circus. Other books not to be overlooked are Jane Cable, The Daughter of Anderson Crow, The Man from Broadneys, and in shorter form, The Day of the Dog, The Purple Parasol, Cowardice Court, and The Alternative. John Fox and Harold McGrath. Someone recently spoke of John Fox, Jr. as a writer who never misses fire. Certainly he has staked a definite claim to the Cumberland Range and the primitive people who dwell in its valleys and along its mountainsides. As early as 1894, a Mountain Europa appeared. It was followed by A Cumberland Vendetta, Hell for Sartain, The Kentuckians, Crittenden, and Bluegrass and Rhododendrons. But it was not until 1903, with The Little Shepherd of Kingdom Come, that Mr. Fox came fully into his own. Incidentally, his fellow craftsman, Mr. George Barr McCutcheon, considers the title the best title in all American fiction. The high standard established in The Little Shepherd of Kingdom Come has been maintained in The Trail of the Lonesome Pine and The Heart of the Hills. Into that imaginary Central Europe, which lies somewhere east of Dresden, west of Warsaw, and north of the Balkans, Harold McGrath went for such early books as Arms and the Woman and The Puppet Crown. Those tales were in the first rank among the thousands of stories that about that time were being written about the fanciful kingdoms and principalities, and the natural gift for story spinning that the author showed then has been in evidence in his subsequent tales in other fields. From among the 20-odd books that now bear his name, it is not easy to make a selection. Perhaps those most conspicuous on the score of popularity have been The Man on the Box, Half a Rogue, The Goose Girl, The Carpet of Baghdad, and The Voice in the Fog. A group of popular storytellers. While still an undergraduate, Mr. Jesse Lynch Williams wrote several of the tales that went to make up his first published volume, Princeton Stories. In his second volume, The Stolen Story and Other Stories, Mr. Williams struck an entirely new note. Of the tale from which the book drew its title, Richard Harding Davis, himself the author of Gallagher, once said that it was the very best of American yarns of newspaper life. Two others of the collection of striking ingenuity were The Great Secretary of State Interview and The Cub Reporter and the King of Spain. Among Jesse Lynch Williams' later books are The Daydreamer, My Lost Duchess, and The Married Life of the Frederick Carrolls. It was along the road of anonymity that Basil King finally found the way to pronounced success. In Griselda, Let Not Man Put Asunder, in The Garden of Charity, The Steps of Honor, and The Giant's Strength, he had won recognition as an accomplished storyteller, but still his audience was a comparatively limited one. Then, in 1910, appeared The Inner Shrine, a story of Franco-American life. It was read from one end of the land to the other, and greatly piqued curiosity as to the authorship, which for many months was carefully concealed. A dozen different names were suggested and accepted before it became an open secret that the story was the work of Basil King. The success of The Inner Shrine was perhaps largely responsible for the success of the subsequent The Wild Olive and The Street Cold Straight. In bygone years it was Brand Whitlock, the mayor of Toledo. In recent times it has been Brand Whitlock, the American minister to Belgium, that has obscured Brand Whitlock, novelist. Yet, despite the height he has attained in the fields of politics and of diplomacy, he is and is likely always to remain at heart a man of letters. Some day it may be given to him to write the book as he sees it, for the God of things as they are. Meanwhile, he claims recognition here on the basis of such works of fiction as The 13th District, The Happy Average, The Turn of the Balance, and The Gold Brick, a collection of short stories that appeared in 1910. Samuel Hopkins Adams' first essay in the field of sustained fiction was The Mystery, written in 1905 in collaboration with Stewart Edward White. The following year appeared The Flying Death, a tale of Montauk Point. Subsequent novels by Mr. Adams have been Average Jones, The Secret of Lonesome Cave, Little Miss Grouch, and The Clarion, the last named being a story involving newspaper life and the sinister influence of the tainted money of patent medicine advertisers on the liberty of the press. Despite a career of literary activity that goes back 20 years, it is almost entirely to the books of the past 4 or 5 years that Rupert Hughes owes his present position as a popular novelist. In this later work, in such books as What Will People Say?, Empty Pockets, and We Can't Have Everything, he has found his theme in modern Gotham, New York in the grip of the latest follies, the insensate, all day and all night pursuit of pleasure, the dance, the eating and drinking, and the squandering. Mr. Hughes's novels reveal a range of knowledge of even the remote corners of the great city that has been painstakingly acquired, and that is used with the sense of selection of the accomplished storyteller. Only a few months beyond undergraduate life, Owen Johnson published Arrows of the Almighty and In the Name of Liberty. They were read by a limited audience, mildly applauded, and then forgotten. Later, showing the Balzacian influence, came Max Fargus, dealing with the seamy side of New York law offices. In the point of material success, it could hardly be considered an improvement on the earlier books. Then, one day, in a whimsical mood, the author turned back to memories of his schoolboy years in Lawrenceville. The road that led to success and recognition had been found. From one end of the land to the other, growing boys and boys that had grown up and boys with gray beards laughed over every fresh exploit of the prodigious Hickey and Dink Stover and Doc McNuder and the Tennessee Shad and the triumphant Egghead and Brian de Boru Finnegan. Motor parties traveling between New York and Philadelphia acquired the habit of breaking the journey at Lawrenceville for the purpose of visiting the Jigger Shop, where Hungry Smeed established the great pancake record. Then Mr. Johnson took one of his heroes from the school to the university, and Stover of Yale was the most talked-of book of a month. Turning to a broader field, the author found in the turbulent life of 20th century New York the background for The 61st Second, The Salamander, Making Money, The Woman Gives, and Virtuous Wives. It is no disparagement of Edwin Lefevre as a workman to say that one short story, written at a single sitting before breakfast, is of more permanent importance than all the rest of his production combined. For that story is The Woman and Her Bonds, which, without any hesitation, is to be ranked among the really big short tales of American fiction. It is the first of the collection known as Wall Street Stories, a book which brought to Mr. Lefevre quick recognition. Wall Street is the author's particular field, and many of his characters are easily recognized by those in intimate touch with the money mart of the Western world. Besides Wall Street Stories, Mr. Lefevre has written Samson Rock of Wall Street, The Golden Flood, and To the Last Penny. Dreiser and Dixon. A vigorous, if undeniably crude, figure in contemporary American fiction is Theodore Dreiser, lacking style and literary distinction, frequently bordering on the ridiculous. He nevertheless, by a rigid devotion to a certain kind of realism that omits no details, has built up a following that chooses to regard him as something of a great man. His first book, written a dozen years or more ago, was Sister Carrie. It introduced a soiled, unsentimental, rather sordid, but pathetic and very human heroine. After a career in Chicago, Sister Carrie made her way to New York, and eventually climbed to comfortable heights of worldly success. Jenny Gerhard, 1911, was in much the same vein and manner. The Financier, 1912, gave a picture of American business life as it was, or as Mr. Dreiser conceived it to be during the Civil War and the Reconstruction period. Whatever its merits or demerits may be, The Genius, his latest novel, owes its chief prominence to its much debated morality. After a life of activity in many fields, Thomas Dixon entered the writing lists with The Leopard's Spots, 1902, in which, powerfully if somewhat unevenly, he depicted conditions in certain states of the South under the carpetbag and Negro domination of the late 60s. Following up the same phase of history, he introduced in The Klansman the Ku Klux Klan, and showed the work accomplished by that mysterious organization in bringing about the redemption of the afflicted district. Among Mr. Dixon's later works are The Traitor, The One Woman, and The Sins of the Father. Harrison and Bachelor. Henry Sydnor Harrison's first novel, Captivating Mary Carstairs, was published anonymously, but in 1911 Queed appeared under the author's own name and at once took place in the front rank of the year's successful novels. There was a reminiscence of Dickens in the tale. Queed, the little doctor, as he is known to his associates in the story, is redeemed from over-acute egotism through the agency of two young women. At 2 years' intervals following Queed came V.V.'s Eyes and Angela's Business. Back in the 90s of the last century, there was a corner of New York City known as Monkey Hill. It was in the shadow of the Brooklyn Bridge, and crowning it, standing far back from the street, was a kind of chalet that served as a club for certain writing men. Among these men was Irving Bachelor, and to pleasant evenings in the club may be traced Eben Holden, 1900, the most popular of Mr. Bachelor's many popular books. As early as 1893 he had written The Master of Silence. The Still House of Darrow appeared in 1894, but it was Eben Holden that made the author's name for a time a household word. That book was followed by Dree and I, Darrell of the Blessed Isles, and Virgilius, A Tale of Ancient Rome. In his later books, such as Keeping Up with Lizzie and Charge It, Mr. Batchelor plays whimsically with the problems of modern extravagance. His latest novel is The Light in the Clearing. Fiction notes in varied keys. If one novel can make a novelist, Ernest Poole earned the right to be considered one of the makers of modern American fiction when he wrote The Harbor, 1915. Although the end of the story was somewhat marred by over-insistence on sociological problems, in the first part of the book the author struck a reminiscent note, as charming as that struck by Du Maurier in Peter Ibbotson. No one had paid much attention to Mr. Poole's earlier novel, A Man's Friends, but in the general recognition of The Harbor as a work of far more than ephemeral significance, there was hardly a dissenting voice. Not so widely popular, but marked by the same high quality of workmanship, is Poole's later book, His Family. Of the same generation at Princeton as Ernest Poole was Stephen French Whitman, and as mention of Mr. Poole's name inevitably suggests The Harbor, so the name of Mr. Whitman calls up at once memories of Predestined. Unlike The Harbor, Predestined was not, speaking materially, a success. It was too grim, its ending was too pitiless, but very few who read the story of the degeneration of Felix Piers were able soon to forget it. In such later stories as The Isle of Life and Children of Hope, Mr. Whitman has forsaken New York for Italy and Sicily. It is now almost 20 years since Henry Kitchell Webster and Samuel Merwin began their writing careers in collaboration. Together they wrote The Short Line War, 1899, Calumet K, and Comrade John. All these were well-told tales, and the later years, when each man has been working alone, have shown that neither one carried an undue share of the burden. Mr. Webster's books included The Whispering Man, A King in Khaki, The Ghost Girl, The Butterfly, and The Real Adventure. Mr. Merwin's work has been unusual in the variety of its themes. Washington and the Constitution of the United States were ingredients of The Citadel. The adventures of an American girl in China were narrated in The Charmed Life of Miss Austen. Musical theories, the segregated district of Yokohama, and incidents in Chinese hotels went to the making of Anthony the Absolute. The Honey Bee is the story of a woman whose life has been in an American department store, who makes a trip to Paris and there falls in love with one Blink Moran of the prize ring. Fiction of adventure. There is no questioning the force that Hamlin Garland has been in the literature of our time. He has told his story of his own life and literary activities in A Son of the Middle Border, 1917, a volume that was at once accepted as one of the foremost of American literary autobiographies. In no way detracting from the quality of Mr. Garland's later work is the ventured opinion that he has never surpassed some of his earlier stories. His writing career began about 1890, when the first of the tales of Main-Traveled Roads struck a fresh note in fiction. Between 1895 and 1898 he wrote Rose of Dutcher's Cooley, and in 1902 The Captain of the Grey Horse Troop. These, with Main-Traveled Roads, are still probably his most popular books. In 1900 The Eagle's Heart appeared, and later Hesper, The Tyranny of the Dark, The Long Trail, The Shadow World, and Kavanaugh, Forest Ranger. Writing men of our generation have begun under the magic spell of Stevenson. To Lloyd Osborne it was given to serve his apprenticeship to R.L.S. as Maupassant served his apprenticeship to Flaubert, and while yet an apprentice to be accepted as a collaborator. Together the stepfather and the stepson worked out The Wrong Box, 1889, The Wrecker, 1892, The Ebb Tide, 1894. Then Stevenson passed on into Shadowland, and some years later Osborne began alone with The Queen versus Billy and Love the Fiddler. In the first decade of the present century, the motor car was still something of a novelty, and as such almost a virgin field for fiction. It was of its then baffling problems and incomprehensible moods that Lloyd Osbourne told in The Motor Maniacs, 3 Speeds Forward, and Baby Bullet. Later books are Wild Justice, The Adventurer, and A Person of Some Importance. A certain letter of the alphabet for a time seemed to exert a cabalistic influence on Louis Joseph Vance. The Brass Bowl appeared in 1907. The book of the next year was The Black Bag. In 1909 it was The Bronze Bell. There ended the use of the double B, but in 1912 Mr. Vance wrote The Bandbox. In the meantime had appeared The Pool of Flame, The Fortune Hunter, No Man's Land, and Cynthia of the Minute. Among the books that have followed The Bandbox are The Day of Days, Joan Thursday, showing Mr. Vance at his best, The Lone Wolf, and very recently The False Faces, in which the Lone Wolf returns to play a great part in the World War. Each holds a place of his own. The law has ever had countless stories to tell. There is hardly a tale by Arthur Train that does not in some way lead back to one of the offices that cluster about the Criminal Courts building facing Center Street on the lower end of Manhattan Island. In that neighborhood swung the shingle of the law firm of Gottlieb and Quibble, as related in The Confessions of Artemus Quibble. Mr. Train's first book, McAllister and His Double, 1905, began in a Fifth Avenue club, but before a dozen pages had been finished, fate had carried McAllister to the Tombs prison. The thrice-told tales of Ponton's restaurant in Franklin Street, where the lawyers gather at the noon hour, went to make The Prisoner at the Bar, true stories of crime, and courts, criminals, and the Camorra. Like Mr. Train, William Hamilton Osborne has also achieved a place in literature as well as law. There are readers who regard the very facility of Gouverneur Morris as a curse, believing that if writing to him had been harder work, his present achievement would be considerably greater. His first book, A Bunch of Grapes, dates back to his undergraduate days at Yale. 4 years later, in 1901, Tom Bowling appeared, to be followed the next year by Aladdin O'Brien. Yellow Men and White showed what he could do in the vein of Treasure Island. Of more enduring quality was The Voice in the Rice. It is not surprising that many of our novelists have begun with tales of undergraduate life. Princeton Stories was the first book of Jesse Lynch Williams, Harvard Episodes of Charles M. Flandreau. Will Irwin's first fling at the game of writing was Stanford Stories, 1910. That book was done in collaboration. Also in collaboration, this time with Gillette Burgess, the creator of The Purple Cow, the editor of The Lark, and a humorist of rare whim, were written Mr. Irwin's next 2 books. It was a short sketch of the old San Francisco before the earthquake, called The City That Was, that first made Will Irwin's name widely known. Of more substantial proportions were The House of Mystery, The Readjustment, and Beating Back. Of a certain genuine importance had been the work of Robert Herrick. The author, like his heroes, has been finding the threads of life's web in a rather sorry tangle, and groping for a solution of the world's real meaning. It was of problems big and vital in our American civilization that Mr. Herrick wrote in The Memoirs of an American Citizen, The Common Lot, The Web of Life, The Real World, The Gospel of Freedom, and Together. In The Master of the Inn he has achieved an exceptional short story. Also deserving of high attention is Meredith Nicholson, who began in 1903 with The Main Chance, and achieved unusual popular success somewhat later with The House of a Thousand Candles and The Port of Missing Men. Among Mr. Nicholson's more recent books are The Lords of High Decision, Hoosier Chronicle, otherwise Phyllis, and The Siege of the Seven Suitors. For tales breathing the spirit of the West and intricate mystery stories, Zane Grey and Burton Egbert Stevenson are known respectively. Mr. Gray's best-known books are The Heritage of the Desert, The Light of Western Stars, The Lone Star Ranger, The Heart of the Desert, and The U.P. Trail. Wherever a well-told yarn of intricate mystery is appreciated, such books as Mr. Stevenson's The Marathon Mystery, The Destroyer, and The Boulay Cabinet have found generous welcome. Will Payne is the author of Jerry the Dreamer, the striking Story of Eva, Mr. Salt, and The Losing Game. Edward W. Townsend, in writing of Chimmy Fadden, did not forfeit the place as a novelist to which he is entitled by reason of such books as A Daughter of the Tenements, Days Like These, and Lees and Levin. And Harry Leon Wilson, who years ago made a definite impression with The Seeker and The Spenders, and who of late has been moving a continent to laughter by the dexterity with which he confronted the very British Ruggles with the complicated problems of social life in the town of Red Gap, somewhere in America. Besides all these, there are Joseph C. Lincoln and Cyrus Townsend Brady, the first one in high favor for his breezy stories of Cape Cod life and character, redolent of the salt sea air, the latter for his many entertaining tales of plain and desert, and Sewell Ford, who created the slangy but very human Shorty McCabe, and Torchy, and those two pungent writers of Western episodes, Peter Kyne and Charles E. Van Loan. Emerson Hawke has given us rousing tales of the Middle and Far West, of the Kentucky mountains and Alaska. Holman Day's excellent stories breathe of the Maine woods, and Roy Norton has rendered tribute to the sea. Harris Dixon, a son of Mississippi, has woven into story form some throbbing incidents of Southern history, and has depicted numerous sunny corners of everyday existence below the Mason and Dixon line. James Branch Cabell is a spinner of charming romances. Some of the best have a medieval French flavor. Harold Bell Wright is well known as the author of Barbara Worth, and several other books whose sales have climbed into the hundreds of thousands. Richard Washburn Child is a young American who wields a vigorous pen in the portrayal of national character, and James Oppenheim, not to be confused with the Englishman E. Phillips Oppenheim, represents vital phases of present-day city life. Joseph Hergesheimer has won a place among writers by reason of his picturesque style and original invention. A comprehensive list of American-born novelists must also include the names of Leroy Scott, Henry B. Fuller, Frank H. Spearman, Earl der Biggers, and Arthur Reeve, all of whom have within late years produced popular successes. The roll of the makers of modern American fiction is a long one, yet none can gainsay that the average of achievement is high. End of chapter 26. End of The Mentor 2 by Various.